Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Heartless by Mary Bellog. Narrated by Rosalind Landor.
Chapter 1. "Faith, child," Lady Stern said to her goddaughter, "'tis time you gave some thought to yourself. Always it has been your family. First your mamma, may God rest her soul, and then your papa, may God rest his, and always your brother and the girls. Well, now Victor is of age, and has come into his inheritance. Charlotte is married. Agnes is as pretty as a spring meadow, and is like to marry as soon as we have presented her to some eligible gentleman. And Emily, well, you just cannot make yourself a martyr to your youngest sister. 'Tis time you looked to your own interests." Lady Anna Marlowe smiled and watched her younger sister at the other end of the gallery being fitted out for fashionable clothes suitable to be worn in London. Bolts of fabric, mostly silks and shimmering satins, were piled on tables, some of them partly unrolled. There was some excitement about the scene, and about the anticipation of seeing the clothes made and worn, she had to admit. "Agnes is 18, Aunt Marjorie," she said. "I am 25. On the shelf, one might say." "And I vow that is where you wish to stay," Lady Stern said sharply. "Life slips by fast, child, and increases in pace as one gets older, I swear. And life can become filled with regrets for what one might have done in the past but did not do. 'Tis not too late for you to seek a husband, but in another year or two perhaps it will be. Men do not look for breeders among women who are staring 30 years in the face, and men, of course, look for breeders when they choose mates. You have a great deal of love to give, Anna. You should now be looking to giving it to a husband, and to receiving love in return, and position and security." That last point hit home. Victor, Anna's only brother, had recently celebrated his 21st birthday. With university days behind him, and his title still new to him, he had been the Earl of Royce since Papa's death a little more than a year ago. He was soon to return home to take up his responsibilities there. And he was newly betrothed. Where did that leave her, Anna wondered, and Agnes, and Emily? Suddenly their home did not seem quite home any longer. Not that Victor would turn them out, or Constance for that matter. But one did not like to intrude on a newly married couple in their own home, especially not in the status of spinster sister. She was a spinster. Anna clasped her hands rather tightly in her lap. But she could not marry. The thought brought with it the familiar shortness of breath and coldness in her head. She fought off the dizziness. "I brought Agnes to London at your urging, Aunt," she said. "'Tis more likely that she will find an eligible husband here than in the neighbourhood of Elm Court. If she can be settled, I will be content." "Lud, child," her godmother said, "I urged you to bring your sister, not send her. I intended that you both find husbands, but you most of all, Anna. You are my godchild, my only one. Agnes is nothing to me except the daughter of my dear Lucy, for although you are all sweet enough to call me aunt, I am no such thing, you know. I see that Madame Delacroix has all but finished with her measurements." She got to her feet. "I will have you, too, decked out properly for town, my dear. Excuse my bluntness, but you look quite rustic. Even your hoops. They should be twice the size they are." "Large hoops look quite ridiculous," Anna said. Ridiculous, but wondrously feminine and pretty, she thought treacherously. And her godmother had just reminded her that there was no real tie between her and Agnes. Could she be expected to take Agnes about to all the social events, at which it was to be hoped she would attract a husband? Was not that Anna's responsibility? And would it not be wonderfully exhilarating to dress fashionably, and to go about in society just a few times, just for a short while? "I will return, and of course you will be here when I do so. You will remember, my Anna, that you are mine, body and soul." The voice was as vivid in her head as if the man who had uttered them stood at her shoulder and spoke the words now. They had been spoken a year ago at Elm Court, a long time ago, and a long way away. He would not come back, and even if he did, It would surely do no harm to enjoy herself a little before he did. She was only 25, and really there had been very little enjoyment in her life. Surely just a little. It was not as if she was going to be in search of a husband after all. She knew very well that she could never marry. "Well, perhaps," she said, getting to her feet to stand beside Lady Stern, "I could have a few new clothes made, so that I will not shame you if I do venture out with you once or twice." "Lud, child," her godmother said, "'twould be difficult for you to do that when you have such beauty. Nevertheless, fashion is of importance. Come." She linked her arm through Anna's and moved her forward across the room. "Let us proceed before you change your mind." Agnes was flushed and bright-eyed, and was exclaiming that she could not possibly need all the clothes Madame Delacroix claimed to be the bare essentials for a young lady of quality making her first appearance in society. Anna's heart went out to her sister. She was 18 years old, and had been in mourning for 2 years, first for Mamma and then for Papa. Even before that, Mamma had been ill with consumption, and Papa had been, well, he had been ill too. And there had been the poverty. There had been very little chance for Agnes to enjoy her youth. "Lud, child," Lady Stern said to Agnes, "'twould not do at all, you know, for you to be seen in the same dresses time and again. Madame knows her job. Besides, she has had strict instructions from me. And now 'tis Anna's turn." Lady Stern had insisted from the start that she would bear all the expenses of the few months to be spent in London. It would be a dream come true for her, she claimed, to have 2 young ladies to take about and introduce to society. She had never had children of her own. Anna had brought some money with her. Victor had insisted that she take some from the estate, though it would be years before he could expect to make it prosper again. And perhaps he never would if... But Anna refused to pursue the thought. She was not going to think about any of that for a month or 2. She was going to give herself a chance to heal a little. She had told her godmother that she would keep a strict account of all that was spent on her and Agnes, that she would consider it a loan to be repaid when she was able. And so, after all, she found herself being taken into the capable hands of Madame Delacroix, and measured and poked and prodded and pricked and draped. It seemed that she stood still for hours while discussing with the 2 older ladies fabrics and trimmings and designs for petticoats, stomachers, open gowns, closed gowns, sack dresses. It was all very dizzying. She was laced into stays far tighter than she was accustomed to, and looked down in some embarrassment and some fascination at the way they pushed up her breasts, making them seem larger and more feminine. And she was tied into whalebone hoops so wide that she wondered how she would pass through doorways. She enjoyed every moment. How wonderful it was, she thought, to feel young and free. Not that she was either in reality. Youth had passed her by, and as for freedom, well, she felt slightly nauseated for a moment when she remembered how very much she was not free. If he should come back from America, as he had sworn he would, but she was not trying to break free forever, merely for a couple of months. Surely he would not begrudge her that much time, even if he knew about it. How wonderful it would be to feel youthful and free for 2 whole months. "I vow, child," Lady Stern said when the fitting was finally over, "the years are falling off you by the minute. You have had a hard time, and have remained devoted to your family throughout. Now is the time for yourself, and 'tis not too late. As I live, I am going to find you a very special husband." Anna laughed. "'Twill be enough to attend a few balls and concerts, Aunt," she said. "I will remember it all for a lifetime. I have no need of a husband." "Pshaw!" said her godmother briskly. "Egad, but you made us all look like bumpkins tonight, lad," Theodore, Lord Quin, said, slapping his thigh with delight, as he seated himself in a deep chair in his nephew's library and took a glass of brandy from a valet's hand before the man was dismissed. He laughed heartily.
'Twas the fan that really slayed 'em.
Lucas Kendrick, Duke of Harnden, was neither drinking nor sitting. He stood elegantly propped against the marble mantel. He raised the fan to which his uncle had just referred, a small ivory and gold affair, and opened it to waft it languidly in front of his face. "It serves to cool one's brow in a warm room," he said. "It has a purely practical function, my dear." His uncle was in a mood to be amused. He laughed afresh.
"Pox on it, Luke," he said. "'Tis pure affectation, as are the powder and rouge and patches."
His nephew raised his eyebrows.
"You would have me appear in society half naked, Theo?" he asked. "Not me, lad," Lord Quinn said.
He took a sizable mouthful from his glass, savoured it for a few moments on his tongue, and then swallowed.
"I have spent time in Paris, and know how men dress and behave there, though even there, as I remember, you have a reputation for leading fashion rather than following it. 'Tis perhaps a good thing that you also have a reputation as a deadly shot and swordsman, or it might almost be thought—"
"Yes?" The clear grey eyes of his nephew narrowed slightly, and the fan stilled in his hands. What might almost be thought? But his uncle merely laughed, and looked him over from head to toe with leisurely appreciation. His amused eyes took in the powdered hair, neatly set into 2 rolls on either side of the head, the long hair caught behind into a black silk bag, and tied in a large bow at the nape of his neck. It was his own hair, not a wig. The austerely handsome face, with its dusting of powder and blush of rouge and 1 black patch, the dark blue silk coat with its full skirts and silver lining and lavish silver embroidery and facings, the silver waistcoat with blue embroidery, the tight grey knee-breeches and white silk stockings, the silver-buckled shoes with their high red heels. The Duke of Harnden was the very epitome of Parisian splendour. And then, of course, there was the dress sword at his side, with its sapphire-jewelled hilt, a weapon with which his Grace was said to be more than ordinarily adept.
"I refuse to answer, lad," Lord Quinn said at last, "on the grounds that I do not fancy having the tip of that sword poking out from my backbone. But it was kind of you to leave White's Club early tonight. You will be the topic of conversation there for the rest of the night, I warrant you." He chuckled once more. "The fan, Luke. Zounds, but I swear Jessup very near swallowed his port, glass and all, when you first drew it out and opened it."
"If you will remember, Theo," Luke said, fanning himself again, not participating in the laughter, "I left Paris with the greatest reluctance. You talked me into it. But I'll be damned before you also talk me into becoming the typical English gentleman, stalking about my land with ill-fitting frock-coat and staff in hand and hounds at heel, and English ale in my stomach and English oaths on my lips. Don't expect it of me. Hark ye, Luke," his uncle said, suddenly serious. "If I had to persuade you to come back home, 'twas only because you would not take the responsibility on your own shoulders, and everything is like to go to rack and ruin at Bowden Abbey in your absence." "Perhaps," the Duke of Harnden said coldly. "I do not care the snap of 2 fingers what happens to Bowden Abbey and all who live there, Theo. I have done well enough without them for the past 10 years. "Nay, lad," his uncle said, "I know you better than most. Cold you may appear to be when you are not charming the ladies and coaxing the most lovely of them into your bed, and cold you may have the right to be after the unjust way you were treated. But I know that the Luke of 10 years ago is still in large measure the Luke of today. You care, lad. Besides, there is such a thing as responsibility. You are the Duke of Harnden now, and have been for 2 years. "I never looked for such a position," Luke said, "or expected it, Theo. There was George, older than me, and George married 10 years ago." There was something resembling a sneer in his voice for a moment. "One might have expected there to be male issue in the 8 years before his death." "Aye," his uncle said, "but there was only the one son,
stillborn, Luke. Like it or not, you are the head of the family, and they need you." "They have a strange way of showing need," Luke said, fanning himself slowly again. "If 'twere not for you, Theo, I would not even know if any of them lived or all were dead. And if they are in need, they may be sorry if I begin to answer it." "'Tis time for old wounds to be healed," his uncle said, "and the awkwardness of a long and mutual silence to be overcome. Ashley and Doris were too young to be held responsible for anything that happened. And your mother, my sister, well, your mother is as proud as you, lad. And Henrietta—" He shrugged expressively, unable to complete the sentence. "And Henrietta is George's widow," Luke said quietly, his fan still. "Aye," Lord Quinn sighed. "You have begun badly, lad, leasing this house instead of taking up residence at Harnden House. 'Twill be thought strange that you live here while your mother, brother, and sister are there." "You forget, my dear," Luke said, looking keenly at his uncle from beneath half-lowered eyelids, "that I care not one fig for what people think." "Aye, 'tis so." Lord Quinn drained his glass. "But you have not even called on them." Luke sat down at last, crossing one leg elegantly over the other. He set down his fan and withdrew an enamelled, jewelled snuff-box from a pocket. He set a pinch of snuff on the back of one hand and proceeded unhurriedly to sniff it up each nostril before replying. "No," he said, "I have not waited upon them yet, my dear. Perhaps I will do so tomorrow, or the next day. Perhaps not." "And yet you came home," his uncle reminded him. "I came to England," the Duke said. "To London. Perhaps I came out of curiosity, Theo, to find how it has changed in 10 years. Perhaps I grew restless and bored in Paris. Perhaps I have grown tired of Angelique, though she has followed me here. Did you know?" "The Marquise d'Etienne?" Lord Quinn asked. "Sometimes known as the most beautiful woman in France." "None other," Luke said. "And I would have to agree with public opinion, but she has been my mistress for almost 6 months. I usually make 3 the upper limit. Mistresses are not easy to shed after 3 months. They become possessive." Lord Quinn chuckled. "Of course," his nephew said. "Everyone knows that you have kept the same mistress for 10 years or more, Theo." 15, his uncle said. "And she is not possessive, Luke. She still refuses to marry me whenever conscience prompts me to broach the subject of matrimony." "A paragon," Luke said. "You will return to Bowden?" his uncle asked casually. "You would make a masterful conspirator, my dear," his nephew said. "First one small step, and then another, until your victim has finally done all you set out to persuade him to do. No, not Bowden. I have no wish to return there. I have no love for the place." "And yet," his uncle reminded him, "'tis yours, Luke. Many people there depend upon you. And word has it that 'tis not being run as well as it might. Rents are high, and wages are low, and cottages are falling into disrepair." The Duke of Harnden fanned his face again and looked at Lord Quinn with keen eyes. "I was called a murderer 10 years ago," he said, "by my own family, Theo. I was 20 years old, and as naive as— well, complete the simile for yourself. What is as incredibly naive as I was at the age of 20? I was forced to flee, and all my abject, pleading letters were returned to me. I was cut off without a penny. I made my own way in life without help from any of my family, except you. Am I now to go back to make everything right for them?" His uncle smiled, but it was a gentle smile, without any of the humour he had shown earlier. "In a word, yes, my lad," he said, "and you know it too. You are here, are you not?" The Duke inclined his head to acknowledge the hit, but made no reply. "What you really ought to do," Lord Quinn said, "is take a wife, Luke. 'Twould be easier for you to return, perhaps, if you were married, and 'tis time you set about producing heirs."
His nephew's stare had become icy and haughty.
"I have an heir," he said. "Ashley may succeed me when I die, as I succeeded George. There is frequently dissension between brothers when the one is the other's heir," Lord Quinn said. "As there was between George and me."
Luke fanned his face slowly.
"But it was not because I was his heir, Theo. And until he was 24 and I 20, we were the best of friends. I never remember coveting the title, despite what must have been said afterward. There was one specific cause of our quarrel. I very near killed him, did I not? 1 inch lower, the physician said. 1 inch. I was a poor shot in those days."
There was coldness, almost bitterness in his voice.
"This is spring," Lord Quinn said. "The time when almost the whole of the fashionable world is in town, Luke. The perfect time for selecting a bride eligible for a duke's bed."
"This duke is not in search of a life's partner," Luke said.
"The very thought is enough to make me shudder."
He shuddered rather theatrically to prove his point.
"You may wish to consider it, nevertheless, after I have taken my leave," Lord Quinn said, getting to his feet and stretching. "'Tis time, my lad."
"And yet," Luke said, "you are almost 20 years my senior, Theo, but it has never been time for you.
You have retained your bachelorhood into the 5th decade of your life."
His uncle chuckled.
"I had the misfortune to fall in love with a married lady," he said. "By the time she was widowed, it was too late to get my heirs on her anyway. Or perhaps it was not too late. Who knows? No matter. I am a mere baron, and I do not have a passel of unruly relatives breathing down my neck."
"And I do," Luke said, closing his fan and getting to his feet to see his uncle on his way.
"They must be taught, Theo, that 'tis not to be tolerated. No one breathes down my neck,
unless she is specifically invited to do so." His uncle laughed heartily once more.
"Take a wife, Luke," he said. "Egad, 'twill be the answer for you. Take my word on it, and get sons on her as fast as it may be done. I will keep my eyes open and see who is available this year. I will choose you the prettiest lad, provided she has the rank and breeding to go along with her looks."
"Thank you, my dear," his nephew said languidly, following Lord Quinn into the hall. "But I make it a habit to choose my own bedfellows, and truly, rarely for more than 3 months at a time." He grimaced as a footman stepped forward to open the outer door.
"Must you ram your hat on your head as if to glue it to your wig? Did you not know that hats are not meant to be worn on the head, but to be carried decoratively beneath the arm?"
His uncle threw back his head and guffawed inelegantly.
"Pox on your French ways," he said. "You are living in an English climate now, my lad, where a hat is not an ornament but a head-warmer."
"Heaven forbid," the Duke said fervently. He turned back to the library as the door closed behind his uncle. A bride. He had never seriously considered taking one, even though he was 30 years old, and had unexpectedly been elevated to high rank on the death of his brother 2 years ago, only 3 years after the death of their father. At least, he had not considered taking a wife since 10 years ago. He did not particularly want to think about that. Marriage was not for him. Marriage meant commitment. It meant belonging to someone, and having someone belong to him. It meant children, and the ties they would bring. It meant being bound, body and soul. It meant being vulnerable, again. He was not vulnerable now. He had spent 10 years, well, 9 anyway, if he remembered that for that first year he had whined and pleaded, and then staggered into a life of wild, self-pitying debauchery, carefully cultivating an invulnerability. He had amassed a fortune entirely by his own efforts, first by gambling, and then by careful investments. He had made himself into the complete Parisian gentleman, so that he was not only accepted everywhere, but even sought after in the very highest circles. He had learned how to attract the most beautiful and fashionable women, and how to make love to them, and how to get rid of them when he tired of them. He had acquired expert instruction on the art of sword-play and on the skill of pistol-shooting, and had made himself deadly with both weapons. He had learned how to be charming in manner, but steely of heart. He had learned that love was not to be trusted, even when it was the love of one's own family, especially then. He had learned neither to expect nor to give love. He knew that he had acquired the reputation of being a ruthless and a heartless man. It was a reputation he coveted. It was how he wanted to be seen by the world. It was how he wanted to be. And was he now to consider taking a wife, merely because his uncle thought it a good idea? When had he allowed his uncle to make his decisions for him? Actually, he thought, propping himself against the mantel again and staring absently across the room, if he was to answer that question honestly, he must confess that he had frequently taken his uncle's advice. At Theo's suggestion, he had gone to France, and eventually given up the hope of coming home to resume the life he had known. It seemed rather laughable now that he had been intended for the church, and that he had wanted the life of a clergyman for himself. It was at his uncle's suggestion that he had gone to Paris to make a new life for himself, and it was at Theo's suggestion that he had come home. Well, partly home, anyway. He had come to England, to London. He was not sure he would be able to go all the way home to Bowden Abbey. Henrietta was at Bowden, his sister-in-law, George's widow. If he had a wife, perhaps he would find it more possible to go home. The thought came unbidden. But he did not want a wife, and he did not want to go to Bowden, except that Theo had reminded him of his responsibilities there, of the people who depended on him, even apart from the members of his own family. Devil take them all, he thought. What were they to him? They were his father's people, George's people, and now his own. He had never wanted to be the Duke of Harndon. He had never envied George his position as eldest son. He had been quite content to be merely Lord Lucas Kendrick, perhaps the Reverend Lord Lucas Kendrick. He smiled ruefully, though the expression was perhaps more sneer than smile. Poor naive boy, all eager at the age of 20 to enter the church, to marry, and to live happily ever after. Well, he decided, he would force himself to see his mother since she was in town, and Doris and Ashley too. There were apparently problems with his sister and brother, if Theo was to be believed, problems that his mother seemed unable to deal with, problems that he would have to handle. And he would handle them too, by God. But the problems at Bowden would be solved at long distance. He would appoint a new steward, perhaps, and get rid of Colby. Better still, he would summon Colby to London and allow him to speak for himself. He would not marry. He would tell Theo so in no uncertain terms the next time he saw him. One had to be very positive with Theo, or else one found oneself willy-nilly doing what the man wanted one to do. Theo really had missed his calling in life. He should have been a diplomat. Luke had returned to England in order to make an appearance there as Duke, and in order to wait upon his mother and brother and sister while they were in London. He had come in order to assert his authority where it needed to be asserted, and only where there was need. He had come out of a grudging sense of duty, and, yes, perhaps out of some curiosity. But he did not intend to stay. As soon as he was decently able, he would return to Paris where he belonged, where he was happy. As far as a man without a heart could be happy, that was. Actually, he did not look for happiness. If one was happy, one could also be unhappy, and would be sooner or later. It was altogether more desirable to steer clear of either extreme. Lady Stern looked down at herself dispassionately. She was naked to just below the waist, where a sheet covered her. She had, she supposed, reached an age at which she should start covering herself up when there were other eyes in addition to her own to look at her. She was no longer a youthful beauty. But she turned her head on her lover's arm and noticed the signs of aging in his own sleeping face and torso. It did not matter, she decided. They were long familiar with each other. If she were to see him now for the first time, perhaps, undoubtedly, she would see him as a man of middle age. He would look even older if she saw him, as she was seeing him now, without his wig, with his thinning hair cut very short. But her eyes saw only the man she had known and loved for years. He opened his eyes and smiled at her.
"Old age creeping up, or galloping up, March?" he said, echoing her thoughts. "Have I slept away our afternoon together?"
"No, Theo," she said. "You did not sleep away the first part of it."
Ah!
She sighed with contentment and stretched luxuriously, feeling one of his legs firm against her own. "I do believe this gets better with age." He chuckled.
"But we used not to sleep at all," he said.
He changed the subject suddenly to resume the topic of conversation that had engrossed them before they made love.
"You think the older girl, then? She is not a little too old, March?"
"To bear him a few sons, and some daughters too?" she asked scornfully. "Lud, Theo, she is 25, hardly decrepit, and a great beauty. She has a pleasing maturity too. She has suffered, you know."
"Maturity," he said dryly, "is not like to make hand and foam at the mouth, my love. He might find the other girl more appetizing."
"Perhaps," she said. "I do not know his tastes. But Agnes is only 18. Pretty enough and good-natured, but she would be a mere toy to a man of Harden's age and experience. Anna could be a companion to him."
"Some men, Marge," he said, "want toys for wives. And breeders, of course. 18 sounds a good age to me."
"For my sake." She turned her head to kiss his cheek. "Let us make it Anna, Theo. She is very precious to me. I would dearly love to marry her to a duke, and to your nephew into the bargain." He turned his head so that their lips met.
"Why not?" he said. "The boy is not easily led, anyway. It has taken me 2 years of wheedling just to get him back to England. It may take another 2 to get him down to Bowden, and he insists he is not in the market for a wife. We will try to interest him in the mature beauty.
And Anna, too, declares quite emphatically that she is not in search of a husband," Lady Stern said. "It took all my ingenuity just to persuade her to have some fashionable clothes made so that she may go about in town. She looked quite rustic."
Lord Quinn grimaced. "Harnden would not like that," he said. "So, granted that we are probably embarking on an impossibility, when shall we bring them together? Lady Dittering's ball?"
"The night after tomorrow," she said. "Yes, 'twill do nicely, Theo. Oh, if only it works. My dear Anna a duchess, and a lady of fortune. I am as anxious for her happiness as if she were my own daughter."
He stroked her hair. "Has it been a sadness in your life, not having children of your own, Marge?" he asked. "Should we have tried, perhaps?"
"No," she said. "Regrets are pointless, Theo. I have had a good life, and 'tis not over yet. Perhaps not nearly over. I am still only in my 40s. In fact, 'tis not yet quite impossible."
She did not complete the thought. "But this afternoon is nearly over," he said. "I am to dine with the Potters, and they always begin a meal promptly. Shall we make use of what time we have left?"
"Yes." She turned to him with another sigh of contentment. "Yes, let us do that, Theo." Chapter 2. His mother, and his sister and brother would be at the Diddering ball, which his uncle was urging him to attend. Luke had guessed it, even before he knew it as a fact. It would be altogether too awkward to encounter them for the first time in 10 years in such a public setting. Besides, the meeting was not to be avoided. It was to see them that he had come to England after all, and he could not expect them to call on him, even though they must know he was in London. Thea would have seen to that. If he delayed beyond a few days of his arrival from Paris, it might be thought that he was afraid of meeting them. He was not afraid. It was just something that he did not want to do, and that he wished he need not do, ever. If George had lived, or if he had had a son to succeed him, everything would have been different. He himself could have stayed in Paris for the rest of his life and forgotten that he had been born an Englishman. He could have forgotten the fact that he still had family there. He would not have been needed by them, and he certainly would not have needed them. He had long outgrown such a need. But George had not lived, and George and Henrietta had had no son, and so there was the tie for ever binding him to England and to Bowden Abbey, where he had been born, and to the family still living there. It was fact and unavoidable, and so the day before the Diddering ball he made his appearance at Harnden House, his own townhouse, even though he had rented another for a month. A foolish move, perhaps, and suggestive of a certain cowardice. The simple fact was that he did not want to live under the same roof as his mother, and he had not been invited to live there, though of course he needed no invitation. Perhaps his mother had not even known he was coming to England. The butler who received him in the hall of Harnden House was a stranger to him, but he was a master at the art of passivity, cultivated by all the best of his breed. There was scarcely a flicker in his eyes when Luke identified himself, though the man's bow deepened and his manner became perceptibly more deferential. But clearly the man faced a dilemma. Was he to present his master as a visitor, or— Luke helped him out.
"You will ask the Dowager Duchess of Harnden if she is receiving this morning," he said,
and strolled across the tiled hall to examine a rather well-executed landscape painting in a gilded frame. His mother received him alone in the morning-room, since he had not announced his intention of calling. She rose to her feet as he entered the room, having been given only a minute or two in which to compose herself to receive the son she had not seen in 10 years.
"Madam,"
Luke made her a bow from just inside the door.
"I trust I find you well."
"Lucas." She spoke his name after looking at him for several silent seconds. "I had heard that you had changed. I would not have recognized you." She was as he remembered her, unsmiling, straight-backed, composed. Her dark hair, unpowdered, was dusted with grey. It was the only sign that she had aged by 10 years. But then his mother had never been young or old, and she had never been smiling or warm or maternal. Duty had been the guiding principle of his mother's life. Any love she might have felt for her children had been smothered by a devotion to preparing them for the positions they must expect to hold in life. While never harsh and never neglectful, she had been humorless and unaffectionate.
"I was a mere boy, madam," he said, "when I was judged no longer fit to be your son. 10 years have passed since then."
She made no comment on his words. "You have come home to your responsibilities at last," she said. "Though it is wrong that you have chosen to take up residence in another house when this is your own." He inclined his head to her, but offered no explanation of his decision to live elsewhere. He found himself wondering, for no apparent reason, if his mother had ever hugged him. He could not remember such a time. This welcome, if welcome it were, was exactly what he might have expected of her. Had he expected open arms and eager eyes and tears and fond words? He would not have welcomed them, even if they had been offered. They would have come 10 years too late. She had made no attempt to shield him from his father's harsh sentence. She had not kissed him good-bye, or assured him that she loved him despite everything. She had been dutiful to the end.
"I trust that my sister and brother are well too?" he asked.
"Doris is 19, Ashley 22, she said. "They have been without the guidance of a father for 5 years, and without that of the head of the family for 2. Was it her way of asking for his help, or was it a reproach that he had hitherto neglected the duties of his position? Probably the latter, he decided. Had she grieved, he wondered, when his father died, when her eldest son died? George had been taken by the cholera, a disease that had killed only him from the family, though apparently several people from the village had been struck down by it too.
"There is a problem?"
he asked. They were still standing at almost opposite ends of the room. She had not invited him to sit down, though the thought struck him again that he did not need an invitation to be seated in his own home. Nevertheless, he remained where he was. "Doris is determined to make an ineligible match," she said. "Despite the fact that I brought her to town to meet a husband worthy of her rank, and she has met any number of eligible gentlemen. Ashley is, well, he has become wild and unmanageable and totally forgets his position."
"It is called sowing one's wild oats, I believe, madam,"
he said. "The worst of it is," she said, "that they have heard about their elder brother's exploits in Paris, and expect you to support their indiscretions, or at least to ignore them. They believe that with their father gone, and George gone, they can do whatever they please." Luke raised his eyebrows.
"Indeed,"
he said quietly. "You have come," the Dowager said. "Whether you have come to indulge or ignore them, or whether you have come to assume the responsibility of your position, remains to be seen. As to the question of whether you will continue to allow the Duchess," she put emphasis on the words, "to rule at Bowden as if she was still married to the head of the family." Ah, so there was conflict between the two women, was there? Between his mother and Henrietta? Both duchesses, but neither one of them quite the Duchess. Neither one of them his Duchess. It was another argument in favour of his taking a wife, perhaps. The thought came unbidden and unwillingly. Why should he care if they were feuding? He did not care. And then, before their conversation could continue, the door behind his back was flung open. A very pretty young lady, wearing a fashionable sack dress over hoops, her hair vividly dark without powder, rushed into the room and stopped short, a mere foot away from him. Doris. She had been a thin, gangly child of 9 when he left home. She had been the only member of his family to show regret at his leaving. Ashley had been away at school at the time. She had hidden among the trees near the gates at the end of the driveway and had hurtled out into his path as he rode down it on his way from the house. He had jumped from his horse and caught her up in his arms and held her there for perhaps a whole minute before telling her that she must be a good girl and go back home and grow into a beautiful and accomplished young lady. She had been sobbing too helplessly to say anything beyond his name, repeated over and over again. She looked into his face now with wide, dark eyes and bit her lower lip. He had the feeling that she had been about to throw herself into his arms, but had checked the impulse. He made no move himself. He had been too long out of the habit of hugging, at least of hugging from simple affection.
"Luke?"
She looked doubtful.
"You are Luke?"
She laughed breathlessly.
"They said you had come. You look so very different."
There had been no one more unfashionable than he when he was a boy. He had been interested in nothing but books, and his future career in the church, and his family and home, and the woman he had planned to marry.
"And so do you, Doris," he said. "You have grown up, and you are as lovely as I knew you would be."
She flushed and smiled with pleasure, but the moment for spontaneity had passed. He knew, perhaps with a small pang of regret, that she would not now rush into his arms. He was a stranger to her, although he was her brother. At first glance, she had even doubted that it was he.
"Why are you standing here?"
She glanced uncertainly at her mother and looked back at him.
"Come and sit down, Luke. Are you going to come and live here? It seems strange that you do not. Was it hard leaving Paris? You must tell me about the latest styles there. I fear we are far behind the newest fashions here. Tell me about the ladies' fashions. I can see what gentlemen must be wearing. Oh, Luke, you are very splendid. Is he not, Mamma?"
The dowager did not reply. She busied herself ringing the bell for tea. It was a strange homecoming. Even though Doris chattered, apparently at her ease after the first moments of shock, there was a certain awkwardness and a consequent air of stiff formality in the drawing-room. He felt, Luke decided, like a stranger who was paying a difficult courtesy call, which was exactly what he was, in a way, except that he was head of this family. As he was about to take his leave, the door opened again, and a tall, slender, dark and handsome young man hurried inside. For one moment, Luke's breath caught in his throat. George? But George was long dead. He got to his feet and exchanged bows with his younger brother, who gazed at him with mingled eagerness and awe. "Luke?" He stepped closer. "Zounds! But I would not have known you. Uncle Theo said I would not. Zounds! Ashley." Luke inclined his head slightly. His brother had a pleasing, open countenance. It was easy to imagine that he was indeed sowing his wild oats, an admirable activity for a man of his age, provided the wildness was not of a nature to destroy him. "I hear you are more skilled with it than any other man in France," Ashley blurted as he took a seat, indicating the sword that Luke carried always at his side. "And with a pistol, too. Is it true that you have killed your man in 2 duels? Perfectly true. But it was not a topic of conversation suitable for female ears. Under the circumstances, it was in particularly bad taste. It was in a duel that he had narrowly escaped killing their elder brother. "If it is true," he said coldly, "'tis not something of which I boast, and 'tis not something that our mother and our sister need have discussed in their presence." Ashley flushed, and Luke felt instantly sorry for the harsh rebuke. Somewhere far back in memory, he could remember what it was like to be young and impulsive and rather gauche. I am sorry, Mamma," Ashley said, and conversation died. Luke was on his way back to his rented house a few minutes later, glad to be alone again, glad that the initial visit was over, stiff and awkward as it had been. He felt nothing for any of them, he decided. They were strangers to him. Even Doris. It was hard to see in her now the child he had cared for. He was relieved. And yet something in him ached. The tingle of long-ago memories, perhaps. The long-suppressed, long-forgotten memories of what it felt like to be rejected by everyone who had given meaning and stability to his life. The frightening emptiness of facing life alone, when he knew nothing about life, when he had no defences against it. It was not the ache to go home. He did not want to go home. More than anything else, he wanted to go back to Paris. If he had a home now, that was it. He was comfortable there. It was a familiar world, a world that had shaped him into the man he had become, a world over which he felt he had some control. But he had come to England again, and had seen his family again, or what was left of it. And he had felt again the old mingling of hurt and anger at his mother's rejection of him, and the old determination to break on his side the bonds that had held him to her, son to mother. He had seen no welcome in her during his visit, and had felt nothing that would make him want to see her again. Yet he had seen Doris again too, and Ashley, and his mother had suggested that they needed guidance, his guidance as head of the family. And he had loved them, in that time of innocence when he had been capable of love. Was guidance something he could give? something he could give promptly and then return to Paris. Henrietta was ruling at Bowden as if she was still the mistress there. But why not? She had been George's wife. She had suffered for her position. Perhaps she had suffered more than he, even though she had had a comfortable home and high rank. As far as he was concerned, she could continue to rule there, and his mother could continue to fret about the fact. But if he had a wife, there would be no argument about who was mistress there. There it was again. Damn Theo and his suggestions, which always somehow acquired the quality of a needle, pricking away at him night and day until he acted on them. But this was one suggestion he would not act upon. Not even for the sake of family order and peace would he sacrifice his freedom and take a wife. And so the worst was over, he supposed, as he walked on. He had seen them all again, except for Henrietta, whom he had no intention of seeing at all. He would find out more of what was happening in Doris's life and in Ashley's, sort out any problems, if he was able, send for the books from Bowden, and perhaps for Colby himself, and find out if there were any grounds for dismissing the man and appointing another steward, and then take himself back to Paris. By the summer, it should be possible for him to leave again. In the meantime, he would enjoy himself. It would be a novelty to go about in English society for a change, and see new faces and hear new gossip. Theo had urged him to attend Lady Diddering's ball tomorrow evening. It was always one of the more glittering balls of the spring, his uncle had said, the place where one was likely to meet everyone who was someone. What his uncle did not say, of course, was that it was also the place to meet eligible young ladies. But Luke understood that that was what he had meant. He would go regardless. His mother and Doris were to be there. Doris had said so during tea. He would see how Doris behaved toward prospective suitors, and whether there was any sign of the ineligible attachment his mother had mentioned. And it never hurt to look at and dance with young ladies of quality, even if they were not mistress material. He enjoyed charming them and watching them smile and blush. He even enjoyed escorting the prettiest of them about once in a while. Yes, he would go. He might have forgotten how to feel deep emotion, but he had never forgotten how to enjoy himself. They were going to their first ball, Lady Diddering's, which would be a grand and magnificent affair, according to Lady Stern. All the fashionable world was sure to be there. Anna was dressed in her new finery, an apple-green silk mantua with ropings from neck to hem, heavy with gold embroidery, and a stomacher so covered with the same embroidery that it seemed to shimmer all of gold. The mantua opened at the front to reveal a petticoat of paler green, huge and swaying over her new hoops. She had balked at having her hair cut short and curled tight to her head in the latest style, but it was curled at the sides and back and powdered white. She had never worn powder before. The small round cap she wore far back on her head was all of fine lace to match the 3 deep frills of her shift that extended below the sleeves of her mantua at the elbows, and the same lace trailed from the back of her cap in 2 long lappets. Her shoes, pale green with gold embroidery, had heels a few inches in height, another new venture for her. She had been wearing them in private for 2 days, in order to be sure of her balance. She wore no cosmetics or patches, despite her godmother's warning that she would be more the exception than the rule. And yet it was not of herself that she thought in the last few minutes before the carriage arrived, and it was not her own appearance or expectations that had brought a flush to her cheeks and a sparkle to her eyes. She was watching Agnes as her sister came into the salon where Anna waited with Lady Stern, and was filled with wonder that this could be the same girl who had been a child but yesterday, or so it seemed.
"Agnes,"
she said, her hands clasped to her bosom.
"Oh, Agnes, you look beautiful."
How could she fail to attract suitors? Surely there would be enough of them, even after just tonight, that Agnes would have a choice.
Yes, Lady Stern agreed. I vow you will do, child, and we were quite right to choose that particular shade of blue with your fair colouring.
But Agnes, modest as she always was about her own appearance, had eyes for no one but her sister.
Anna,
she said, stretching out her hands and taking her sister's,
you have always been lovely. Oh, more lovely than anyone else I know. But now you look... Oh, I cannot find the words. Does she not, Aunt Marjorie?
Faith, child, Lady Stern said, I believe I should carry a stout stick with me to the ball in order to beat back all the young gentlemen who will crowd about the two of you. But I hear someone at the door. It will be Theodore with the carriage. Perhaps he has brought his cane. He will certainly be wearing his sword. I vow he will need it.
Both sisters laughed, and each eyed the other admiringly. And both felt suddenly breathless. It was true that they were the daughters of the late Earl of Royce, and as such had entertained and been entertained by persons of quality, and had danced at local balls and assemblies. But London seemed like a different world to them. Even after Lord Quin had bowed over the hand of each, and declared that he had not seen two such lovely girls in a month of Sundays, whatever that meant, and had ushered them into his carriage with Lady Stern, even after he vowed that he would be challenged to a dozen duels before the night was out for greedily surrounding himself with the three most fascinating ladies at the ball, even after that there was still uncertainty. What if their manners were just too rustic for town tastes? What if their conversation was too dull? What if the dance steps with which they were familiar were different from the way the same dances were performed in town? And what if no one wanted to dance with Agnes? It seemed impossible to Anna, looking at her sister, to imagine that such a thing could possibly happen, especially when she was sure that Lady Stern would see to it that she had partners. But even so, it was an anxious time. Her stomach felt somewhat queasy as the carriage slowed, and a glance out the window revealed a large mansion with all its windows ablaze with light. Its front doors were thrown back so that light spilled forth, and splendidly clad ladies and gentlemen could be seen in the hall. A carpet had been laid down over the steps and across the pavement, so that those alighting from carriages would not have to set their feet on hard ground. Agnes's eyes were rather like saucers.
"Egad,"
Lord Quin said, as he handed down the ladies from his carriage,
"but 'tis many a long day since I was like to be so much the focus of attention and envy. 'Tis to be wished that I had 3 arms, but I have been blessed with no more than 2. Will you walk unescorted, Marge?"
Anna had met Lord Quin the day before, and had been introduced to him as an old friend of her godmother's. She liked him. He was of average height and inclined to stoutness. He was pleasant-looking and had kindly eyes. He must be about the same age as him, but very different in every other way, and he had a way of setting one at one's ease. At the moment, as she took one of his arms and Agnes took the other, she could think of no one with whom she would rather make her entrance to her first London ball.
"Nervous, my dear?"
he was asking Agnes.
"A little, my lord,"
Agnes admitted.
"Some young man will dance the first minuet with you," he said, "and after 5 minutes, if you remember at all that you were nervous, you will wonder at yourself and settle to enjoying the rest of the evening. And you, my dear?" He turned to Anna.
"No, my lord,"
she lied.
"I have come to observe and to enjoy the sights and sounds of a society ball. I have nothing to be nervous about."
He chuckled, and then Lady Stern whisked the sisters away to the withdrawing-room to straighten their skirts and check their hair and caps in the looking-glass, though there had been no wind outside to effect any damage. And so the moment came when they stepped for the first time inside a London ballroom. It was decked out with flowers and greenery, so that it smelled like a summer garden in full bloom on a hot day. But the flowers were superfluous, Anna thought. gazing about her, robbed of breath for a moment. All the most sumptuous satins and silks and laces and jewels must be assembled in this one room, decking out the persons of the guests gathered there. It was hard to say whether the gentlemen or the ladies were the more colourful and gorgeous. The ladies, perhaps, had the advantage in the sheer size of their skirts and the amount of fabric and decoration that could be displayed. But the gentlemen had the advantage in the elegant cut of full-skirted coats, and in the long waistcoats beneath, on which all of an embroiderer's art could be displayed to full advantage. Anna thought of the rather sober, staid styles worn at home, and looked about her at London fashions. "Well?" Lady Stern was asking her, a smile on her face. "'Tis a new world," Anna said, "one of whose existence I thought I was aware, but was not." "The wonder you feel is in your face, child," her godmother said. "You are not sorry now that I persuaded you to come?" "Oh, no," Anna said. When she thought back over the last 2 years, her mind thought in colour, or rather in the absence of colour. Black and grey, all of it. Of course, those were the colours they had worn for 2 years. Only in the last 2 months had they put off their mourning, and there had been the grief. First over the lingering illness and death of Mamma, and then over the sudden death of Papa. But it was not just the mourning that had sapped life of its colour. There had been everything else too. The fight to keep the family together despite adversity, the struggle to avoid ruin, and to keep Papa from debtor's prison, and her brother and sisters from destitution, the futile, futile efforts to pay off or redeem all the debts, and the greatest blackness of all, the web that had been woven inexorably about herself, drawing her ever inward, trapping her in a forever after of enslavement. Except that he had gone away after Papa's death. He had gone to America, promising to come back, promising to come to claim her. But he had been gone for longer than a year, and perhaps, oh, she prayed for it, he would not come back after all. And now she was in a different world. Anna smiled suddenly as Lord Quin caught her eye and winked, and the smile held and spread. She felt an unexpected welling of excitement and happiness. She was in a new world, a world of splendour, a fairy-tale world that she had only ever dreamed of a long, long time ago, when there still seemed to be some point in dreaming. It was true that it was for only a brief time. It was true that he might, after all, come back to claim her and bring back the darkness. But now, at this moment, she was in a London ballroom at the start of a ball, and she was going to enjoy herself. Oh, yes, she was. She was going to enjoy herself as she had never enjoyed anything else in her life before. She lifted the fan that hung from her wrist by a ribbon, opened it, and cooled her face with it. And she gazed about her with a wondering smile and sparkling eyes. Chapter 3. Luke arrived as the opening minuet was ending. It was unusually early for him, but late-comers at a ball in London were frowned upon, it seemed, or so his uncle had warned him. Actually, his uncle was up to something, and it did not take a genius to guess what.
"Marjorie has her goddaughter up from the country for the spring," Lord Quin had remarked casually the evening before. "The Earl of Royce's daughter, and her younger sister, too. A pair of lovely girls, I warrant you, lad."
Which one, Luke had wondered, did his uncle intend as his bride?
"Indeed," he had commented. "A little rustic, are they, Theo?" "Egad, no," his uncle had replied. "Not with Marjorie to look to outfitting them. They are lovely enough and well-bred enough to make one forgive some rusticity, anyway. Pox on it, lad, if I were 20 years younger—"
"If you were 20 years younger, my dear," Luke had said, "you would still be attached to Lady Stern, but somewhat embarrassed at the age gap." His uncle had thrown back his head and laughed heartily. "And so I would, lad," he had said, "and so I would. Now, in your case—" "I suppose," Luke had said, "Lady Stern is to be at the Diddering ball tomorrow evening, with her charges?" "What?" His uncle had looked startled. "Tomorrow evening already, is that, lad? Zounds, and so it is. Marjorie will be there with the girls. It is altogether possible, I suppose. Yes, they may well be there. I hope someone asks them to dance, Luke. Apart from me, that is. They are strangers and all that." "But lovely strangers," Luke had said. His uncle was overdoing the carelessness. "Lovely? Zounds, yes," Lord Quinn had said. "I dare say they will not lack for partners, will they?" Luke had not replied. He had changed the subject. But it was as clear to him as a bright summer day what his uncle was up to. He had come alone to the ball, though Angelique, Marquise d'Etienne, had hinted that she would be pleased with his escort. She had declared her own intention of spending a month or two in London soon after he had decided to come home. Life was too tedious in Paris at times, she had said with a sigh, and she had heard that London could sometimes be amusing. They had not travelled together, and had taken only one walk together in public, though he had paid her 2 lengthy visits at her hotel. He had no intention of their names being linked as an established couple. The minuet had ended. The floor was clearing. Young ladies were being returned to their chaperones. His eyes picked out the elegant figure of Lady Stern, whom he would have recognised even if his uncle had not been standing beside her. From across the ballroom she appeared not to have aged since he saw her last, in Paris, at least 8 years ago. There was one young lady with them. Actually, young girl would be a better description. She looked shy and sweet, and very, very young. Luke undressed her with practised eyes, and felt that he was committing some obscenity. She was a child. Theo must have taken leave of his senses. And then another couple joined them. The gentleman bowed and strolled away, leaving behind his partner. Doubtless she was the other of Royce's daughters. Luke looked at her critically. Although he could see her only in profile, she was clearly the elder sister. She was fashionably dressed in a shade of green that made her look fresh and inviting. She was fanning her face and talking to Lady Stern. He drew his own fan from a pocket, opened it, and plied it absently. She turned, having finished what she had to say. Her face was smiling and animated. Ah, yes, definitely rustic. A few months in Paris, or even perhaps in London, would soon wipe that expression from her face and replace it with a look of languid ennui. She was gazing all about her with an eagerness that was almost palpable. Her foot was tapping, even though there was no music playing. It set her skirt to swaying invitingly. Her eyes passed over him and smiled impersonally. And then, a few moments later, they returned and held on him. Had her expression not been so bright and so open, he would have sworn that she was doing the same to him as he had just done to her younger sister. She seemed to realize suddenly that he was looking directly back at her. She smiled dazzlingly, raised her fan to cover her mouth, and continued to smile with her eyes over the top of it. He raised his eyebrows and inclined his head a little. By God! She was a flirt. But Angelique had found him. "Luke," she said in heavily accented English, setting one delicate white hand against the wide cuff of his sleeve. "You have come, chérie. This is all very quaint, no?" Quaint, was it? He looked about him. English fashions did not appear to be lagging so very far behind those of Paris, though the French were in the habit of scorning the backward English, or at least of treating them with condescension. Of course, there were subtle differences. A little more hair, a little less powder and paint, for example, than he was accustomed to seeing at a fashionable gathering, and he intercepted a look of mingled shock and contempt on the face of an elderly lady whose eyes were fixed on his waving fan. "It is all very English, Angelique," he said, "but we are in England now. A quadrille is to be next. You will do me the honour." Although he was to all effects a stranger to English society, there were people he had met in Paris, and people who remembered his father, or his brother, and gentlemen he had met at White's. And of course there were his mother, and Doris and Ashley, to whom he paid his respects when the quadrille came to an end. He charmed the ladies, and conversed with the gentlemen, and felt quite at home within an hour of his arrival. He always enjoyed balls. He liked to dance. For longer than an hour he avoided Lady Stern and her goddaughters, though apparently only the elder sister was that. His uncle made no move to draw him into their circle. The old devil was too cunning for that, or thought he was. He probably did not even know that Luke realized what he was up to. But Luke kept an eye on the older sister. She continued to smile and sparkle, and enjoy herself quite openly, and she did not lack for partners, though the younger girl, who might have been considered prettier by many, missed one set, and the older sister was not unaware of him either. Her eyes seemed to alight on his person altogether too often for it to be accidental, and her smile always deepened when their eyes met. Interesting. He would meet her without reluctance when Theo considered the time right. He would discover whether her manner was as flirtatious at close quarters as it was at a distance. He wondered, with some amusement, if she realized that Theo had picked him out as her future husband. And then he sobered. If Theo had set out to promote the match, it was altogether likely that Lady Stern was a co-conspirator. And it was possible that the goddaughter knew about it, if she was the one, of course. Perhaps they had chosen the younger girl for him. He must be careful. He had no intention whatsoever of being trapped into marrying a rustic, bright-eyed young innocent, or into marrying anyone for that matter. Lady Stern and Lord Quinn between them had made very sure that she and Agnes had partners for the opening minuet. That was very clear to Anna, and she was grateful to them. Although she had come to the ball merely to observe, and to give Agnes a chance to meet eligible gentlemen, once she was there, she wanted to be a part of it all too. She wanted to enjoy herself. She wanted to dance, and dance she did, with a friend of Lord Quinn's. Her feet moved gracefully through the steps. Her ears appreciated the rich sounds of a whole orchestra playing the music. Her nostrils breathed in the myriad scents of flowers and expensive perfumes, and her eyes were dazzled by the colour and movement of silks and satins and jewels. It was surely one of the happiest half-hours of her life. She thought it, even though her partner was not a handsome man, or a young man, or one with a great deal of conversation, but he danced well. Her eyes feasted on the sight of so much splendour as she stood with Agnes, her godmother, and Lord Quinn after the minuet was over, and she tapped her foot, almost as if she could still hear the music. She hoped, she hoped someone else would ask her to dance. She wanted to dance all night without stopping. She wanted to dance until her toes were all blisters and her legs would no longer hold her up. She smiled gaily at her foolish thoughts. She felt young and pretty, and filled to the brim and beyond with youthful energy. She had never been young, she realized suddenly. She had never had a chance to be young. At the age of 25, it might have been thought that youth had forever passed her by. But it had not. There was tonight, this magical night, in which she was young and free and pretty and happy. She was so happy that she could scarcely contain her exuberance. And then her mind registered what her eyes had seen a few moments before. She looked back to the man standing alone in the doorway. She had thought herself surrounded by the epitome of splendour, but he was there a more powerful word than splendid? He was gorgeous. It seemed not quite the word to use for a man. He was not very tall, and he was quite slender. He was graceful, another word that seemed not quite suitable for a man. He wore a coat of crimson satin and a waistcoat of gold, both so bedecked with embroidery and jewels that they shimmered. His shoes had jewelled buckles and high red heels, encrusted with more jewels. The hilt of his dress sword was embossed with rubies. His hair, she was sure it was his own, even though it was heavily powdered, was dressed neatly in side rolls and bagged in black silk behind. Even across the distance, she could see in some shock that he wore cosmetics, powder and rouge, unlike most of the men in the ballroom. But the feature that had caught her attention more than any other, and had caused her to look back at him, was the small ivory fan that he was waving before his face. He should look effeminate, Anna thought, as her eyes wandered over him. Why did he not? There was something about him that was almost suffocatingly masculine. Something about his eyes, perhaps. They looked very steadily and very directly at her from beneath rather heavy lids. And then she realized that she had been staring, and that he had observed her doing so. But if he had done so, then it was because he was staring at her too. He had been as ill-mannered as she. She felt a flutter of physical attraction to the man, and because this was a new world, and not quite the real world, and because she was feeling young and pretty and free, she ignored her first impulse, which was to look away in some confusion, and instead continued to look back at him, and smiled in acknowledgment of the fact that they had caught each other doing the same thing, sizing each other up. She went further. Some instinct, some long-suppressed, quite unsuspected instinct of femininity, made her deliberately raise her fan to her nose, so that she could laugh at him with her eyes over the top of it. He did not smile back, but he raised his eyebrows and made her a slight bow with his head, and held her eyes, until a woman, as startlingly gorgeous as he, took his attention by laying a hand on his sleeve. Anna had partners for every set, and proceeded to live this magic night to the fullest, consciously enjoying every single moment of it. And yet she was constantly aware of the gentleman in scarlet and gold, as he danced and conversed and moved about with an elegance and a grace that had been obvious from the start. Would he effect an introduction, she wondered? Would he ask her to dance? She hoped so. Shamelessly she sought him out with her eyes as she danced with other partners, and shamelessly she smiled at him whenever she caught his eye. Shamelessly she flirted with him from afar. It felt wonderful to flirt, she thought, and even the use of that particular word in her mind could not make her feel ashamed. Her moment of youth and freedom would be complete if he but asked her to dance. Luke had watched his sister dance and behave quite properly toward her partners and toward other young men who obviously had an acquaintance with her and came to converse with her between sets. He had observed Ashley dance once and then disappear, presumably in the direction of the card-room. And, of course, he had danced himself, and conversed, and kept an eye on Lady Stern's goddaughter. Instead of dancing one set, he wandered into the card-room and observed that the stakes were not high, and that Ashley was winning and drinking. It was not a good combination. He had discovered that for himself early in his career. He would not have made his fortune if he had not played with all his wits about him, unbefuddled by alcohol. He would keep his eye on his brother over the next few weeks, he decided. But his attention was distracted now by two gentlemen who began a conversation with him. It was in the card-room that Lord Quinn found him. He joined the group for a few minutes, and then took Luke's arm and strolled away with him, leading him casually in the direction of the ballroom.
"Enjoying yourself, are you, lad?" he asked. "Egad, but you have turned some heads tonight. 'Tis the fan that has done it again." He chuckled. "I thought," Luke said, taking the offensive, "that I might get you to present me to Lady Stern's goddaughter, Theo. She is the older one, The one wearing green?" The look of suppressed triumph on his uncle's face was almost comical. "Aye, lad," he said, "and all my fears were for naught. The girl has not missed one set. You have noticed her, then?" "Only because you mentioned her," Luke lied. "I will dance with her if I may, Theo, as a courtesy to Lady Sterne." The dancing was between sets in the ballroom. Luke followed Lord Quinn across the room to where Lady Sterne was standing with her 2 charges. The elder of the 2 stopped fanning herself when she saw him approaching, and then began again at an almost furious speed. She lowered her eyes for a moment, and then raised them again boldly. They were large green eyes, he saw as he drew closer, made more green by the colour of her mantua. "Well, Marjorie, my dear," Lord Quinn said in a loud and hearty voice, "look'ee here at whom I ran into in the card-room. And I was saying to you not half an hour since that in all the crush it seemed I was not going to have a chance to exchange a word with my own nephew."
"Harnden," Lady Sterne said, smiling graciously, "I am pleased to see you again. And lud, what a happy chance it was that took Theodore past the card-room." Ah, yes, indeed, Luke thought. A co-conspirator without a doubt. "Madam," he made his bow to her. "May I present my goddaughter to you?" Lady Sterne asked. "Lady Anna Marlowe, daughter of my dear late friend, the Countess of Royce, and Lady Agnes, her younger sister. His Grace the Duke of Harnden, Anna." He bowed deeply, while both young ladies dipped into curtsies. He included both in his bow, but it was on the elder that his whole attention was focused. "Charmed," he murmured. A Parisienne would have considered herself half naked, without cosmetics quite heavily applied, and without patches artfully placed. Lady Anna Marlowe wore none. Her complexion was delicate and clear and healthy, he noted. Her lips were curved in a smile, and her eyes sparkled. There was no pretence of indifference now that he was close. A flirt she might be. A coquette she was not. "His Grace has recently returned to England after spending a number of years in Paris," Lady Sterne was explaining.
"Lady Anna has recently returned from the country after a lengthy term of mourning for her parents,"
Lord Quinn was explaining almost simultaneously. Lady Anna, looking as if she had never mourned or entertained one sad thought in her life, smiled at him.
"My condolences,"
he said, including both sisters again in his bow.
"How fascinating that must have been,"
Lady Anna said at the same moment. Her voice was light and as eager as her expression. She smiled. He inclined his head. His dealings for years past had been almost exclusively with sophistication. The woman's open appraisal of him and her very obvious delight in her surroundings made him feel slightly dizzy, slightly dazzled. Lines were forming for the next dance, a set of country measures.
"Madam,"
he bowed once more, but directly to Lady Anna this time.
"May I hope that you have not promised this set? May I have the honour of leading you out?"
"Thank you."
Her answer was made almost before his question had been completed, and she was reaching out a hand to set in his.
"Yes, thank you, Your Grace."
The whole of the sun seemed to be behind the smile with which she favoured him.
"How fortunate!"
Luke heard his uncle say.
"'Tis the supper dance."
Ah, yes, of course. His uncle, the consummate schemer. Luke led his partner to the end of the line of ladies and took his place opposite her in the line of gentlemen. The music was beginning. She danced with a light grace. He was accustomed to partnering graceful dancers. Dancing was an accomplishment much cultivated by the fashionable, but Lady Anna Marlowe danced with more than grace. It was almost as if she took the music inside herself as it played, and became music, and harmony, and rhythm as she moved. Dancing was more than an accomplishment with her. It was a delight and a self-expression. And all the while she danced, except for the occasions when the patterns of the dance took her away for a few moments with other partners. She kept her eyes on his and smiled into them. And how did he know that? He asked himself before the set ended. How could he know it, unless his eyes were upon her too? She had a loveliness and a directness that he found rather refreshing, rather different. He did not know how old she was, though he guessed that she had passed the age of majority. She had been kept in the country by a double bereavement. That must have been sad for her, especially if they had been a close family. But apart from that, he judged that she was a woman of little experience, and therefore of little depth of character. She did not look like someone who had suffered a great deal in life, and yet there could be something dazzling about innocence and simplicity when it was combined with smiles and exuberance. He was not sorry that his uncle had manoeuvred him into leading her into the supper dance. He looked forward to the opportunity to talk with her. He hoped she had some skill at conversation. He hoped she would not merely blush and giggle, the common malady of girls with no experience in life and society. It was an evening Anna knew she would remember for the rest of her life. It was an unexpected and priceless jewel in the dark path of her life, and she clutched at it greedily, knowing that it might be the only one that would ever come her way. Tomorrow, life would return to normal, and though she would be spending almost 2 more months here in town, she would not expect any more evenings like this one. There could be no more like this. He had lived for years in Paris. That explained a great deal. It was said that the people of Paris were years ahead of the English in fashion and in frivolity. The lady who had approached him soon after his arrival and had proceeded to dance with him was also from Paris. Anna had found that out in the course of the evening. She was the Marquise d'Etienne. Her hair was shorter and more tightly curled than anyone else's, and her cosmetics were worn strangely. Her powder was white and heavy, her rouge very bright, and worn in large circles on her cheeks, with no attempt at blending. Her lips were a corresponding red. It was the French way, Anna had been told. It was very hard not to stare at the woman. He had lived in Paris. He was a duke, and she had been right about his eyes. Everything about him was graceful, a sort of languid grace. Everything except his eyes. They were dark grey, and they were very keen, despite the fact that he frequently drooped his eyelids over them. She suspected that his eyes did not miss much, and she had been right about something else too. There was an indefinable but quite unmistakable air of masculinity about him, despite outer appearances, and it was not just his eyes. He made Anna breathless. She had always thought that her dream man would be tall. This man was no more than a few inches taller than she, and yet she found herself imagining how much more comfortable it would be to be held in this man's arms than in those of a tall man. So much more comfortable on the muscles of the neck. She was briefly appalled when she caught the direction of her thoughts. She was not given to lascivious thinking. Besides, it was all quite pointless, and only likely to give her more pain when the night was over, and she realized again how very alone she was, and would be for the rest of her life. And yet, she shivered inwardly, she should be thankful for aloneness. If he came back, she would not even have that. But she would not think of him. Not tonight, on her magic night. It was their turn, hers and the Duke of Harden's, to twirl down the full length of the empty space between lines. She would remember this, she thought, feeling his warm hands clasping hers, for ever and beyond for ever. They were strong and handsome hands. When she smiled up into his eyes, her lips were only inches from his. Her eyes dropped to them for a brief moment. He was, she judged, a man who had spent his adult years in fashionable society, in Paris, a man of sophistication and charm. She had felt his charm, even though she had not spoken with him yet. a man of frivolous character, someone with whom she had flirted and was flirting without fear, someone with whom she could relax and talk for the half-hour of supper, an unthreatening man, someone so very different from him. She thought for a moment about that other man, about his tall, thin body and narrow, handsome face, his soft, pleasant voice. On first acquaintance she had liked him. Everyone had liked him, and probably still did. She had thought him her saviour. She had expected him to offer her marriage, and had been ready to accept, not out of love, perhaps, but out of respect and liking, and out of what she had thought would develop into devotion. But it had not been marriage that was on his mind, or seduction either, and that latter point puzzled her and disturbed her perhaps more than anything. If he did not want to marry her, and did not want to use her body outside marriage, then why? But no. He had controlled her life and haunted her to the core of her soul for 2 years, even though he had been absent for one of those years. But not this evening. This was her magic evening, and she was not going to allow another thought of him to intrude. Anna listened regretfully as the music drew to an end. But there was still supper. Still, perhaps, the best part of the evening, which was already perfect. How could anything be more perfect than perfect? She smiled. "Madam?" The Duke of Hunden held out an arm for hers. "Will you honour me by taking supper with me?" She set her own arm along the shimmering satin of his sleeve and felt the warmth of his body heat.
"Thank you, Your Grace," she said.
Prince Charming, she thought, and smiled gaily at her own fancies. She wondered if Cinderella's prince had worn scarlet and gold, and then she wished she had not remembered the old fairy tale at all. At midnight, all of Cinderella's finery had turned to rags, and her prince had been left behind, and she had found herself sitting on a pumpkin. And there was no point in reminding herself that Prince Charming had retained one of the glass slippers and had been able to use it to find his princess again. Cinderella had lived in a fairy tale. Lady Anna Marlowe lived in the real world. Chapter 4.
"I vow 'tis succeeding," Lady Stern said, laying a hand on Lord Quin's sleeve. "Just look at them, Theo."
Lord Quin had been looking. His nephew and Lady Stern's goddaughter were sitting at a table some distance away from their own, and were focused entirely on each other, even though they were surrounded by other guests. It was something he had observed before. It was perhaps what had always made the lad more sought after than almost any other gentleman in Paris, both as a husband and a lover. That ability of his to give his whole attention to the lady of the moment, almost as if he had forgotten the existence of all others. But usually his attention was given to some beauty of high rank and easy morals, some beauty he could reasonably expect to lure into his bed for as long as he cared to keep her there. For all the animation of her ways, which might almost be described as flirtatious, Lord Quin did not believe his nephew would have mistaken Lady Anna Marlowe for an easy, or even a possible, conquest. Not as a mistress, anyway. "I warrant you, March," he said, "he will have her brought to bed of a boy before 10 months have passed." Lady Stern sighed with contentment, too long accustomed to her lover's manner of speaking to be shocked by his bluntness.
"Lud, Theo," she said, "I hope you are right. Anna has had a hard time of it, as witness the fact that she is almost past marriageable age, despite beauty and rank. Lucy would never countenance my coming to visit her when she was ill, and I never forced myself on her, but I have often wished since that I had. I wished it especially when I knew about the other troubles. Certainly Royce lost all his money, and almost brought the family to ruin. By gambling, word has it."
"Aye," Lord Quin said, "and word has the right of it there, Marge, though I never knew the man personally.
One must not judge others, but it does seem criminal for a man to indulge in reckless living when his children are still unsettled in life. There are the boy and 3 girls.
4, Lady Stern said. There is the one young girl still at home, and Charlotte, who was married to a rector just recently, a year almost to the day after Royce's passing. It was a decent match, I believe.
A nasty business, that, Lord Quinn said. Falling off the roof and all that. Messy.
There is a walk up there, she said. I remember it well from years ago. The house is at the top of a rise, and there is a splendid view in all directions from the roof walk. But the balustrade, I recall, is no more than waist-high. I would never walk too close to it. It seems that Royce did. I suspect, Theo, though it may be slanderous to say so, and dear Anna would never admit it even if I asked straight out, that he drank more than was good for him.
I very like,
Lord Quinn said. He doted on Lucy, Lady Stern said. My guess is that he went all to pieces when she became consumptive and then died.
Aye, he said, 'twould be hard to lose someone one had long loved, Marge.
He set a hand over hers on the table for a moment and patted it. But he did not keep his hand there. They were ever discreet in public. I do believe, she said, that Anna, the eldest by 4 years, was forced to bear all the burdens alone. She has been weighed down by them, Theo, not just by the grief of having lost both parents in such a short time, but by more than that. I wish I had known sooner, so that I might have gone there to Elm Court and given her some assistance.
You are helping her now, Marge, he said. You have brought her to town and decked her out in fashionable rig and presented her to the most eligible bachelor in all England. If the lad can but be brought to heel—
Will you but look at him, Lady Stern said with a laugh. The fan, Theo! 'Tis outrageous! 'Tis an affectation, would you not say?
Aye, as I live, Lord Quinn said. All is affectation with Luke. 'Tis what is behind the artifice that matters, though, Marge, but it is never easy to know with Luke. By my life, though, he seems taken with her. She is a lovely girl.
Yes, Lady Stern sighed. 'Twould do my heart good to see her hold her own child, Theo, and to know her settled happily for life. He patted her hand again. Anna was feeling flushed and hot after the vigorous country dance, and it must have shown. After filling her plate and his own, and seating himself beside her at one of the long tables in the supper-room, the Duke of Harnden drew out his fan, opened it, and cooled her face with it. She laughed at him. "Do all gentlemen in Paris use fans, Your Grace?" she asked.
By no means.
His eyes roamed her face.
I do not follow fashion, madam. I set it.
So I am like to see more fans in gentlemen's hands in London during the coming weeks? She asked.
I do not doubt it, he said.
It must be wonderful, she said wistfully, to live in Paris. Is it?
If you enjoy a life of glittering frivolity, he said, there is no place on earth to compare with it. Do you?
She laughed. I have no idea, Your Grace, she said. I have lived in the country all my life, and am but recently arrived in town. I am what one might call a country bumpkin. Ignoring the food on her plate, she had set an elbow on the table and rested her chin on the back of her hand. She smiled at him. She was deliberately fishing for a compliment, and felt no doubt that it would come. She had never before done anything nearly so shamefully brazen. It felt wonderful.
If that is true, madam, he said, then it seems I have been spending my days in the wrong place. Perhaps I too should have been in the country.
Ah, but, she said, 'twould have been a different part of the country, Your Grace. That is the problem with the country. It is too vast.
Yes.
He paused in his gentle fanning of her face for a moment.
After all, madam, It appears that I did the fortunate thing in coming to town on my arrival in England, instead of going into the country." She had had her compliment, and tingled with the joy of it right down to her toes. He closed his fan, and they began to eat. But though she knew that her godmother was sitting some distance away with Lord Quin, and that Agnes was seated with one of the dancing partners Lady Sterne had selected for her, she was not fully aware of her surroundings. The Duke of Harnden talked exclusively with her, telling her about Paris, amusing her with details of fashion and anecdotes of gossip, and it seemed to her that his attention was as fully focused on her as hers was on him. There was something in his manner, she found it impossible to identify what it was, that made her feel special, that made her feel almost cherished. It was an exhilarating game that she played, something entirely uncharacteristic of her and beyond her experience. It was something she would have thought herself incapable of even a few hours ago. It was a game for one evening only. Until that was, supper was at an end, and guests around them began to drift back in the direction of the ballroom. "I shall do myself the honour of calling on Lady Sterne tomorrow afternoon," the Duke of Harnden said. "If I find from inquiry that she is to be at home, perhaps, madam, if the weather is favourable, you would care to walk with me in the Mall of St. James's Park afterward. It is the strolling grounds of the fashionable world, as you are probably aware." She was not, but it was an invitation she could not, must not accept. She must not try to carry the fantasy beyond this one night. Doubtless it would mean nothing to him to dance with her tonight and walk with her tomorrow. There would be no declaration of attachment in his doing both. But it might well mean something to her. She was already in love with him, in much the way all females are in love with Prince Charming while reading Cinderella, in a warm, detached way that would bring sighs, but no real pain tomorrow. But if she walked with him, she did not wish to fall in love. Indeed, she dreaded doing so. Life, which had been barely supportable for several years past, would be finally and totally unbearable if she were indiscreet enough to fall in love. All her instincts and all her common sense told her that it would be so. She must not be tempted to continue this flirtation beyond tonight.
"Then I must pray fervently tonight, Your Grace," she heard someone, herself, say, "that the weather tomorrow afternoon will be favourable."
He pushed back his chair, got to his feet, and reached out a hand to assist her to hers. He bowed over her hand as she rose, and set his lips lightly against her fingers. She barely restrained herself from snatching them back, as if she expected to be burned. 5 minutes later, she was back in the ballroom, dancing a quadrille with someone else, and still smiling, and still feeling that welling of happiness that had carried her through the evening. Much as she tried to scold herself for the answer she had given the Duke in the supper-room, and much as she tried to tell herself that she would be sorry, she could not feel regret. Just a few days ago she had promised herself a couple of months of enjoyment, though she had not expected enjoyment to be quite this vivid or all-encompassing. Why, then, had her vision narrowed to just one evening? Why should she not give herself longer? One more day, perhaps even the 2 months. It would be wonderful to live this fully for 2 whole months. Would life in the future, when she had returned home, be any more dreary if she allowed herself to live now, when she had the chance? Yes, a little demon somewhere in her mind told her. It would be unbearable, once she knew that life could be so very different. And yet, perhaps, if she denied herself now, she would be forever sorry that she had not grasped more tightly the jewel she had discovered tonight. And perhaps life in the future would be only dreary. She would be thankful if that was all it was. It might be so much worse if he returned from America. Surely he would not. There was panic in the thought that he might. He had promised to come back. She would not be able to bear it. She would want to die.
The Duke of Harnden was not dancing. He was standing near the door, in conversation with two gentlemen and the Marquise d'Etienne. But he was watching her. Anna, catching his eye, gave him a dazzling smile before concentrating her attention on her partner and the quadrille once more. Luke was up early the following morning, as he always was, regardless of the time he went to bed. He had been out for a lengthy and vigorous ride, and had breakfasted before his unexpected visitor arrived, unfashionably early. But then there was nothing fashionable about his visitor, instantly recognizable, despite the gap of 10 years since they had seen each other last. He was a little more ruddy of complexion, and a little more portly about the middle, so that he looked every one of his 29 years. But he had not really changed. He wore a carelessly powdered bob wig, loosely curled, a somewhat ill-fitting frock coat, a waistcoat that was unfashionably long, and stockings rolled over the tops of his knee breeches instead of the more fashionable breeches buckling over the stockings. He was clearly a man who lived in the country and cared not a fig for town styles. "Will," Luke said, as William Webb, Baron Severidge, strode into the morning-room hard on the heels of the butler who announced him. "My dear fellow!" Lord Severidge stopped abruptly and gaped inelegantly. "Luke," he said. "Egad, man, is that you?" But he must have been convinced of the identification, for he grasped his former friend heartily by the hand and pumped it up and down several times. "What the deuce has Paris done to you?" "Ah, this, apparently," Luke said, looking down at the silk morning robe he had donned after returning from his ride. "Zounds!" William said. He reached into an inner pocket. "We heard that you had come to England. I am a messenger boy, Luke, though I had business that forced me up to town for a couple of days anyway. It brings me here about twice a year, which is twice a year too many for my liking. I have a letter from Henrietta." "Ah," Luke said, ignoring the feeling that a heavy fist had collided with his stomach and taking the offered paper from his friend's hand. He slipped it inside a pocket of his robe. "That was good of you, Will. How is she? And how are you? Married with half a dozen hopefuls in your nursery already?" William's already ruddy complexion flushed. "Not married," he said, "and not really looking. The only place to do that properly is London, and I cannot bear the thought of spending time here and trotting off to balls and such, all done up like a painted maypole. Oh, sorry, Luke." Luke motioned to a chair and rang for refreshments as Lord Severidge seated himself. "I appear like a painted maypole to you, Will?" he said. "Goodness me, and I am not even dressed in all my finery." William looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Henrietta is well," he said abruptly, answering an earlier question. Luke sat down and crossed one leg over the other. It had seemed incredible to him, even as a boy, that William and Henrietta could be brother and sister. Henrietta was exquisitely small and slender. He wondered if she was still as slender. "She was never happy," William said. "She lost the child, as you doubtless heard. They never appeared close, and he changed, became more morose." He paused to cough. "You do not want to hear this, do you?" Luke's hand was opening and closing on the arm of his chair. "'Tis old news, Will," he said. "Very old news." His friend was mopping at his forehead with a large handkerchief. "She has been restless since we heard you were back in England," he said. "She thinks perhaps it is she who is keeping you from coming home." "Ah," Luke said quietly. "No, Will. I have as great an aversion to the country as you do to the city. I belong in Paris, or at the very least in London. No, she is wrong." They sat in silence, while a footman carried in a tray and poured them each a drink. Wine for William, water for Luke. "I do not know what she has written in the letter," William said, nodding his head in the direction of the pocket into which Luke had put it, "though it looked to be long enough.
Pox upon it, but women can ramble on when they have a pen in their hands, Luke. I point the quill at the air when I try to write a letter, while my mind draws a total blank, and I end up squeezing out 2 stiff sentences in an hour if I am lucky." "I shall read the letter later," Luke said. "But she would insist on my bringing it in person," William said, "and delivering it into your own hand, Luke. She would have me tell you in words, too, that Bowden is yours, that you belong there, that she is pleased you do, and that it would hurt her to feel she is keeping you from what is rightfully yours." "She is not," Luke said. "You may tell her that, Will." "It hurts her to know that you are in England, but have made no move to go to Bowden," William said. "She might have come here with me, Luke, but she would not force you to meet her again. She seems to feel that perhaps you blame her. Ecod, but this sort of thing is not to my liking. As I live, this will be the last time I carry messages for anyone." "If you will give me time to change," Luke said, "we may proceed to White's together, Will. Are you a member? I have been newly accepted there." "Aye." His friend was visibly relieved at the changing of topic. "There is frequently good conversation to be had there." "Land and crops and cattle and such?" Luke asked. "One shudders at the very prospect. Give me half an hour, Will. I will rush for your sake." "Half an hour?" William asked, frowning. "What the deuce is to do, beyond throwing on a coat and taking up a hat?" "We painted Maypoles take a little longer about our toilettes," Luke said as he left the room. He did not need all of half an hour, but he did need to read Henrietta's letter. 10 years of silence, and now he held a part of her in his hands again. The temptation was to tear it up, to keep the distance of 10 years between them. But he knew he must read it, that he could not even wait until later in the day. She had made a mistake, she had written, coming straight to the point. Her handwriting looked startlingly familiar. Even after what had happened, she should have married him, not George. She had been promised to him after all, and she had loved him, and he had still wanted her to marry him. She had made the wrong choice, believing at the time that it was the only possible one. She had been wrong. She had been very unhappy. Well, Luke thought, pausing in his reading. Well, but he could not blame her for the decision that had changed the course of several people's lives, including his own. She had been carrying George's child, however unwillingly, and she had married George. She had been little more than a child herself, only 17 years old. But what she wrote was all pointless now. She was George's widow, and was now free again to pursue happiness and to marry whomever she chose. Except him. A woman could not marry her dead husband's brother. But she wanted him to come home. He was needed there, she wrote. The affairs of the estate had not been running smoothly since George's death, and neither she nor his mother knew anything about the running of an estate. Lawrence Colby appeared to be doing much as he pleased, and was glorying in his power as steward of an absentee landlord. And as for the running of the house, Henrietta, it seemed, wished to change almost all the furnishings and draperies of the house. What was there was old-fashioned and dreary, but her mother-in-law held with tradition and opposed all change. Yet she, Henrietta, was merely trying to carry out the renovations that George had approved before his death. Luke must come home. It was where he belonged. He had always loved Bowden Abbey. Did he not remember? Did he not remember their growing up there together? Did he not wish to see it all again? She sent him her duty and her love. Luke folded the letter deliberately into its original folds. He wished Will was not waiting downstairs for him. He wished he had left the letter to read later. He had killed deep feeling inside himself long years ago. He had killed his love for her, his misery over his loss of her, his agony over the life she must lead, through no fault of her own. He had put it all from him. They had loved each other. They had been going to marry, young as they both were, and she was to go with him when he took up his first church living.
And then George had come home from the 2 years of his grand tour and had seduced and impregnated Henrietta. She had wailed hysterically in Luke's arms while telling him. George, when confronted, had been tight-lipped about the whole thing, neither denying nor confirming the story Henrietta had told Luke, though he had made haste to offer for her. She had chosen to marry her seducer rather than the man she loved, though Luke would still have married her. And so there had been the duel, fought with pistols, and George ostentatiously deloped, shooting into the air, then watching unflinching as Luke, who had never before shot a pistol, aimed with shaking hand. He had aimed to miss by 6 feet, and ended up hitting his brother in the shoulder and almost killing him. They had all thought that he had shot to kill. In those days he had been an even worse marksman than they had given him credit for. They had accused him, and convicted him, of trying to kill for the heirship to the title and the fortune, and for Henrietta. They had not known the true story. They thought that Henrietta had preferred George to him, and had been indiscreet with him, ignoring her promise to marry Luke. They had assumed that the challenge had been made out of jealous rage. In reality, he had issued the challenge for the mere sake of making a point, for the sake of honour, and because he had been devastated by a sense of betrayal. George, 4 years older than he, had always been his idol, and he had returned from his grand tour looking very grand and dashing. George had always been extremely handsome, as Ashley was now. Luke had spent time with him, drinking in the accounts of his brother's travels, revelling in the pleasure of his company again. And then George had stolen his woman in the cruelest possible manner. No, it was not a memory to be revived. Luke was not surprised that he had suppressed it so ruthlessly. But Henrietta had been forced to live with it for 10 years, or for 8, rather, until George's death. She had found no happiness with him. Both William and her letter told him that. But she was still the Duchess of Harnden, and she had plans for sweeping renovations at Bowden Abbey, plans of which his mother disapproved. He was being invited home so that he could take sides, so that he could take Henrietta's side. He hated the thought of becoming involved in such a dispute. He did not care what they did with Bowden. They could burn the house down and lay waste the land for all he cared. And yet, unbidden, the memories came back of the home he had loved as a boy. He did not know quite what Henrietta had in mind, but he could not picture Bowden renovated. There was a fine air of antiquity about the old abbey, even though architectural changes down the centuries had almost totally obscured the ecclesiastical origins of the house. He feared that if he must take sides, he would take his mother's. And clearly Colby was not doing a good job and must be replaced. Yet how could he replace the steward unless he observed for himself what the man was doing or not doing? Would it be fair to discharge him on hearsay evidence, or on the evidence of the books for which he was planning to send, or even on a personal visit by his steward to London? He was going to have to go down there himself, Luke thought, with a dull certainty. Devil take it all, he was going to have to go. If he went home, he would be caught in the middle of a petty squabble. The Duchess, his sister-in-law, on one side, and the Dowager Duchess, his mother, on the other. Unless... He held the completion of the thought at bay, while his valet helped him into his coat, and he picked up his tricorn hat and his cane. Unless he took home with him a third Duchess of Harnden, a wife. His mind shifted to the evening before, and the ball he had attended. She was fresh and charming and innocent, despite the flirtation she had engaged in quite boldly. There was a sparkle about her, and an unmistakable enjoyment of life, qualities to which he was unaccustomed in a woman. He had been unexpectedly dazzled by them. He had stopped at a florist's on his way home from his ride this morning and arranged to have a dozen red roses delivered to her. And he was to take her walking in St. James's Park this afternoon. He had thought about it throughout his ride and at breakfast, and had looked forward to it more than he could remember looking forward to anything for a long time. She was of suitably high rank. She was the daughter of an earl. He did not know if she had a fortune, but that point was immaterial to him. He had 2 vast fortunes, one that he had earned for himself, and the one that had come with his title and properties 2 years before. She was the bride Theo had picked out for him. Doubtless Theo had chosen her because she was his mistress's goddaughter, but even so, his uncle would not have been swayed by that fact alone. And she had a body that he could contemplate with some pleasure, having beneath his own on a bed. If he had sons, preferably more than one, there would be greater stability in the family, because the succession would be assured. Luke sauntered downstairs only a little after his half-hour was up, and entered the morning-room to find a visibly impatient Lord Severidge pacing the floor. Of course, Luke thought as they left the house together, William ramming his hat onto his wig, while Luke more fashionably carried his beneath his right arm. He had no wish to marry, now or ever. But sometimes one's personal wishes seemed to count for little. Chapter 5.
I did enjoy the ball,
Lady Agnes Marlowe protested.
Oh, yes, of course I did, Anna.
She gazed down at one of the 2 nosegays she had been sent this morning from 2 of last night's dancing partners and twirled it between her fingers.
But,
Anna prompted, smiling gently.
But nothing,
Agnes said.
It is lovely to be in town, Anna. It is something I shall always remember with pleasure. I merely remarked to you that I cannot imagine how some people make a life of such frivolity.
Anna sighed.
I want you to find a husband here, Agnes, she said. Someone of your own rank, someone with whom you can be happy. There is no one of any interest at home. Charlotte was fortunate, but there is no one for you. No, I know, Agnes said, but I am only 18. I am not past marriageable age yet.
She flushed and looked anxiously into her sister's face to see if she had hurt her.
When Aunt Marjorie was urging us to come, Anna, and you were so eager to accept her invitation, I agreed because I thought perhaps you would find someone here. I believe you enjoyed the ball. You looked wonderfully happy, and 10 times prettier than any other lady present. Did you see that French lady, with her great circles of rouge? She looked strange.
The Marquise d'Etienne, Anna said.
And the Duke of Harnden,
Agnes said.
I thought he must be French too, until Lord Quinn presented him to us as his nephew. Anna, you had to dance with him and take supper with him. I would have been terrified.
Terrified? Anna looked at her strangely.
I have never seen a gentleman dressed as he was,
Agnes said.
Actually, he was rather splendid, was he not? But there was something about him, Anna. Something about his eyes, I believe. I think he must be different as a person from what his appearance indicated.
Anna smiled.
He was very charming, she said, and very amusing. He is to call on Aunt Marjorie today and take me walking in St. James's Park afterward. Apparently it is the fashionable place to stroll.
Oh, Agnes said.
A duke, and young and very handsome, Anna, despite the powder and rouge. I am glad for you. I am glad that important gentlemen are noticing how lovely you are.
Anna laughed.
I do not believe he is on the verge of declaring undying love for me, Agnes, she said. 'Tis just a walk we are taking. If he has not forgotten, that is.
Agnes set down her own nosegay and touched one of the red roses that had been delivered for her sister.
They are from him? She asked. I was so surprised by my own nosegays that I did not even ask about your bouquet. Is it from him?
Anna nodded.
Well then,
Agnes said,
I do not believe he will forget to take you walking. I will be so happy for you if you find someone, Anna. You deserve happiness more than anyone else I know. We all thought at one time that Sir Lovat Bladen—
That name.
No,
Anna said hastily, getting to her feet and picking up her bouquet to take upstairs to her own room.
I know he was old enough to be your father,
Agnes said.
I always thought that rather a pity, but he was very kind to us all, and he was very particular in his attentions to you. He was merely being neighbourly,
Anna said. She bent her head to smell one of the blossoms, feeling slightly dizzy.
And he had been acquainted with Mamma's family. It was always you he asked for first when he came calling,
Agnes said, smiling.
And he was always disappointed if you were from home. He used to take you for drives and walks, and he used to dance only with you at the assemblies. We all thought he had a tundra for you, Anna.
No, Anna said.
These roses need water. I must take them up and have a vase brought. I am sorry,
Agnes said.
I have upset you. Did he offer, and you refused, Anna? Is that why he left so soon after Papa's death, when we all thought he might have stayed so that you would have had someone to lean on?
Anna repressed a shudder.
No,
she said.
There was nothing, Agnes. Nothing at all. As you said, he was an older man. He had no interest in me beyond a neighbourly friendliness, or I in him. Well, 'tis as well, Agnes said. He was too old for you. The Duke of Harnden is a much younger man. Perhaps he has a tundra for you.
She laughed as her sister effected a hasty retreat. Anna hurried upstairs, as if to outdistance demons at her heels. She lowered her face close to the roses again as she entered her dressing-room and breathed in their scent. 12 red roses. Roses as red as the coat he had worn last night. And the card. She read it again and noted the boldness of his handwriting. With the compliments of your obedient servant, Harnden. Purely formal and conventional words. They made her heart race. She could not shake off last night's mood. She could not bring herself back to sober good sense. She could not feel the regret she knew she should feel that she had agreed to walk with the Duke this afternoon. She wondered how he would look today. Away from the glitter and splendour of the ball, would he look quite ordinary? Would he no longer resemble Prince Charming in her mind? She must hope so. She must hope that after this afternoon the magic would be gone. Sir Lovett Bladen. Anna closed her eyes and bowed her head. The roses clutched against her long after they should have been put into water. Yes, everyone had liked him. Everyone in her family and everyone in the neighbourhood, except perhaps Emily. But then Emily very often did not react as other people did. He had deceived everyone with his elegant good looks and warm charm. He had arrived in the neighbourhood only days after Mamma's death, having leased a house that was going to be empty indefinitely. He had known Mamma's family, and Mamma too, a long time ago. It was pure coincidence, he had said, that he had come to that particular place to take up his abode, and had then discovered that he had once been acquainted with the recently deceased Lady Royce. His concern and sympathy had appeared very genuine. He had been so very kind and so very comforting, especially to her, Anna. She had nursed her mother for years, and had scarcely left her bedside for weeks. She had been physically and emotionally drained after the death and funeral. Sir Lovett Bladen had been someone on whom to lean. There had been no one else. Her father had already been a broken man, and Victor had returned to university after the funeral. Besides, Victor had been only 19 years old. She had leaned on Sir Lovett. She had come to look forward to his frequent visits. She had even confided some of her worries to him, worries about her father, worries about the girls and their future. He had been kind and understanding. Anna opened her eyes and stared blankly at her roses for a few moments, and then she crossed her dressing-room with resolute steps and pulled the bell-rope. They must have water. They were beautiful. And they were from him, her Prince Charming. She smiled at the thought. Yes, she would concentrate on today. Today might be all she ever had. Then she smiled again at the rather self-pitying thought. Luke had wondered if perhaps he would be less dazzled by Lady Anna Marlowe in the light of day, without the trappings of a grand ball surrounding her. But she was as brightly lovely and as vivacious this afternoon as she had been last evening. They strolled along the straight, tree-lined Mall in St. James's Park, acknowledging among the crowds also walking there those people they knew, occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries with acquaintances, but mostly walking and talking exclusively to each other. One thing experience had taught him was that women liked to feel that they had the whole of a man's attention. He never allowed his attention to stray appreciatively to any other woman when he was with one in particular. But it was not difficult to focus all his attention on Lady Anna. She sparkled, as she had done the night before, and her green eyes danced with merriment as she described to him the agony and the absurdity of standing for hours while a mantua-maker fitted her out for a whole new wardrobe.
"It seemed that the clothes I brought from the country were fit for nothing but the dustbin," she said, "though I made very sure that they were not put there. Even the servants, Madame Delacroix hinted, would be insulted to be presented with garments so far out of fashion."
She laughed merrily. A woman who could laugh at herself, he thought, was one not overly given to conceit. "I would wager, madam," he said, "that you looked more lovely in your country clothes than many a lady decked out in the latest Parisian mode." She laughed again. She looked very handsome indeed in her new clothes. His eyes appreciated the wide-brimmed straw hat she wore, tilted slightly forward over her frilled lace cap and tied with blue ribbons at the nape of her neck, and he admired the graceful flow of the loosely pleated back of her sack dress. The bodice fitted tightly over her neat figure in front, English fashion, and opened to reveal an embroidered stomacher. They talked on easily about trivialities, while his mind returned unwillingly to the thoughts he had had during the morning. What would it be like, he wondered, to live permanently with this woman? Was she always so brightly cheerful, so amusing and even witty? Would he tire of the brightness, the frivolity? Were there any depths to her character that were not apparent on first acquaintance? And what would it be like to have her as a bedfellow for the rest of his life? She was lovely. He felt a definite stirring of desire as he unclothed her with knowing and expert eyes and mentally placed her back against the mattress of his bed. Yes, he would certainly enjoy making love to her. But for a lifetime? He had had some of the most lovely and most sexually accomplished beauties of France to bed, and yet had tired of every single one of them after a few months. Although he had spent 2 satisfactory afternoons in Angelique's bed since their arrival in England, in truth he was tired of her. He had neither expected nor wanted her to follow him to London. Would he not tire of an innocent far sooner? She would know nothing. She would have no idea how to give him pleasure beyond submitting to having her body penetrated. He would have to teach her everything, and teach her how to receive pleasure without guilt or embarrassment. She smiled brightly across at him in response to a story he had told about his rather stormy crossing of the English Channel and its effect on his fellow passengers. Oh, yes, but there was some appeal in the thought of giving instruction to such lovely and sprightly innocence. But it was a lifetime he was thinking of. He was the Duke of Harndon, he reminded himself. That fact, and the fact of his vast fortune, must be common knowledge. And, of course, so would the fact that he was 30 years old and unmarried. He was, he supposed, one of the biggest matrimonial prizes in London this spring, if not the biggest. He had never had to consider those facts before, in the 2 years since he had succeeded his brother. He had never before considered matrimony. And was he seriously considering it now? Part of his mind rushed into an instant denial, but another part of his mind... It was altogether possible that Lady Anna Marlowe, who was somewhat past the age of 20, if his guess was not quite wide of the mark, had set out to net him. She had her godmother and his uncle on her side, and she had gone out of her way last evening to attract his notice and to hold it. She had been quite openly flirtatious. Perhaps the real Lady Anna was quite different from the one who sparkled and laughed up at him now. Perhaps she was a shrew. Perhaps after they were married she would show herself in her true colours. After they were married. He needed to be exceedingly careful. He took his leave of her an hour later in the hall of Lady Stern's house, bowing over her hand and kissing it as he did so. "I have enjoyed this afternoon's walk more than anything else since my return to England, except for 1 hour of last evening's ball," he said, "for which I have you to thank, madam."
"And I you, your Grace," she said. "I had no idea that life in town could be so very enjoyable."
He spoke from impulse. "I plan to escort my mother and my sister to the theatre tomorrow evening," he said, "and to invite a few other guests to join us in my box there. Would you do me the honour of being one of their number, madam? And your sister and godmother too," he added hastily as an afterthought. He was given again the impression that Lady Anna Marlowe was no coquette. She leaned slightly toward him, her lips parting, her eyes coming alight, and answered almost before he had finished speaking.
"Oh, yes, your Grace," she said. "That would be lovely. I have never been to the theatre, and have always longed to watch a play being performed. It is a play?"
He inclined his head. "The Beggar's Opera," he said. "A very successful work by the late Mr. John Gay."
"Oh, yes," she said. "I have heard of it."
He made her one of his deepest bows. "Until tomorrow evening, then, madam," he said. "The hours between now and then will crawl by." He left her standing in the hall, smiling. What the devil was happening to him, he wondered. The hours between now and then will crawl by. He was accustomed to uttering such gallantries to women who clearly knew that he was trying to manoeuvre them into a liaison. They were not the sort of words he was in the habit of speaking to innocent young ladies of quality whom he could neither wish nor hope to bed, this side of a wedding ceremony. And yet he had spoken the words to Lady Anna Marlowe, 1 scant hour after he had cautioned himself to be very careful. And what had prompted him to say he planned to take his mother and Doris to the theatre? Some responsibility for the latter he might reluctantly acknowledge, but he desired no social intercourse with his family. He had planned to go to the theatre himself, since The Beggar's Opera was a play he wished to see, and since the subscription on his family box at the theatre had been kept up even after George's death. But he had not planned to take a party there. Thank the Lord that at least he had thought to include the sister and Lady Stern in the invitation. He supposed that he should call on his mother again to issue the invitation. Damnation, he thought. His mother, in particular, was someone with whom he did not really wish to renew relations. He had not forgiven her, and doubted that he ever would or could. And during his own brief visit to her and the meeting at last evening's ball, she had shown no sign of wishing forgiveness. Perhaps she still believed he had tried to kill George. Damnation! He wished he had stayed in Paris and consigned them all to hell. He turned his steps in the direction of his ducal townhouse. Anna sat with Agnes and Lady Stern in the Duke of Harnden's box at the Covent Garden Theatre the following evening and gazed about her in wonder and awe. Her desire to see London, to attend balls and concerts there, to sit in a theatre and watch a play or listen to an opera, had been so suppressed in her during her youth and the early years of her adulthood that she had been scarcely aware of them before coming here. It had all, she supposed, seemed to be such an impossibility. She was here, she told herself. She was really here. And it was all more wonderful than anything she might have imagined. She had given up all caution during the past few days. It was silly, she had persuaded herself, to stop herself from enjoying these 2 months, only because she knew they must come to an end. She was going to enjoy them, and she was going to enjoy the company of the Duke, and flirt with him too, for as long as he gave her the opportunity. Once she had returned home, she would never see him again. It would not matter what sort of an impression she left behind with him. She looked over her shoulder to where he was standing, greeting Lord Quin and a tall, handsome young man who had just entered the box together. The Duke was wearing a gold coat tonight and a scarlet waistcoat. He was wearing his cosmetics again, something he had not done on their walk yesterday. She wondered how long his hair was inside the black silk bag. She wondered what colour it was in its natural state, beneath the carefully applied white powder. The handsome young man was Lord Ashley Kendrick, the Duke of Harnden's younger brother. He smiled at her and bowed deeply when he was presented. He shared his brother's charm, Anna thought, though he smiled more easily than the Duke. Apart from that, they were unalike. He greeted Lady Stern and took a seat beside Agnes, who looked painfully shy, Anna thought, despite his charm. The Duke's mother and his sister, who had come with the two gentlemen, would arrive any moment. They had stopped outside in the corridor to exchange a few words with a friend, Lord Quin explained, as he sat beside Lady Stern. She and her family, and he and his. It was very significant, Lady Stern had commented when she knew of the invitation. She had smiled and nodded knowingly, and it was extremely satisfactory. It was what she had hoped for from the first. The Duke of Harnden was, of course, Lord Quin's nephew, and very wealthy with vast estates, Bowden Abbey in Hampshire being the principal one, and he was going to present her to his mother. Very promising indeed. Anna had felt instant alarm, and yet there was no need to do so, she had told herself. It was ridiculous. He had danced with her and taken supper with her at Lady Diddering's ball. He had walked with her during an afternoon in St. James's Park, and he was escorting her to the theatre with her sister and her godmother. There was hardly cause for alarm there, even though the other members of his party belonged to his family. After all, he must be the most eligible gentleman in London. He was also the most fashionable and one of the most handsome. It would be absurd to imagine that he was even beginning to think of her in terms of courtship. She would not become alarmed and run from him out of any such fanciful imaginings. And then the door of the box opened again, and two ladies stepped inside. Anna rose to her feet and curtsied as she was presented to the Dowager Duchess of Harnden, an elegant, regal lady who was still handsome, and to Lady Doris Kendrick, a thin-faced pretty girl with a petulant mouth, or what Anna, who had three younger sisters, thought was probably a petulant mouth. The Dowager acknowledged Lady Stern's presence and Agnes's with a slight inclination of the head, before looking closely at Anna and nodding graciously. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Lady Anna," she said. "You are the sister of the young Earl of Royce?" Anna inclined her head. "I am sorry for the double bereavement you suffered quite recently," her Grace said. "You must be enjoying your visit to town now that your official term of mourning is over." Lady Doris seated herself to one side of Anna and smiled at her. "I wondered if it was you," she said. "I saw Luke dance with you at Lady Diddering's ball, and I thought how lovely your gown was. I wondered if 'twas you he was escorting here tonight. 'Tis wonderful to have him back home from Paris, Lady Anna. You cannot imagine. I was but a young child when he went away 10 years ago." She leaned a little closer and spoke more quietly. "Papa was very strict, and George, my oldest brother, who was Duke for 3 years, was aloof. And now Luke has the title. I have been hoping beyond hope that he would come home to stay. We have all been hoping it." He had been in Paris for 10 years and had not returned home, even on the death of his father or that of his brother, or since then until now. He had not seen his young sister for 10 years. It seemed strange to Anna. Had his life been so devoted to frivolity that he had no use for his family or home, or for his responsibilities as the Duke of Harnden? She could not imagine anyone so frivolous or so heartless that he could turn his back on his family. But he was with them now. "Perhaps," Lady Doris whispered,
You can keep him in England and bring him home to Bowden Abbey, Lady Anna.
Anna was relieved of the necessity of answering by one more arrival, that of a slightly portly, florid, flustered young man, who looked as much out of place in this London theatre as Anna and Agnes had looked just a couple of weeks before. He was presented as Baron Severidge, who lived close to Bowden Abbey. He acknowledged his new acquaintances with a quick bobbing of the head, and plopped himself down on the chair next to Agnes that Lord Ashley had briefly vacated. Anna felt uncharitably annoyed for her sister's sake, but she soon forgot all else when she became aware of a stirring of heightened interest in the theatre. The play was about to begin. The Duke of Harnden seated himself on her other side. Anna turned her head to smile at him, and then concentrated her attention on the stage. The music and the action enthralled her. For an hour or more she saw and heard nothing else. She forgot about herself and about her surroundings. She had never experienced anything so wonderful in all her life. But finally the need to share her wonder caused her to turn her head in the Duke's direction. He was leaning back in his chair, watching her, not the stage. She looked into his face a little uncertainly. He was holding his fan, closed, in his lap. He lifted it and ran the tip of it lightly along her hand, which was resting on the velvet edge of the box, from her wrist to the end of her middle finger. He did not take his eyes from hers. He did not smile. It felt as if some deep intimacy had passed between them. If she had to get to her feet at this moment, Anna thought, as she turned her eyes, but not her attention, back to the stage, she would not be able to do it. For the rest of the evening, she was aware of him seated close beside her, with every single fibre in her body. Anna sat beside the Duke and opposite her sister and godmother in the darkened carriage on the return journey, her heightened awareness of him making the space seem smaller and almost suffocating. He did not touch her, though she could feel his body heat with the arm closest to him. "You enjoyed the play?" he asked her. She turned a dazzling smile on him, though she could barely see him in the darkness.
"Oh, yes," she said. "It was wonderful. Even more wonderful than I imagined it would be. Did you not think so?"
Her godmother, Anna noted, was talking rather animatedly to Agnes. Anna suspected that Lady Stern was tactfully trying to give her some semblance of privacy. "I enjoyed the evening," the Duke said quietly, emphasizing the last word. "I am afraid my mind was distracted from the play."
"Oh,"
she said. The word came out as a breathless little sigh. He said nothing, but held her eyes for a few moments before she smiled at him again and turned her attention to the seat opposite. When they arrived at Lady Stern's house, the Duke of Harnden stepped inside with them. But he set a staying hand on Anna's arm as her sister and godmother proceeded upstairs. He waited until they had reached the top of the staircase. "I would ask leave, madam," he said, "to call on you tomorrow morning to discuss a matter of some importance with you." Tomorrow morning? A matter of some importance? Anna's heart began to beat uncomfortably, and her mind began to race too fast for rational thought.
"Yes, of course, Your Grace," she said.
She sounded, she thought, as if she had just run a mile against a stiff wind. There was a further short silence. "You are of age, madam?" he asked.
"Yes."
Her eyes widened.
"I am 25, Your Grace. I am perhaps older than you expected."
Suddenly, she was desperate to make herself seem quite unattractive to him. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. Surely she had. But why had he asked if she was of age? "I would not, then," he said, "have to talk with your brother in advance of discussing any matter with you." She stared at him wide-eyed.
"No,"
she said, her voice a whisper. And then Lady Stern reappeared on the stairs to invite the Duke to come up for refreshments. He refused politely, bowed to both of them, and took his leave.
"Faith, child,
Lady Stern said, coming the rest of the way down, linking her arm through Anna's and leading her back in the direction of the stairs. "You look a handsome couple, and I declare he had eyes for no one but you all evening. I believe 'tis not being over-fanciful to expect a declaration before summer."
"Aunt Marjorie!"
Anna exclaimed in dismay. Though, in truth, why was he going to call tomorrow? "Agnes is waiting in the drawing-room," Lady Stern said, leading her goddaughter up the stairs. "We will all three plan the wedding over tea before retiring for the night." She laughed merrily. Anna, entering the drawing-room with her, wished more than anything that she could go directly to her room and lock her doors, even against her mind. She felt slightly sick to the stomach. Chapter 6. Luke had the distinct feeling that he had started something he could not stop, and that he had started it from a wholly mad impulse without giving it due thought, or any thought at all. He ate his way doggedly through breakfast, though he felt as much like eating as he would feel like jumping into a pit filled with vipers. He thought carefully back over what he had said last night. Had there been any ambiguity in his meaning? Anything that would enable him to withdraw honourably? Could he perhaps make it seem that he had merely intended to ask her to walk with him again, or drive with him? The answer to all his questions was a decisive no. He had said he would call on her this morning. The afternoon was the more normal time for social calls, and he had said he had a matter of some importance to discuss with her. A walk? Hardly. He had asked if she was of age. And then Luke grimaced and gave up the effort to finish eating the final slice of toast. He had said that he need not then consult her brother before discussing the important matter with her. No, indeed. The lady would have to be an imbecile not to have understood his meaning, and he suspected that Lady Anna Marlowe was not that, even if she did not have any great depth of character. He had done it, then. Having spent 10 years building a life for himself in which he was independent and a law unto himself, he had capitulated within 3 days. 3 days, under the burdens of ducal and family responsibilities. He did not want any of them. He wanted to go back to Paris and resume the way of life which had suited him for many years. He wanted to forget England and his family. He wanted George alive again, and the father of 10 healthy sons. He wanted to be simply Lord Lucas Kendrick again. But one could not always have what one wanted. He could not go back. Worse, he could only step forward now in the direction he had set for himself last night, with an impulsiveness that had been foreign to him since his boyhood. And yet not so impulsive after all, perhaps. Events had been pushing him toward it since before his return, and certainly since then. He could only wish that he could go upstairs now to dress and proceed on his way to Lady Stern's with all haste. He wanted the matter over and done with now that he had made it inevitable, but one could not call on a lady this early in the morning. He did not know how he was to fill in the hour or so until he could decently go. But the problem was solved for him by the announcement that his brother had called and was begging the favour of a word with him. Luke got gratefully to his feet and tossed his napkin onto the table. "Ah, Ashley," he said, strolling into the hall, where his brother was standing, examining a sculpted Venus, whose flowing and transparent draperies were so moulded to her body by an unfelt breeze that she might as well have been naked. "Come into the library and tell me to what I owe the honour." Lord Ashley Kendrick grinned at him and strode toward the room indicated. "I was not sure you would be up at this hour, Luke," he said. "Egad, but that is the devil of a fine morning gown you were wearing. 'Tis almost as bright a red as the coat you wore to the Diddering ball. Have a seat." Luke indicated a chair beside the fireplace and took the one across from it. His brother, he noted, tall and slender and handsome, wore his fashionable clothes with a somewhat careless air. A typical Englishman.
"That was the devil of a fine play at Covent Garden last evening," Ashley said. "Fine music, too." "I thought so," Luke agreed. "But then I do not believe I have ever seen a poor production of that particular play." "Zounds, no," Ashley said. "And Lady Animala was the devil of a fine lady. Doris said so on the way home, and Mamma agreed. I believe she has hopes." He flashed his brother a charming and mischievous smile. "Hopes of your becoming respectable at last, Luke." "Indeed," Luke said softly, raising his eyebrows. He had been watching his brother's hands opening and closing on the arms of his chair. There was a general air of tension about him, despite the bright geniality. "But you did not call here to discuss the play, or to compliment me on my taste in women, my dear. What is on your mind?" Ashley grinned again. "Nothing of any great import," he said. "Colby has been overstepping his bounds." "My steward," Luke said. "What has he done that affects you?" "He has returned all my bills to me in a neat bundle, that is what," Ashley said. "Pox on it, Luke. Can you imagine the insolence of the man? Said I had overspent this quarter's allowance again, and he could not pay 'em without your permission, for which I was to ask, not he." Luke held out one hand, at which his brother stared blankly. "The bills?" Luke said. Ashley flushed. "I did not bring them," he said. "All you have to do, Luke, if you will, is instruct Colby to pay 'em and not be such an ass in the future." "Bills of what nature?" Luke asked. "Coats, waistcoats, shoes, canes, hats. How the devil should I know what they are for?" Ashley said, perhaps a little too casually. "Be a good fellow, Luke. I never wished harm on George, I swear. But there was one thing I was glad of when he passed on, and that was that you were then head of the family. You were always easy-going. I remember how you used to have the patience to play with me, and with Doris too, when we were children, even though you were years older than us." "And any other debts?" Luke asked, refusing to be diverted. "Gaming debts, for example?" Ashley's flush returned. "As I live," he said, "you were trying to get me to bare my soul, Luke. I suppose there are some. A fellow wins and a fellow loses. It is in the nature of gaming." "When one consistently loses more than one wins," Luke said, "perhaps it is in the nature of the player, my dear." "Pox on it," Ashley said, shifting position uncomfortably in his chair. "Must you call me 'my dear' in that soft voice, Luke, as if I was a girl? Are you saying I am not a good player?" "I made a statement," Luke said, "not an accusation." "Egad, you are not going to cut up funny, are you?" his brother asked, frowning. "You do not know what it is, Luke, to have to live on a pitiful allowance when there are appearances to keep up. You spend a fortune on clothes. I've seen some of 'em. I don't need any expert to tell me they are Paris's finest. Do you want your brother to look like a pauper?" Luke took a snuff-box from the pocket of his gown and proceeded to take some snuff. He looked inquiringly at his brother and offered the box, but Ashley shook his head. "Perhaps you forget," Luke said, "that until 2 years ago I was also a younger brother, Ashley." "You have expensive tastes," Ashley said. "I will wager Colby never refused to settle any of your bills." Luke looked at him steadily from beneath lowered eyelids. "No, he did not," he said. "None of my bills were ever sent to Colby, or to Father or George. My allowance was stopped the quarter after I left home." His brother gaped at him. "You will send me your bills later today," Luke said. "I will pay them, but I will see them first. I will also make inquiries about the nature and amount of your allowance, and increase it if I deem an increase to be called for. Beginning next quarter, I will expect you to live on it." "Live on it?" Ashley had turned quite pale. "Impossible, Luke. I would have to live at home." Luke raised his eyebrows. Ashley got to his feet. "Word travels," he said. We have heard all sorts of things about you over the years, Luke. About your prominence at the French court, about your duels, about your fine women. I believed it all, except for one thing. Word has had it that you are a heartless man, that you have feelings for nothing beyond your own pleasures. I always refused to believe that. I remembered the older brother who used to play with me, and whom I used to worship. Deuce take it, I am not sure that brother is still alive. He is not, Luke said softly. He died a violent death 10 years ago. George was the only survivor of that particular duel. Ashley strode across the room to the door, but he stopped with his hand on the knob and looked at the back of his brother's head. "I'll send the bills," he said. There was a short silence. His voice was stiff when he spoke again. "I thank you for taking care of them." Luke heard the door open and close again. Ah. He set his head back against the high back of his chair and closed his eyes. He had just made an enemy, and in the worst possible way. He had humiliated his brother. Ashley had already been embarrassed at having to come to him, begging to have his unpaid bills settled. And instead of waving a careless hand and saying that, yes, of course he would send the required note to Colby, and then, changing the subject, he had reached out a hand to take the bills he had known Ashley would not have brought with him. Why had he done it? To try to teach his brother some sense of responsibility? To try to punish him because he, Luke, had not had a chance in his 23rd year to be the pampered, irresponsible younger brother? He could recall those times Ashley had referred to. He had been very much the older brother, at home far more often than George. The younger ones had always adored him, much as he had adored George, and he had responded to them in kind, giving them his time and his patience and his affection. The tall young man he had just allowed to leave, angry and shamed, was that same eager boy he had climbed trees with and taught to swim and taken fishing. A long, long time ago. A lifetime ago. The point was, he had forgotten how to love. More than that, he had taught himself not to love, not to lay himself open to hurt and humiliation and betrayal. He had been happy for almost 10 years, as happy as one could be when the dimension of love had been cut from one's life. And yet now, having hurt and humiliated his brother, he felt almost guilty. But there was no need. A man had no business living beyond his means and then expecting someone else to foot the bills without question, even when the paying would not put even the smallest of dents in that someone's fortune. Ashley had something of life to learn, and the sooner he learned it, the better for him. The better he would be able to survive in a hard world. Sentiment had been all very well between a child and a youth. There was no room for sentiment between adults. No, he need not feel guilty for the way he had handled this particular situation, Luke decided. And then he sat up abruptly and got to his feet. He had something else to think about this morning. He glanced at the clock on the mantel. It was high time he got dressed and was on his way to Lady Stern's. At least Ashley's visit had served one purpose, he thought, as he climbed the stairs, after giving directions that his valet was to be sent up to his dressing-room promptly. It had taken his mind off what was perhaps to be the most fateful hour of his life. He would not think about it, he decided. He would merely think about his appearance. Something a little more formal than usual for morning wear, but not vulgarly ostentatious for the time of day. He longed suddenly for Paris and the pleasurable routine of his days there. Ashley's visit and his own handling of the situation had depressed him more than he cared to admit. Anna was sitting in the morning room with Lady Stern. They were working on their embroidery and talking about the social events that were coming up in the next week. Most notable was another ball, Lord and Lady Castle's, this evening. Agnes was out shopping with one of her new friends,
and the girl's mamma.
"Perhaps Agnes will meet someone at the ball more to her taste than anyone she has met so far,"
Anna said.
"Several gentlemen have looked as if they might be interested, given a little encouragement, but Agnes has not given any. I did think last evening that perhaps Lord Ashley Kendrick, but when he got up for a moment, Lord Severidge took his place beside Agnes. I felt quite provoked, though the poor man appeared perfectly civil."
"One must remember that Agnes is only 18 years of age," Lady Stern reminded her, "but she is a sensible girl nonetheless. She is one little lady, I vow, who will not grab the first opportunity for matrimony that presents itself, unless the gentleman is to her liking. You must not be anxious on her account, Anna. She will do very nicely, given time."
"Oh, but I am anxious,"
Anna said with a sigh.
"Victor is so very young himself and about to marry. He will not wish to be encumbered with 2 unmarried sisters and the duty of finding them husbands. Not that Emily is of marriageable age yet, and not that it is likely that anyone will be willing to marry her despite her great sweetness. Not, at least, without a large dowry, which she just does not have."
"2 unmarried sisters?" Lady Stern said, clucking her tongue. "I notice you do not include yourself, child, having concluded, I vow, that you are too old to be marriageable." Anna flushed, and thought of what she had been trying desperately to forget all morning. Not that she had forgotten for a single moment. She glanced down at the new dress she wore, even though it was only morning. Her godmother had commented on how grand she looked for so early in the day, and she had not told her godmother. It was something that ought to be told. I almost forgot," she said, hearing in dismay that she was stammering, something she had not done for years.
"The Duke of Harnden said he might call this morning."
"Might?" Lady Stern looked up sharply, her needle suspended above her work. "This morning? Lud, child, 'tis as I have thought and hoped. He is coming to declare himself."
"Oh, no,"
Anna said in some distress.
"Merely to pay his compliments, Aunt Marjorie. I dare say he thinks to ascertain that we enjoyed the visit to the theatre last evening."
"Faith, child," Lady Stern said, folding her embroidery away and setting it on the table at her elbow, "you are the cool one. He said no more? No more about the purpose of his visit?"
"No,"
Anna lied.
"no more. Perhaps he will not even come. He merely said he might, in a very off-hand manner. I dare say he will not come."
"I would ask leave, madam, to call on you tomorrow morning to discuss a matter of some importance with you." His words had burned themselves into her memory, and if there had been any possibility that he had meant something different from what had seemed his obvious meaning, his following words had dispelled all doubt. He had asked if she was of age. When she had told him her age, he had commented that he did not then have to speak with Victor before discussing the matter with her. He was going to offer her marriage. Her certainty that that was what he had meant had given her a largely sleepless night, a night of waking nightmares. He must be refused, of course. She had no choice at all in the matter. Even if Sir Lovat Bladen never returned from America, she had no choice. She could never marry. But the truth was that he might return, that he had said he would. And if, and when he returned, she was bound to him more closely than ever slave was bound to master. Lying in bed, alternatively sweating from the heat and shivering from the cold, she had remembered, and could not stop remembering, his setting his hands loosely about her neck on one occasion, and slightly, ever so slightly, tightening them, as he had described to her how a rope was tied about a condemned criminal's neck, the knot beneath one ear, and how the rope, after the trapdoor had been released, did not always break the neck, but often strangled. She had well nigh fainted. The Duke of Harnden must be refused. This morning should not even be difficult to face. He would ask, she would refuse. He would take his leave. It was all very simple. except that she knew that during the few minutes of his visit she would be faced with perhaps the greatest temptation of her life. The longing, oh, the desperate, desperate longing to escape from herself and from the reality of her life was almost beyond bearing. She had been wrong to give in to the temptation to taste life. Now that she had tasted it, she was ravenous for the whole feast. But like a deadly poison, it could only kill her. Literally kill her.
"I dare say he will not come,"
she said more briskly to her godmother, and she smiled.
"'Tis the sort of thing gentlemen say, I think, when escorting ladies home."
"Mercy on me," Lady Stern said, shaking her head. But she had no chance to say more. The butler opened the door to ask if her ladyship and Lady Anna would receive his grace, the Duke of Harnden. Anna closed her eyes very tightly, but she opened them quickly. Dizziness felt worse with closed eyes. He was wearing emerald green and gold. He looked to Anna's eyes more splendid and more handsome than she had ever seen him. But perhaps that was because he was no longer a Prince Charming with whom she dared to flirt, but a man who had come to tempt her, a man she must reject and send away forever. Gone already, after only a few brief stolen days, was the wonderful exhilaration of stepping outside her own character and circumstances to flirt with London's most dazzling beau. The fairy tale was at an end. She thought for a while that she had been mistaken after all. He sat and conversed with both her and Lady Stern for perhaps 15 minutes, displaying an easy grace and charm that seemed to belie any further motive for his visit. But finally, just when Anna was beginning to relax, he spoke the words she had dreaded to hear. For a moment they scarcely registered on her mind. He had turned to address himself to her godmother. "Madam," he said, "might I beg the favour of a few minutes alone with Lady Anna to discuss a private matter?" Lady Stern got immediately to her feet, smiling warmly and graciously. "Since she has passed girlhood and does not need to be so carefully chaperoned, yes, Harnden," she said, "but not for longer than 10 minutes. I shall return." Anna got to her feet while the Duke crossed the room to open the door for her godmother. She walked to the window without realizing what she did, and gazed out with sightless eyes. She could hear her heart beat loud in her ears. She could feel it in her throat, robbing her of breath. "God, please, dear God, please, dear God," she prayed silently and frantically. But she knew such prayers to be futile. God had been silent in her life for years. God had not been kind to her. Or perhaps God was testing her, as he had tested Job, to see how much she could endure before breaking. Sometimes she felt that she was teetering on the brink. His voice came from close behind her. "Madam," he said softly, "I believe you must know why I have come this morning, and what it is I have to say to you." "Turn. Tell him now. Look puzzled and tell him that, no, you have no idea. No, not that. Look serious. Look troubled. Tell him that it distresses you to know that he has misunderstood the situation. Tell him there is someone else, someone at home waiting." But she shuddered at the thought of the man who might even now be there, waiting for her to return. She turned, but in doing so she donned her mask. She had not thought of it as a mask before, but merely as the manifestation of how she felt and how she wanted to feel until it was time to go home again. But now it was a mask. She smiled brightly and parted her lips and made her eyes shine.
"But no, Your Grace," she said. "No woman dare know any such thing. What if she is wrong? Consider her embarrassment."
She laughed at him. She wanted to see one more time that answering gleam in his own eyes. She felt the deep feminine need to feel power over a man, the power to attract, for one last time. And she watched herself and listened to herself dismayed and confused, and desperately unhappy. "You are quite right." His eyes looked at her keenly from beneath their lazy lids, an incongruity that had the power to turn her knees weak. "Forgive me. This sort of situation is not in my everyday experience." He took her right hand in his and turned it palm up to rest in his left hand. He set his other hand flat on top of it. Hands touching, her own sandwiched between his. It felt impossibly intimate. Anna felt a sudden ache in her throat, and then he startled her by going down on one knee, and not looking even remotely ridiculous as he did so. "Madam," he said, "Lady Anna, will you honour me and make me the happiest of men by becoming my wife?" The words had been spoken, the words she had expected and prepared herself for, words that would not somehow form themselves into any meaning inside her brain. She gazed downward into his eyes and leaned slightly toward him. And then the meaning was there, the code of his words unscrambled. They were the words she had expected and prepared herself for, and as new and as wonderful as the sun rising over and over again each morning. She could become his wife. She could step out into freedom and happiness and leave everything behind her, like a snake shedding an old skin. She could be his wife. No, she could not. She tried.
"Your Grace," she said,
her voice little more than a whisper,
"I have no fortune. Perhaps you did not know. My father lost almost everything through no fault of his own, and my brother is young and has not yet had a chance to recover. I have no dowry."
"I ask only for you," he said, getting to his feet again, but not relinquishing her hand. "I have fortune enough. It does not need to be augmented." He wanted her, with no other inducement, just her. She tried again.
"I am 25, Your Grace," she said. "You must want a younger bride."
"I want a bride exactly your age," he said, "whatever that age happens to be. I want you." He wanted her. Oh, dear God, he wanted her.
"I have sisters," she said. "2 sisters, for whom I feel responsible now that my mother and father are both dead. My brother is too young to take responsibility for them, except financially. I must go home to look after them."
"Your sisters," he said, "may live with us, if it is what you wish. And if it is their lack of a dowry that makes you fear for their future, then I will supply them with a dowry." Her fears for Emily went far beyond the lack of a dowry, but he was willing to give Emily a home, and Agnes too, and dowries in return for her marrying him. He wanted her that badly. "Are there other reasons," he asked, "why I should hesitate to press my suit? Any other dark secrets, Lady Anna?" "Only the fact that she might be thrown in prison for a number of offences, or hanged for others, including murder, and the fact that even apart from those reasons, she could never marry."
"No," she whispered.
"Well, then." His hands were warm, she realized suddenly, and strong and steady, comforting and sustaining. "Will you have me? Will you be my Duchess?" If he removed his hands, she would be unable to stand. She would crumple to the floor. And if he removed his hands, there would be no source of heat to her body. She would freeze. If she said no, he would remove his hands. The foolish thoughts teemed through her head, not pausing long enough to be judged for common sense.
"Yes."
The word was whispered, but the volume and power of it felt as if they would shatter Anna's brain and her very existence. She could not believe that the word had come from her, and yet no one else could have spoken it, and she was doing nothing to retract it. It floated in the air about her head like a tangible thing. He had removed his right hand from hers and was raising her hand and setting his lips against her palm, holding back her fingers with his thumb.
"Then you have made me the happiest of men, madam," he said.
The conventional words caressed her like a velvet glove, and sliced into her like a sharp blade. She smiled dazzlingly at him. Her mask, it seemed, was a mobile thing. Chapter 7. Luke was thankful for the busy nature of the rest of the day. Lady Stern, as good as her word, returned to the morning room 10 minutes after leaving it. She was delighted at the news, of course. He was convinced that she had planned it all with Theo, and was now congratulating herself on the speedy fulfilment of their hopes. Lady Anna Marlowe did not want a large wedding, the sort that might take a month or more to plan. She wanted only that her brother be summoned. He was less than a day's ride away at the home of his betrothed. She did not want to wait for her youngest sister to be brought. It would take too long. He was relieved. Now that he had taken the momentous step, without having given himself time for proper consideration, he wanted it all over and done with. He did not want to have to live through weeks, and perhaps months, of wondering if there was still a way out. There was no way out. He might as well be married, so that he could become accustomed to the new fact in his life. They would marry, he suggested, and she agreed, by special licence in 3 days' time. They would marry in London, and remain in London for a while afterward. He could not yet commit himself to going to Bowden. Perhaps it could still be avoided. Yet he knew deep within himself that it could not, that the inevitability of his return there had played a large part in his decision to marry. He was not marrying from personal inclination. And yet, looking at his betrothed, he was not sure that was strictly true. She smiled and glowed and looked vibrantly beautiful. For the first time he noticed that she must have dressed for the occasion, rather more grandly than was normal for the morning. She was so very obviously happy, though she had been quite honest and open about her disqualifications to be his bride. He wondered if she loved him. He always felt a distinct unease when he suspected that a woman was in love with him. He had no such emotion to give in return. He always put a decisive end to a liaison when it happened, even if he had not yet grown tired of the woman concerned. And yet, with Lady Anna Marlowe, matters were different. She was to be his wife, and though he could not love her, he felt a certain pleasure in the knowledge that he was to possess that beauty, and that happiness and vivacity. If he must marry someone, he thought, as he got to his feet to take his leave, and it seemed that he must, then he would rather marry her than any other woman he had ever met. Except Henrietta, an inner voice prompted, uninvited. But that had been a lifetime ago. He bowed over Lady Anna's hand, taking it in both of his again. "Madam," he said, "I trust you will do me the honour of dancing the opening set and the supper set with me at Lord Castle's ball this evening." Her smile was radiant. Seen up close, it made him almost take an involuntary step backward.
"Thank you, Your Grace," she said. "I shall look forward to both sets."
"And I," he said, "will look forward to no others but those two. Your servant."
He raised her hand to his lips. The visit to Harnden House was necessary, he decided reluctantly. He might regret having returned to England and having renewed his acquaintance with his family, but he had done both. It seemed that now he could only go forward. There was no point in wishing that he could go back and decide not to leave Paris or his familiar life there. His mother and his sister were both at home. They talked to him about last evening's visit to the theatre. Doris commented on the fact that he had paid far more attention to Lady Anna Marlowe than to anyone else in his box. She smiled mischievously as she said so.
"I think her rather beautiful," she said. "More so than the Marquise d'Etienne for all her Parisian magnificence."
"Doris!" the the Dowager Duchess said sharply, while Luke raised his eyebrows. "Do watch your manners." Doris winked at Luke. "Lady Anna Marlowe seems a well-bred young lady," the Dowager said to her son. He noticed now, as he had noticed before since his return, that she rarely looked directly at him. "And she is the daughter of the Earl of Royce. She is of suitable rank, Lucas."
"Suitable for what, Madam, pray?"
he asked, his eyebrows still raised. "The succession has been uncertain for too long," she said, "and 'tis time Bowden Abbey had an undisputed mistress again, someone who is the wife of the present Duke. 'Tis time you set duty before pleasure, Lucas."
"To please you, madam," he said, "I will marry the lady. How will 3 days from today suit you?"
She looked at him then, suspiciously and somewhat tight-lipped.
"I have come directly from Lady Stearns," he said, "where I made my offer and was accepted. I am to marry Lady Anna in 3 days' time."
Doris shrieked and hurtled across the room quite inelegantly to throw herself into his arms and kiss his cheek.
"Luke!"
she cried.
"I knew 'twould happen. I knew you would fall in love with her and marry her and come back home to live. And now everything will be as it used to be. I am so happy I could scream."
"Pray do not, my dear,"
Luke said faintly. "Doris!" his mother said sternly. But Doris was not to be cowed. She linked her hands behind Luke's neck and leaned back the length of her arms.
"He is my brother, Mamma," she said, "and he is coming home. For all your fine clothes and elegant ways and pretence of ennui, you are still the person you used to be, Luke. I know it, and I am glad of it. Oh, la, I am going to like this sister-in-law, I declare."
The emphasis she put on the one word suggested that perhaps she did not like her other sister-in-law. Had Henrietta been difficult to get along with? Had she passed her own unhappiness on to other people?
"'Tis to be hoped that you will, Doris,"
he said, feeling a little uncomfortable with such an open display of affection. And yet Doris had been thus as a child. She had liked to hug and be hugged. She had liked to hold his hand when they walked. She had liked to ride up on his shoulders, clinging to his hair when she was very young. His last encounter with her had been that desperate hug on the driveway. Doris, he thought, was going to be disappointed with him. He was not the brother she remembered. That man no longer existed. His mother appeared pleased, but Luke wondered if she really wished him to stay in England and return to Bowden, or if she merely wished to see Henrietta supplanted, and hoped that perhaps Anna would be more easily ruled. Ashley was not at home. Luke wondered if he would be pleased with the news, or if he would wish his brother in Hades, or back in Paris at the very least. Luke took his leave and went to White's to eat and to relax for a while after the tensions of the morning. At White's he met his uncle and told him his news. Lord Quinn, as might have been expected, greeted the announcement with such hearty good humour, pumping Luke's hand as if to shake his arm from its socket, that the attention of other gentlemen was attracted. Soon half of those present knew of his betrothal. All of polite society would doubtless know of it by the start of the castle ball, Luke thought ruefully. And having thought so, he took himself off to have the announcement of the betrothal and the impending marriage placed in tomorrow morning's papers. Then he went on his way to procure a licence. It was late in the afternoon when Luke arrived at the hotel at which the Marquise d'Etienne had taken a suite of rooms. She had just recently returned from a walk with some newly made acquaintances, though she had already changed into a loose negligee. She greeted Luke with outstretched hands and her rather haughty smile. "Ah, chérie," she said, turning her cheek for his kiss. "I am furious with you, no? Last night you took an English lady to the theatre, I hear, because your maman was to be there too, and you were ashamed to take a French marquise. And today I wait an hour for you to come, and then I say no, I will wait for that faithless lover no longer. I will perhaps return to Paris, and grant my favours to some other eager lover, no? There are many begging for them most pitifully."
"I know, Angelique," he said. "The honour of having been your lover is more coveted and more boasted about in France than that of receiving some favour from the king."
"Oh, shameless flatterer," she said. "Luke of the golden tongue. I will forgive you immediately, chérie, though I should punish you with my anger for at least an hour. It would be an hour wasted, no? I will take you to my bed, and you will boast about it to the oh-so-slow Englishmen that inhabit London. Come, you must be the lion for me today. You do it so well. I am ready to submit to the attack, mon amour." Her eyes had half closed. Her voice had become husky. He had half intended to have her before telling her his news. Angelique was so very thorough, and so very skilled at what she did. But it would be unfair to her to keep her in ignorance of a fact that might well change her attitude toward him. She was not, after all, a woman he paid for her favours, a woman who would have no right to any feelings about his marital state.
"Angelique," he said, "perhaps you should not have left Paris. There you shine, my dear. Here you are wasted. Perhaps you should return."
She made a kissing gesture with her mouth. "We will return together," she said. "Now we will not talk. Now we will do. You will touch me and caress me and make me beg for mercy and cry out with ecstasy. Touch me, my lion."
"The lady I escorted to the theatre last evening," he said, "Lady Anna Marlowe, this morning consented to be my wife, Angelique. We are to be married in 3 days' time."
She stared at him blankly for several silent seconds before her hand whipped unexpectedly and painfully across his face. She became a wild thing, fighting him, coming at him with fists and fingernails and teeth, kicking him and cursing him with language straight from the gutters of Paris. He would not hit back, but it took all his strength and a not inconsiderable amount of time to overpower her. He did it eventually by forcing her back against the bed and down onto it, so that he could immobilize her body and legs with his own, and trap her wrists above her head with his hands. She fell silent finally, her body heaving beneath his own. "Look," she said, the hatred dying out of her eyes as they gazed into his own, only inches away. "Look, I have made a shameful fool of myself over you. I have followed you here when you did not invite me to come. I forgave you this afternoon, when I should have had my servant slam the door in your face. I showed anger instead of disdain when you told me you had to be married. All this I have never done before. I am the Marquise d'Etienne. I am the one who breaks hearts, no?"
"Yes," he said. "Paris is strewn with them, Angelique. The whole of France is strewn with them."
"But finally I make a fool of myself," she said. "Finally I allow my heart to be broken. I would have been your wife, Luke. Did you think I would not leave France to live here the rest of my life? With you I would have lived anywhere on earth. I would have been your duchess."
He had no answer for her. He continued to look down into her eyes.
"Make love to me," she whispered. "Make love, mon amour, as only you know how."
But he rolled off her, got to his feet and straightened his clothes. The room seemed suddenly a great deal smaller than it had seemed at first, or on any of his other visits, and quite airless. He could think only of getting away, out into fresh air and space. "I cannot, Angelique," he said. "It would be unfair to you. I am sorry, my dear. I thought it was for mutual pleasure we came together."
"Oh, Luke."
She lay on the bed as he had left her, her arms still stretched above her head.
"It was, chérie, it was. Always for pleasure more pleasurable than any other I have known."
He picked up his tricorn and his cane and made for the door. He had to get out of there. But her voice stopped him as he opened the door.
"It is true what they say of you in Paris," she said. "I should have listened. but I thought it did not matter. I thought I was the same as you. They say you are a man without a heart, chérie." He forced himself to walk unhurriedly down the stairs of the hotel and out onto the street. That was the second time in one day that someone had said that to him. First Ashley, and now Angelique. And of course they were both right. How foolish people were to allow themselves to love, he thought, quickening his pace and filling his lungs with cool spring air. Love only ever brought heartache and humiliation and wild, impotent fury. Love deprived a person of rationality and control of his own destiny. He turned his thoughts determinedly to the coming evening and the 2 sets he would dance with Lady Anna Marlowe. She was something like a breath of fresh air in his life. He hoped she would smile at him again tonight and flirt with him again, even when he was not dancing with her. He knew he would spend the whole evening in the ballroom, even if he danced only the 2 sets, merely for the pleasure of looking at her and observing her uncomplicated exuberance for life. The 3 days prior to her wedding passed so quickly for Anna that there seemed no time to catch her breath. She kept promising herself that she would think things through, find some way out of the dilemma that temptation and impetuosity had got her into, but she never seemed to find the time. The Duke of Harnden danced with her twice at Lord and Lady Castle's ball, as promised, and watched her all evening long with his deceptively lazy eyes, his absurd fan alternately clasped, closed in his hand, and waving, opened, languidly before his face. He was wearing cosmetics again, powder and rouge, and a black patch high on one cheek. He looked very different from that first night, dressed all in pale ice blue and gleaming white, with a quantity of diamonds sparkling in the folds of his cravat, and on his fingers, and on the hilt of his dress sword. Anna watched him all evening too, though she danced every set, and she flirted with him over the shoulders of her partners, over the top of her fan, and with open smiles across the room. She did not believe she once stopped smiling. But it was different tonight. It seemed that the fact of their betrothal was general knowledge. This time they watched each other and flirted with each other in public, under the interested and indulgent scrutiny of fashionable society. It was exhilarating and wonderful, and the very fact that he gazed at her, surely knowing himself observed, felt wonderful. He wanted her, he had told her, and she could feel that it was true. He wanted her. The next day he drove her in the afternoon to take tea with his mother and his sister. The announcement of their betrothal and imminent marriage had been in the morning newspapers, so that now it was all very official, as if it had not been so before. The Dowager Duchess of Harnden greeted her graciously, and Lady Doris Kendrick actually hugged her and kissed her cheek. It seemed she had been approved. She was, of course, she reminded herself, both the daughter and the sister of an Earl of Royce, a bride of suitable rank for a duke, even if she was without fortune. While the duke sat in near silence, and his sister smiled warmly, the dowager proceeded to tell her about Bowden Abbey, and the busy round of duties that awaited any Duchess of Harnden there. "You will, of course, supersede all others who share your title once you marry Harnden," the dowager explained. "That will be my daughter-in-law and myself. You will be Lucas's Duchess, Lady Anna, and mistress of Bowden." She did not sound sorry about the fact that she would be superseded, Anna thought. But then, of course, that had happened to her when her husband died, and her eldest son had become duke. Anna had learned that the duke, her duke, had had an elder brother, married, who had held the title for 3 years after the death of his father. But the elder brother had had no children, no sons. She would be expected to bear the present Duke of Harnden a son without delay, she thought, and her stomach did a somersault. Lord Ashley Kendrick came striding into the room before they had finished tea. He had just come in, and had been told that she was taking tea with his mother, he explained to Anna, smiling his boyishly handsome smile and making her a courtly bow before taking her hand and kissing it.
"I could not be more delighted," he said. "If I had had the choosing of my own sister-in-law, Lady Anna, I could not have chosen better."
She laughed with him, and with Lady Doris, while their mother looked on graciously, and the Duke watched her with those sleepy eyes that were not sleepy at all, and she felt excitement curl inside her. Lord Ashley turned to shake his brother by the hand and wish him well, and assure him that he was a lucky devil, though his mother reproved him sharply for his language before ladies. He was a very handsome and eager young man, Anna decided, and her thoughts moved to Agnes, and the annoyance she, Anna, had felt at the theatre, when Lord Severidge had prevented Lord Ashley from resuming his place beside her. They would be perfect together, and were surely not far apart in age. Lord Ashley was considerably younger than the Duke, she guessed. Surely he was not much older than Victor. Perhaps she would be able to encourage a match between her sister and her husband's brother. Her husband. Her stomach lurched, and she felt panic grab at her, but she put it ruthlessly aside. It was not for public moments. The next day Victor arrived alone. He had left Constance at home with her parents, he explained, since there had not been enough time to arrange to bring her with proper chaperonage, and to find suitable friends with whom she might stay. He was delighted for Anna, he said, hugging her tightly and kissing her on both cheeks. He had been very afraid that in the course of nursing their mother and caring for their father, she might have lost her chance for an advantageous and happy marriage.
"Of course," he said, "there was the expectation for a while that Blaydon would offer for you and that you would accept, but I was never much in favour of it. He was a pleasant enough fellow, but too old for you, Anna. Almost as old as Papa, I warrant you."
She had made no comment, but had asked about his own wedding plans, set for later in the autumn. Constance's parents wished her to celebrate her 18th birthday before she wed. The Duke of Harnden came during the afternoon to meet Anna's brother and to take tea. The two men withdrew later to talk privately together. There was no dowry to discuss, of course, and there was no question of consent, since she was of age, but it seemed that the two men still deemed it necessary to go apart to discuss some business aspects of the marriage. It seemed absurd that Victor should be discussing her marriage with her betrothed. He looked so very boyish still, despite his bag wig and his fashionable clothes. And tomorrow, Anna thought, left alone with her godmother and Agnes, was her wedding day. Tomorrow at this time she would be Anna Kendrick, the Duchess of Harnden. Panic rushed at her again, and had to be quelled as she smiled and agreed that yes, Victor had grown into a very handsome young man, and that he was carrying his new title with sense and dignity. Sometimes, she thought, concentrating her mind on those facts, everything that had happened seemed worthwhile. Victor, of course, would have succeeded to the title anyway on the passing of Papa, but there might have been nothing else. There was precious little now beyond the property itself, but at least there was that to build upon, and Victor had intelligence and sense, and the ability to work hard. Oh, yes, she must remember that she had done some good. She must remember that. The 3 days rushed by and dragged by. When she was with other people, she could keep the panic at bay. When she was alone, it assaulted her from all sides like very real demons from hell. She could not go through with the marriage. She could not. She must tell him. The very next time she saw him, she would tell him. She had been mad, utterly mad to have given in to the temptation. But it seemed that the madness gripped her every time she saw him, and clad her in the mask of smiles and flirtatious ways, so that she felt sometimes that she clawed at it from the inside, desperate to get out so that he could see her as she really was before it was too late. But she could not tear away the mask. It had to be madness, she told herself. In reality there were no demons and there was no mask. All she had to do was tell him. It was not too late, and would not be too late until they had been through the marriage ceremony. Ghastly as it would be to break the betrothal now, when everything had been made so public, when the licence had been procured, when Victor had come, it could still be done. It was not too late. But every moment that passed brought her one moment closer to too late. She could not marry him. She could not. And yet tomorrow she was to do just that. Tomorrow morning. The clothes she was to wear had already been chosen and laid out. Her godmother had already had a talk with her, explaining what she could expect to happen tomorrow night in her marriage bed, and how she was to respond. But she must not be afraid, she had been told. The Duke of Harnden was a man of 30 years, and had doubtless had a great deal of experience. He would know how to calm her fears and cause her the minimum of pain as he broke through the barrier of her virginity. And Anna was fond of him, and he of her. Lady Sterne had smiled. Anna would come to enjoy it after the shock of the first night or two. During that last night, the night before her wedding day, and the night before her wedding night, Anna knew that she was going to do what could not be done. She was going to marry him. She closed her eyes after lying for hours staring up at the canopy of her bed, and pictured him, only a little taller than she, graceful and handsome and gorgeously fashionable almost to the point of effeminacy, except that there was nothing remotely effeminate about the man himself. He was a man she wanted. She admitted it to herself at last, and he wanted her. He loved her. Perhaps, oh, perhaps the great impossibility might after all be just possible. Perhaps. By this time tomorrow night, Anna swallowed convulsively. By this time tomorrow night, he would have done to her body those things Aunt Marjorie had described to her in quite graphic detail. Perhaps. By this time tomorrow night, she would be a married lady. And perhaps, too, by this time tomorrow night, her marriage would be over. She wondered where Sir Lovat Blayton was at this precise moment. Still in America? On his way back to England? In England? Dead? She wished he was dead. She wished only one thing more than that. She wished he was dead, and she could know about it. She waited for guilt to assault her at wishing for the death of another human being. But it did not come. She wished he was dead. Sir Lovat Blayton was sitting up late, alone, a decanter of brandy at his elbow and an empty glass in his hand, which he had not refilled for longer than an hour. He stared into the dying embers of the fire his valet had built up a long time ago. Beside the decanter was a morning newspaper that was almost 2 days out of date. It was opened and folded at the page of announcements. He knew the announcement by heart. He had accomplished what he had gone to America to do. He had bought property and a house, and had furnished the house with care and taste. He had hired servants recommended for their domestic skills and their air of gentility, and he had stayed to establish himself in the neighbourhood, to be accepted and liked and sought after. He had always found it easy to make people like him. As far back as his childhood, his mother had used to say that he could charm the birds from the trees if he so chose. He had got everything ready. For her. For Anna. And then he had come back for her. She would be waiting. He was confident of that. Poor Anna. He had made sure that she would wait. But it was time now for her to be weaned of her family. They no longer needed her. They were no longer dependent on her for everything in life. His dear, strong Anna, who had borne all the burdens alone, keeping her family together, while Royce crumbled before her eyes, afflicted by an addiction to alcohol and gambling, loving him and caring for him while keeping the worry off the shoulders of her sisters and even of her brother, doing everything in her power to repay the debts so that they would not all face total ruin, so that the brother would have something to inherit. Well, now it was all over for her. Now she was free. and now was the time he would take her to the life of plenty and ease that she had earned. She would never have to know another moment of anxiety. Now she would be able to reap the rewards of her efforts. For the rest of his life he would lavish on her everything that was his to give, including his undivided devotion. And even beyond his life he would care for her. He had made provision for her. His Anna was going to be happy. Or so he had thought, until he returned and found that she was not at home, that there was no one there except the youngest girl. Anna had gone to London with one of the other sisters, Agnes, to spend a couple of months with her godmother. He had arrived in London to find this. He half turned his head to the newspaper, but he did not pick it up. He knew it by heart. She was betrothed to the Duke of Harnden, to be married to him 2 days after the announcement. Tomorrow. Something inside Sir Lovett Blaydon had died, and something else had turned to icy fury. Had she not understood? Had he not seen to it that she knew beyond any doubt that she was his, that he owned her? He owned her mind. He owned her body. He had left her in no doubt of those facts. Had he not been quite convinced that she understood beyond any doubt, he would not have gone to America without her. He would not have allowed her the year to mourn for Royce and to see her brother and sisters well on the road to recovery. She had not understood. But yes, she had, of course. His Anna did not lack for intelligence, neither did she lack for courage. She had not seen the whole picture of her life, and had concluded that he only wanted to destroy her. She did not know what he had planned for the rest of her life. She had thought to escape him. His dear, courageous Anna. Surprisingly, he could not hold on to his anger against her. He could feel only a reluctant admiration for her defiance, and with the admiration had come a decision. His first instinct, of course, had been to see to it that she did not solemnize this marriage, but he had decided that he would allow it, and for a very good reason. Oh, yes. He was surprised he had never thought of it before. It would be perfect. It would make an already happy future utterly perfect. He would have to wait for it, of course, and for her, but he was used to waiting. It seemed to him that his life had been made up of waiting. He could wait a little longer for perfection. Dear Anna. He set his head back against the chair and closed his eyes. He wondered if she realized that he loved her, that she had become the consuming love of his life, that the focus of all his remaining days had become Anna and her happiness and prosperity. He guessed that she did not realize it. He had had to be cruel to her. He knew he had been cruel, but no longer. By allowing her to marry her duke, he was ensuring that her ultimate happiness would be even greater than he had originally planned. Even after his own death she would be happy. She would not be lonely. But the weight was going to be hard on him. Oh, Anna, it was going to be torture. Chapter 8. Curiously, standing at the front of the cold, almost empty church with his bride, speaking and listening to the words that were binding them together for life, Luke did not feel sorry. She had smiled her usual dazzling smile a few minutes ago, when her brother had brought her to him before the altar, and she was still bright-eyed and flushed, even though the smile had gone. She looked lovely enough to catch at his breath, with her white satin open gown, with the wide gold-embroidered robings and cream-coloured petticoat, and stomacher so heavily embroidered with gold thread that it seemed to be made of pure gold. Even her lace cap, with its long lappets at the back, and the 3 lace frills of her shift that fell from her elbows beneath the cuffs of her sleeves, glittered with gold thread. And yet it was not just her beauty or her vitality that made him almost glad he was marrying her. He had had many beautiful women, and had felt no inclination to make permanent his connection with any one of them. But Lady Anna Marlowe, he had learned, was not as frivolous or as superficial in character as he had thought. She was capable of loyalty and love and self-sacrifice. Her brother had told him everything. For years she had nursed their consumptive mother, and run the home and cared for her younger brother and sisters, and after their mother's death she had continued her care of them all, despite the fact that their father had collapsed with grief and had faced ruin after a series of reversals in his fortune. Anna had not thought of herself at all, Royce had explained, turning down one perfectly eligible offer of marriage at the age of 21, rather than abandon her family to their fate. By the time their father died a little over a year ago, she had been 24. Luke guessed, though Royce had not once stated it, that the father had been a drinker and a gambler, and that the physical, mental, and financial collapse had had its roots in years of weakness and self-indulgence. Near financial ruin rarely came overnight, but through it all, through what must have been difficult and oppressive years, Lady Anna had held the family together, allowing the younger children, the present Royce included, to grow up with a feeling of some security. In the process, she had almost lost her own chances for personal fulfillment. She had rejected a chance to marry and leave all her burdens behind her. Yes, he thought, looking at her now as the rector spoke, he might have done a great deal worse. She would doubtless do an admirable job as his duchess, and she was beautiful and desirable too. Perhaps, in the quietness of the church and the strangeness of the moment, he dared to think it. Perhaps sometimes life offered second chances, even when for 10 years one had done little, if anything, to deserve them. Perhaps, after all, there would be a return of some feeling to his life. Affection, loyalty, devotion, trust. Most of all, trust. He realized, in some surprise, but without real alarm, as he slid his ring onto Anna's finger, that he had fallen a little in love with her. And then words the rector had spoken registered on his mind. They were man and wife. She was his wife, his duchess. He took both her hands in his, bowed over them almost reverently, and raised them one at a time to his lips. He looked into her eyes as he did so, wide, green eyes, in which something flickered for a moment before she smiled. Fright? Yes, undoubtedly fright. She was 25 years old. He would soothe her fears tonight. It would be his pleasure to do so. His great pleasure. His mother laid her cheek against his for a moment. Doris hugged him tightly and kissed his lips. Ashley shook his hand and grinned at him. Perhaps he knew that all his debts had been paid, including the rather extravagant ones dealing with ladies' clothes and jewels, and the renting of a house and servants that could be kept for only one obvious purpose. Theo pumped his hand and slapped him heartily on the back. Lady Stern, claiming a mother's privilege, she said, kissed both his cheeks. Royce shook his hand warmly. Lady Agnes Marlowe looked at his chin with wide eyes and curtsied, and looked distinctly frightened when he took her hand and kissed her fingers. His wife, in her turn, was being hugged and kissed. She was even more flushed than before, and she was laughing. She looked wonderfully happy. She deserved happiness, he thought, and he wondered if he was capable of giving it to her, if being his duchess and the mistress of his home and the mother of his children would be enough. He was not sure he had love to offer, even though he had been reckless enough to fall in love with her, but she seemed to have a naturally sunny nature. He found himself counting back the days to the night he had first seen her, at Lady Dittering's ball. He could not remember the day of the week on which the ball had been held. Today was Monday. Incredibly, he thought, having performed the calculations twice in his mind, the ball must have been held on a Tuesday. Last Tuesday. A week ago today, he had not even set eyes on Lady Anna Marlowe, now the Duchess of Harnden. The fact was somewhat dizzying. What did they know about each other? Practically nothing. And yet they were man and wife. And then he was leading her outside into daylight and sunshine, her arm resting formally along his. His carriage was waiting for them there. There was the usual small crowd of the curious gathered in the square outside the church. Somehow word had spread that there was a society wedding being solemnized inside. Almost all the spectators were members of the lowest classes, and many of them were loudly vocal in their admiration of the bride's appearance and the groom's, though some wag, male, informed Luke and an appreciative audience in a falsetto voice that he was as gorgeous as a girl. Someone else, female, made loud and ribald predictions about the coming night, and someone else again, also female, added that the bride would regret tonight's fun come 9 months from tonight. Luke took little notice, and from her expression as he handed her into his carriage, it seemed that neither did his wife. And yet he half noticed the one spectator who was not of the lower orders. Spectator he appeared to be, though he was partly hidden behind the trunk of an ancient oak tree in the centre of the square. He wore a long, dark cloak, and his tricorn hat was pulled low over his brow. A tall, rather thin, rather handsome man of middle years. Luke only half noticed him, and yet he frowned slightly as he climbed into the carriage to take his seat beside his wife. Something fleeting nudged at his memory, and was gone. He did not reach for it to bring it back and recognize it. It was not important enough. The matter was forgotten even before the carriage lurched into motion on its well-oiled springs. No one else in the wedding party who might have recognized Sir Lovat Bladen even glanced in the direction of the old oak. Anna had not known that the Duke of Harnden did not live at Harnden House. Even when he had escorted her there to take tea with the Dowager Duchess, she had not realized that he did not live there with her and with his sister and brother. She had not realized it even today when they went there for the wedding breakfast, until late in the afternoon, when he had risen and suggested that he take her home. For one foolish moment she had thought that he intended to take her back to her godmother's house, and for the same, even more foolish moment, her heart had leapt with gladness. It seemed strange to her that he did not live in his own house in London, but had gone to the great expense of renting another. And it was no small establishment, she saw, when they arrived there. She wondered about his relationship with the rest of his family, and she realized suddenly that she knew almost nothing about him. She knew appallingly little about him, in fact. He had talked to her during their meetings, charming her and amusing her, but he had told her almost nothing at all about himself. She had dreaded the embarrassment of being in a house with his family on her wedding day and her wedding night, and yet now, released from that embarrassment, she longed for other company. She was alone with him, with the man who was her husband, and she was so filled with dread that she scarcely knew how to draw breath. They dined late and alone together, though she noted that he had dressed as if for another ball, changing from the royal blue and silver he had worn at their wedding to brown velvet and gold embroidery and lace, and he conversed with her with as much easy charm as usual, dispelling the atmosphere of awkwardness she had been expecting. She was, she realized with some surprise, making her own contributions, smiling at him and laughing with him and talking to him just as if she were any bride on any wedding day. Except that most brides would be tense and nervous at such a time, she thought. But if she stopped smiling and laughing, she would crumble altogether. He took her to the drawing-room when the meal was at an end, and they talked more over their tea. He did not drink, he had told her, when she had asked if he wished to be left alone in the dining-room to take port. The toasts he had drunk at their wedding breakfast earlier had merely been a concession to the festive occasion. It was another unexpected fact she had learned about him. She did not know any other men who did not drink alcohol. But he got to his feet far too soon and far too early, it seemed to her, though a glance at the clock on the mantel showed her that it was after 10. He held out a hand for hers. "Come, madam," he said, those keen eyes of his looking steadily at her from behind the lazy lids. "I shall escort you to your dressing-room. We have a wedding night to celebrate before we sleep." He might as well have curled his outstretched hand into a fist and slammed it into her stomach, she thought. It could not more effectively have robbed her of breath than did his words. As she set her hand in his and rose to her feet and smiled at him, she found herself thinking foolishly and frantically of headaches and tiredness after a busy day, and wrong times of the month. "Yes, Your Grace," she said. "We have." He left her outside the door of her dressing-room after opening it for her. He would do himself the honour of visiting her in her bedchamber in half an hour's time, he said. She smiled her assent. By the time he came to her, a little more than half an hour later, she was almost screaming with hysteria because he was late, because the terrible denouement was delayed. Condemned criminals, she thought, must not savour their last moments on earth. They must eye the approaching gallows with longing, willing the slow process of the law to speed up to an indecent haste. But the unfortunate intrusion of the thought of hangings only succeeded in making her almost blind with terror. Breathing had become a conscious and a painful process. He was wearing a pale blue satin dressing-gown. She could see that without his heeled shoes he was indeed only 3 or 4 inches taller than she. Without the heaviness of his waistcoat and full-skirted coat he looked very slender, and yet the breadth of his shoulders and chest suggested strength. His face had been washed clean of cosmetics, and his hair brushed free of powder. She saw, in some surprise, that it was dark brown. It was tied loosely at the nape of his neck with a black ribbon, but not bagged. It fell thick and wavy from the ribbon tie almost to his waist. Anna noticed all the details of his appearance and his attractiveness without emotional response. She noted the details almost clinically, desperately trying to focus the teeming, uncontrolled workings of her mind. She wondered if she should have had her maid tie back her own hair instead of leaving it to hang loose down her back. She was not even wearing a cap. She reached for a smile, but drawing up the corners of her mouth proved to be a physical impossibility. Her mask had eluded her. She stared mutely at him. He had stepped up close to her and taken both her hands in his. "'Tis as I thought," he said softly. 2 blocks of ice, and a look of blank terror. "Anna, what has happened to all your smiles? Am I so fearsome? Is the marriage act with me so much to be dreaded?" It was the first time he had used her name without any title to go along with it. She concentrated her mind on the curiously comforting sound of her name on his lips, while an uncontrolled part of her brain presented her with images of herself forced down onto a bed, and her arms spread wide above her head, and her wrists tied firmly to opposite bedposts. "Silence," he said, releasing her hands in order to raise his own to cup her face. His thumbs lightly caressed her cheeks. "Anna, I am no monster. There will be pain, I have heard, the first time. A little pain for a few moments only. I will be gentle, my dear, and try to make it nothing at all. Come, let us lie down, shall we?" There would be no pain. Oh, dear God, there would be no pain. And it was not a little pain for a few moments only. It was sharp and searing pain, and it blistered the soul for a lifetime. "Yes, Your Grace," she whispered. "Luke," he said. "My name is Lucas, though only my mother has ever called me that." "Luke," she whispered. He blew out the candles after she had lain down on the bed, moving over to one side to make room for him. He joined her there after a few seconds, and she realized, almost before he touched her, that he was naked. One arm slid beneath her neck, while the other hand turned her onto her side, facing him, and then cupped her cheek. And he kissed her, his lips warm and firm against her own. His hand moved downward again, and behind her waist, and lower to draw her against him. Loosely, unthreateningly. She felt his man's powerful body, warm and naked, only the thin lawn of her nightgown separating them. His mouth moved an inch back from hers. "Hannah," he said, "every muscle is tense. Relax, my dear. There is no hurry. We have all night. We have a lifetime. I will give you time to accustom yourself to the feel of me. I will not enter you until you are ready. Come, you will find it not such an ordeal after all. Don't delay. Do it now. Get it over with. Do it now." Her mind screamed at him. Her body tried to obey his command. He kissed with parted lips. He kissed all parts of her face and her throat. His hands moved lightly, unthreateningly over her back, both above and below her waist. And then one hand touched her stomach, and the side of her hip and waist, and then her breasts, circling them so lightly that he scarcely seemed to touch her at all. By the time he opened the buttons of her nightgown, her eyes were closed but not clenched, her lips were parted, and her body rested against his from the hips down. And she waited for him to touch her again, there, where it had felt so good, on her breasts. It felt doubly good to feel his hand against her flesh, first circling lightly as before, and then massaging almost as lightly, and then brushing with his thumb against a nipple, causing a rush of tightness there, and a stabbing of pain that was not really pain at all. She could hear whimpering sounds, but paid them no attention. She could feel against her lower abdomen his growing hardness, and she pressed closer against it. He made a sound of appreciation in his throat. And then he lifted himself onto one elbow and turned her onto her back, and was lowering her unbuttoned nightgown over her shoulders and down her arms. "Let us dispense with this, Hannah," he said, his face bending close to hers again. "'Tis a mere encumbrance, is it not?" She lifted her hips obediently, as he stripped the garment away from her and tossed it over the side of the bed. She had been jolted back into herself again. It was time. She knew it was time. She was on her back, and she had relaxed for him, and she had felt his readiness. He kissed her again, warmly, almost languidly, open-mouthed. His palm moved over her breasts again, and down to lie flat on her stomach, or on her womb, she supposed, for a few moments more. And then he moved across her, and his whole weight was on her. He kissed her again, and murmured words whose sense her mind could not unscramble, while his knee spread her leg wide, and his hands came firmly beneath her buttocks to hold her steady. She drew breath in and held it, as she felt his hardness against her and coming into her, coming in where there was no barrier and would be no pain, slowly and inexorably coming inward. He was deep, her mind told her, when he finally stopped coming. Far deeper, far harder than she had ever imagined. She felt stretched wide. Man. For the first time in her life, her body was possessed by a man. By him. By Luke. She saw him just behind her closed eyelids, gorgeous in scarlet and gold, with his rouged and powdered cheeks and his powdered hair, his gold and ivory fan cooling his face, his grey eyes steady on her. And now she felt him, naked against her own nakedness, deep in the intimacy of the ultimate embrace. Despite herself, she revelled in the feel of him there as she waited for the end, and she was not sorry after all. For this moment in time she was not sorry. For this moment, for this one moment, she felt like a woman. He lay deep and still in her for a long while before he broke the silence. When he did, speaking quietly against her ear, it seemed to her that his voice was without expression, though she could not in reality tell what his voice sounded like. "Let yourself relax," he said. It was only then she realized that every muscle in her body had tightened again, and that she was still holding her breath. She obeyed him. He withdrew from her slowly, so that her heart died a little in her, and she almost cried out in anguish. But he paused at the entrance to her, and thrust deeply inside again, and repeated the action again and yet again. She remembered suddenly what her godmother had told her, though the reality bore little resemblance to what she had imagined from the verbal description. The reality was far more physical. Thrust and withdrawal became steady and rhythmic, and was soon being performed against the unexpected comfort of wetness, so that sound and movement became together part of a dance into which her own body gradually relaxed and then responded. He was completing the marriage act with her, her mind told her, while her body opened and yielded to him, and shared his rhythm and followed his pace. Pleasure sighed out of her. A moment before he held deep in her, and she felt heat gush at her core. The marriage act was completed. Her womb was receiving his seed. Anna felt tears hot against her eyelids. Perhaps, she thought, as his relaxed weight bore down on her, and she turned her head to rest her cheek against his damp shoulder, he had not noticed. Perhaps it had not been so obvious after all. He drew himself out of her body, leaving her feeling bereft for a moment, lifted himself off her and lay at her side. She closed her legs and then lay still. She wanted to turn onto her side. She wanted to pull up the bedclothes, feeling chilly now that the blanket of his warm body had been removed from hers. But she lay still, afraid for some reason to move. She could make herself comfortable after he had gone back to his own room. She willed him not to say anything before he did so. She was on the brink of sleep when she felt the warmth of bedclothes being lifted over her and settled about her shoulders. She turned onto her side, facing him, relaxing into the warmth of the blankets and of his body heat, though she did not touch him, or he her, and let herself slip all the way into the luxury of sleep. He never slept with women. For that reason he conducted his liaisons almost exclusively in the afternoons, as well as for the reason that he liked to see the women to whom he made love. He liked to make love twice, sometimes 3 times, merely relaxing between times, and then taking his leave when his body and the woman's was sated. Sleep seemed to him one of the most private of activities. He liked to do it alone. But he awoke, feeling disoriented, to find that he had fallen asleep in his wife's bed. He could hear her deep, quiet breathing. He could feel the heat of her down his left side, though they were not touching. He was surprised that he had slept. He turned over onto his back and rested an arm across his eyes. He should be angry, he thought. Was he? It seemed somehow foolish to be angry. She was, after all, 25. Disappointed, then? Yes, definitely that. He could remember feeling enchanted by her vivacity and her innocent charm. He could remember feeling just today, or yesterday, he supposed it was, that perhaps life gave second chances once in a while. A second chance for innocence and peace. Well, and maybe life did give such chances, but not to him. He thought of his unpardonable foolishness in allowing himself to fall in love and to begin to trust. His heart and his eyes were cold as he stared upward. His teeth were clamped together, his jaw hard. He had intended to have her only once tonight. The combined shock of performing such an intimate and unfamiliar act, and pain at having had a sealed physical passage newly ripped open, would be enough for her to cope with for one night, he had thought. He would not take her again until tomorrow night, and even then perhaps only once, and gently. Well, there was no reason now to deny himself, and her body was as beautiful and as inviting without her clothes, though he had experienced it only through the senses of touch and taste and smell, and not of sight, as it was with. She was his wife. He was entitled to have her whenever he wanted her and however he wanted her. He wanted her now. Despite his denials, the anger came, and, still denied, the hurt, and the unrecognized need to hurt back. He set a hand on her shoulder and turned her onto her back, moving with her. He spread her legs wide with his own, lifted her with his hands, and mounted her with one firm stroke. She came awake with a little cry, and her legs slid up beside his, until her feet were flat on the bed beside his upper thighs. Making love had always been a shared experience of give and take, a taking of pleasure and a giving according to the sensed needs of his partner. It was a matter of pride with him never to leave his bed partner unsatisfied. He knew that he had acquired some fame in France as a skilled and considerate lover, but this encounter was all take. He drove his anger and his hurt and his need into her for several long minutes before the blessed release came. He was surprised by her cry, which came almost simultaneously, a cry of sexual satisfaction. He felt instantly guilty, but he hated feeling guilt. He hated feeling any strong emotion. He lifted his face from her hair, the long, almost blonde, wavy hair that had excited him when he had first seen it, without its careful curls and powder, and set his mouth to hers, kissing her softly and with mute, unrecognized apology. Her arms came about his shoulders and held him warmly. Her legs slid down the bed so that he could feel their slimness against the length of his. He stayed in her bed all night. He had her once more in the darkness, and once in the dim light of early dawn, when he raised himself on his forearms to look down at her, and at what he did with her. She was still sleeping when he left her bed and her room in order to take his morning ride in the chill of drizzling rain. Chapter 9. Anna knew as soon as she awoke that she was alone, and that she was far later than usual getting up. It did not matter. It was the morning after her wedding day, the morning after her wedding night. She would not be expected to rise early. The servants might wonder what was wrong if she did. She smiled at the thought. She stretched luxuriously beneath the warm bedclothes, feeling their unfamiliar softness against her body. She had never slept naked before. It somehow felt good, though she felt a moment's embarrassment to realize that her maid must already have been in the room. There was a cup of chocolate covered with a greyish film beside the bed, and must have seen her nightgown tossed onto the floor. It did not matter. At least the word would be spread below stairs that the Duke of Harnden had indeed slept with his new Duchess. All her fears had been for nothing, she thought. Well, all her immediate fears, anyway. There were others that she would not think of any longer. If and when Sir Lovat Bladen returned to England, he would find that she had defied him. He would find her a married lady. Perhaps he would admit defeat. Perhaps not. But she was not going to worry about it any longer. It had not been obvious after all. He had not noticed. He had made love to her 4 times. Anna laughed out loud. She had had no idea it could be done more than once in a night, as if there was some law. He wanted her. He loved her. She had known that before their marriage, but terror had destroyed some of the wonder of it for her. No longer. He had made love to her 4 times, and the 4th time the room had been almost light, and he had raised himself on his forearms and deliberately looked at her. She had felt embarrassment for a moment, but he had been inside her and loving her. She had known that she was beautiful to him. She had felt beautiful. And so she had let her eyes roam over him, over the powerful muscles of his dark-haired chest and shoulders and arms and downward. She had watched what he did to her. Anna stretched again. This morning she felt like a woman. No, that was not quite it. She always felt like a woman. This morning she felt like a married woman, something that even 3 or 4 years ago she had given up hope of ever feeling, something that for 2 years she had considered an impossibility. She had reconciled her mind, or tried to do so, to the fact that she would live her life as a spinster, that she would never know a man. Yet now she had known a man, and had been known by him in the biblical sense, and her body knew it this morning. Her breasts felt sensitive and sore-tipped. Her legs were stiff from having been pressed wide for long minutes at a time. There was a soreness inside where he had loved her, and there was an overall feeling of being known. He would do it again tonight, she thought, with a quickening of her breath. And tomorrow night, and the next. He would do it regularly for perhaps the rest of her life, only abstaining for a few days each month, and when... She rolled onto her side. 4 times. He had performed the marriage act with her 4 times last night. Perhaps she was already with child. Something somersaulted inside her at the wonder of the thought. Every time he made love to her, her body would be filled with his seed. She was his wife. She was his wife for ever and ever. She bit her upper lip suddenly and laughed again at the tears that were trickling diagonally down her cheeks. She had not known that happiness could feel like an agony. She felt so happy this morning that it hurt. She wanted to see him again. She wanted to see his eyes. She wanted to see the awareness in them that she was his wife, and that they had shared the intimacies of marriage for a whole night. Anna threw back the bedclothes and reached for the bell-pull. He was not in the breakfast room, of course. He must have eaten hours ago. He had probably taken himself off to his club, or wherever else gentlemen went during the day. She hoped he would come home before evening. Perhaps he would, since it was the day after his wedding day. Anna filled a plate from the warming trays on the sideboard and sat down to eat, determined to enjoy the day, even if she must do so alone. But she was not long alone. Luke joined her there a few minutes later, looking immaculate and gorgeous in a dark red silk morning gown worn over his shirt and knee breeches. His hair was carefully rolled at the sides and bagged at the back and powdered. The dress was informal, she thought, but the effect was not. He bowed over her hand and raised it to his lips before seating himself and indicating to the butler with the raising of just one forefinger that he would take coffee. Anna gazed at him, her body pulsing with the awareness of what he had done to her during the night, and of how he felt and looked without his clothes. She smiled warmly at him.
"Have you been up for hours?"
she asked.
"I was ashamed to see how far advanced the morning was when I awoke."
"I always rise early," he said. "I like to ride before there are any crowds abroad to slow me down. But you must sleep as long as you wish in the mornings, my dear. This morning you had every reason for doing so." She could feel herself blush, but did not care that he saw it also. She held her smile. Early morning rides had always been her habit too. It had been the only time of day she had felt belonged to her alone. Since coming to London, she had neglected the exercise. Perhaps she would suggest riding with him one morning. Would he mind? But she was his wife, and he loved her. Of course he would not mind. "Your food will be getting cold," he said, indicating her plate. She turned her attention back to it while he amused her with an account of an unfortunate maid in Hyde Park this morning who had been walking 5 dogs on leashes. All had been sedate dignity until he had come riding by. Anna smiled and chuckled at his graphic description of how each dog had reacted and of how the maid had responded. Luke, it seemed, had had to ride back and dismount in order to restore order and harmony among the excited canines, and to free the maid from imprisonment by 5 tangled leashes. He talked on lightly, amusingly, until Anna had finished her breakfast. Then he drew back her chair and offered his arm for her to take. "We will go to the library, my dear," he said. He was going to spend the day with her. She knew she could not expect it every day. Doubtless it would be undesirable for them to be always together. But today was special. Today was the day after their wedding night. She linked her arm through his instead of laying it more formally on top and smiled at him.
"'Tis your own special sanctuary?"
she asked. "'Tis the room from which I do business," he said. Business. There must be letters to write, and domestic and financial matters to discuss, mundane matters that would bind them together more closely as man and wife. Yes, it was how today should be spent. He seated her on a leather chair at one side of a great oak desk and walked around it to take the more imposing chair on the other side. He sat down and looked at her, and she knew in that instant, before he spoke, that she had been wrong. Wrong about everything. "I believe, madam," he said, his voice almost frighteningly quiet, "that you have some explaining to do." She felt the remnants of her smile drain away as she stared back at him. She had not fooled him after all. He had known, just as Sir Lovat had warned her that any man would know. "It seems to be a generally acknowledged truth," he said, "that a man has a right to a virgin bride. It may seem a little unfair, since a woman does not have the same rights in a bridegroom. But such is the nature of our world and our society. You did not come to me untouched, madam." Oh, but she had. She had. "Perhaps," he said, "you would care to explain." The pleasantness of his tone was more frightening than open anger would have been. There seemed to be something steely behind it. Explain? How could she explain? She could not explain that one fact without explaining everything. The simple truth would make no sense at all outside the context of the whole of it. Ravishment would have been easy to explain. Ravishment could stand alone. But it had not been ravishment. Not really. It had been worse, more cold-blooded. She had never understood why he had not simply ravished her. No, she could not tell everything, or anything. It was an impossibility. "Let me make it easier for you," he said. "Did it happen once, or several times?" She stared at him. "Once? Not even once. With one man, or with several?" His voice was softer. She wished he would yell at her. She wanted suddenly to scream at him, to yell at her. When the silence stretched, she wanted to rush from the room and from the house in search of air. She was suffocating. She continued to look directly into his eyes. "Did you love him?" His voice was almost a whisper, and when she still did not answer him, "Do you love him?" She thought of Sir Lovat Bladen standing beside that bed, talking soothingly to her, while they tied her wrists to the bedposts, the man and the woman, and then her ankles, one to each of the posts at the foot of the bed, and while the woman lifted her petticoat and her shift to her waist, folding them neatly as if it mattered that they not crease. Love? Love? Had there been a moment in her life more devoid of love? Her husband's face blurred before her eyes suddenly, and she realized in humiliation that her eyes had filled with tears. He got slowly to his feet a few moments later and walked across the room to stand at the window, his back to her. She bit her upper lip hard, willing the tears to return to their source. He came back toward her after what seemed like an hour, and was in reality perhaps 2 minutes. He did not go back behind the desk. He came to stand in front of her chair. "I will not condemn you," he said. "I suppose that a woman's sexual urges can be as insistent as a man's, and that when a woman is past the age of 20 and family circumstances make it difficult for her to marry and satisfy those urges in the usual manner, she might be tempted to take comfort where it can be found, especially if there is some modicum of love involved. I will not condemn or insist that you answer my questions. You may keep your secrets. But I will say this, madam. Look at me." She had closed her eyes and kept them closed. She opened them now and looked into his. She wished he would take a step or two back. "You are my wife," he said. "You belong to me. I cannot command your affections, but I can and will demand that your body be my exclusive property. While we both live, mine will be the only body to penetrate yours from this moment on. Mine the only seed to enter your womb. Be clear on this, madam. Do not mistake my decision not to punish what is past and what preceded our marriage as weakness.
You will disobey this command at your own peril. You would be punished. Your lover would die. Anyone who knows me would be able to assure you that I do not make idle threats." For the first time, it occurred to her that there was a great, icy coldness behind his eyes. She gazed at him, tense and terrified, and yet a part of her mind was rebelling. They were all the same, she thought bitterly. Men were all the same. Power was everything to them, and the need to possess, to control. She had thought this man different. She had been foolish. He was no different from Sir Lovett Bladen, and yet something in her screamed a protest at the comparison. It was not true. It could not be true. But was there no man in this world with a heart? Yet that, too, was unfair. She had refused to answer his questions. She had been unable to answer them. He had a right to be a great deal angrier than he was. "You have been silent long enough, madam," he said. "I will hear from you now, if you please."
"Yesterday,"
she said, her voice blurting far too loudly. She swallowed.
"Yesterday, I made vows to you, your Grace, and to God in the hearing of my family and yours. I do not make vows that I have no intention of keeping."
"Very well," he said after a short silence. "We will say no more on the matter, then. We will proceed with the marriage we contracted yesterday." She closed her eyes tightly again.
"Thank you,"
she whispered. She did not know if her marriage had been saved, or if her soul had been destroyed again. Only time would tell, she supposed. But at least he was not putting her aside, publicly shaming her after just one day of marriage. She did not know yet if she was glad or sorry. She had seen steel in his eyes, and had heard it in his voice. She had been frightened of him, terrified of him, of this man she had thought quite unthreatening just a few days ago. Perhaps, after all, he had not been making love to her last night. Perhaps, having made his discovery at the start, he had been taking her as he would a whore. It was a possibility to chill her to the very heart. And yet, "We will proceed with the marriage we contracted yesterday." He had said those words to her. He could not accept the fact that he had been hurt by the knowledge that she loved the man who had had her virginity. Hurt? In what way? He had made himself invulnerable to pain. He had had to get to his feet and walk away from her to the window when he had seen the lost, deeply pained look in her eyes, which usually sparkled so brightly, and when the tears had welled in them. She loved the man, whoever he was. God damn his soul. Her face and her unshed tears had spoken far louder than words could have done. It was only his pride that had been hurt, not his heart. He had no heart. He knew, conceited as the admission was, that any one of his French lovers, and any one of the countless women who would have been his lovers, if he had given the slightest encouragement, would have jumped at the chance to be his wife. He had chosen a brightly happy woman, a woman of purity, and he had been duped. Not only had she been touched, but her heart was given elsewhere, or so her reaction to his question strongly suggested. She had refused to speak. He did not care about her heart, he told himself, as he stood at the window, his back to her and to the room. But by God, no other man would ever touch her body again, not unless he was prepared to make it his final act in this life. And so he walked back across the room to tell her just that, and he realized something else as she looked up into his eyes when he commanded her to do so. He realized that the smiles, the sparkle, the flirtatious ways had all been an act. He realized that she was a woman who had worn a mask during the week of their acquaintance. Or perhaps not. Perhaps he was overreacting. He was not even sure why he hoped he was mistaken, since he had just established his ownership of her, and she had accepted reality. He turned to walk back around the desk and sat down behind it again. He had felt the need, when they had come from the breakfast room, to set some distance between them, some formal distance. The width of a desk was impersonal and indicated a symbolic separation between master and servant. She was not his servant. She was his wife. "Anna," he said. She was looking steadily back at him, her face pale, no trace of her earlier smiles remaining. "'Twould be as well if there were plain speaking between us. There already has been some, despite the secret you have refused to tell, and I have refused to insist upon sharing. Let there be more, so that we may begin our marriage with no misunderstandings, no false expectations. Tell me why you married me, and I will tell you why I married you. The full truth, even if it may seem hurtful. Tell me." He thought she was going to remain silent again. He sat waiting. This was something he would insist upon. If they left the room now and went their separate ways for the rest of the day, they might never be able to establish a working relationship. But she spoke, finally, without further prompting. "I am 25 years old," she said. "Since my mother's death, and even before it to a degree, I have been mistress of the home into which I was born. No longer. My brother is now master there, and will be taking home a bride later this year. I preferred to marry than be a spinster sister in their home. I had a chance to marry you, a man of high rank and comfortable fortune. I took the chance." "And did you connive at it?" he wanted to ask her. Was that what the flirtation at Lady Diddering's ball had been all about? But did it matter? "That is all?" he asked. She hesitated. "My sisters," she said. "I spoke with you about them before, but I did not mention that my youngest sister is... My brother does not have the gift of handling her, though he is fond of her, I believe, and his betrothed has expressed her concern over having Emily live in her home." "What is the matter with Emily?" he asked. "She is a deaf mute," she said. "It is difficult to communicate with her, and she wanders. She does not behave as other young girls behave." "You married me partly so that you could give her a different home, then?" he asked. "Yes," she said. He wondered what else she had kept from him, this uncomplicated woman he had thought he was marrying, this woman he had thought he could trust. A lover whom she loved, but for some reason had been unable to marry. Perhaps the man was already married. A deaf-mute sister. Did she have any more secrets? He waited for more, and wondered if he could ever now trust this woman, his wife, to tell him the full truth. "I have been away from my home and family for 10 years, he told her when she said no more. "I had no intentions of ever returning to either, even after the death of my brother 2 years ago presented me with the unwelcome burden of my title. But responsibilities cannot be so easily ignored, it seems. Problems are clamouring at me in the form of every one of my family members and my chief property, Bowden Abbey. It seems altogether likely that I am going to have to go there sooner or later. When one is a duke and has all the responsibilities that come with the title, one can no longer follow inclination, even in one's personal life. I needed a wife." He had intended to be honest, not brutal. When she lowered her eyes for a moment before raising them again, he realized what he had implied by his words. But they were spoken now, and they were the truth. If he had, for a brief moment, imagined himself in love with her, then the feeling was gone without trace. "It was desirable to choose a bride of no lower rank than Earl's daughter," he said. "I told you before that fortune was of no importance to me. I have two, one that I made for myself and one that I inherited. You were recommended to me by my uncle as a woman of suitable rank. I did not see any point in looking farther." Her eyes dropped before his. "It is not a good situation for brothers to be heirs to one another once they have passed a certain age," he said.
It has become clear to me that fathering sons is my main duty to my position. I needed a wife to bear those sons for me. If I prove capable, and you fertile, I will be keeping you with child, with suitable intervals between for the recovery of your full health, until there are at least 2 sons in our nursery. Daughters will not be unwelcome, but I will want sons."
"Yes."
She was still not looking into his eyes, but at the desk between them.
"And so will I, Your Grace."
He got to his feet again and came around the desk to hold out a hand for hers. He was feeling relieved, as if some burden had been lifted from his shoulders. They had spoken openly to each other, and now had something practical on which to base their marriage. It seemed unimportant now that he had been enchanted by her warm vivacity, and that after years of cold cynicism he had forgotten the lessons of 10 years ago, so far as to hope that there might be more than practicality between them. That had been fantasy. This was reality, and not such a very dreadful reality after all. She might love her secret lover, but she was his Duchess, and would be true to him and capable in the performance of her duties. Her training had been a thorough one, according to her brother. "Anna," he said as she rose to her feet. He kept his hold on her hand and took the other one too. "I know this is an hour you have not enjoyed, but 'tis as well that we have spoken frankly to each other, that we have got to know each other a little better. We did marry rather in haste, did we not? If we always practice openness and honesty with each other, I believe we will deal well together. 'Tis as well, too, that there is no deep sentiment between us. Sentiment leads inevitably to pain, as I discovered years ago." Something flickered in her eyes. Yes, she had doubtless discovered it too. Else why was she not married to the man she had loved and lain with? "I have always found that a better guiding principle in life is pleasure," he said. "Although we were strange to each other last night, I believe we found pleasure together. I found delight in your body, and I have had enough experience with women to know that you found delight in mine. We will aim, then, for the performance of duty by day, and for the indulgence of pleasure by night, as well as duty. I will teach you to satisfy my needs, and you will teach me to satisfy yours."
"Yes,"
she said. He held her hands a little tighter. "And I would see you happy again," he said, and smiling again. The smiles were not all artifice, Anna. I liked them. I would see them again.
"Yes,"
she said. He raised his eyebrows.
"But not now,"
she said.
"Later, Your Grace, but not now. I would be alone if I may."
He raised her hands one at a time to his lips and looked closely into her wide, green, unsmiling eyes. He inclined his head to her and released her hands. He strode across the room to open the door for her and closed it quietly behind her. Was she regretting, he wondered, that she had given up love, even an unhappy love, for rank and wealth and duty and pleasure? Well, if she was, the problem was hers. Perhaps she had not yet learned the lessons of love, but she would. He would give her and her sisters the home they needed. He had already given her the dignity of married status, which was obviously important to her, and the security of rank and fortune. And he would give her pleasure, so much pleasure that she would forget the foolish love that had put the sadness into her eyes a little while ago and made it impossible for her to smile. He would fill her nights with pleasure, and his own too. Yes, despite the discovery he had made last night, and her refusal to be completely open with him this morning, he was not sorry he had married her. Perhaps he was even glad that he had learned so soon that, even in his marriage, he was essentially alone, that he was to expect no real love, no real trust. He had learned the lesson too early in his marriage to feel betrayed by the knowledge. Luke got restlessly to his feet. He would go to White's and endure all the bawdy remarks that would doubtless greet him there.
He needed something to dispel the inexplicable depression of spirits that had not quite lifted, despite a thoroughly frank and satisfactory talk with his wife. The note had been brought by personal messenger, the butler informed Anna with a bow as she turned to hurry upstairs to her own apartments, with strict instructions that it was to be delivered into the hands of no one but her Grace. The butler had taken the liberty of persuading the man that he himself would see to the matter. Anna took it upstairs into her private sitting-room to read. A premonition of disaster set her hands to shaking as she unfolded the single sheet of paper.
"This was very naughty of you, my Anna," he had written. "It saddens me to know that perhaps you are having to endure a severe beating this morning. Your Duke has a reputation as a proud and a ruthless man. I allowed the marriage to proceed. You looked more beautiful in your white and gold than I have ever seen you look, and will do nothing for a time to interfere with it. But, Anna, you are merely on loan to the Duke of Harnden. It would be a grave mistake to become attached to him. I will come for you when the time is right and take you home. You will be happy there eventually, and for the rest of your life. I promise on it. Your servant, Bladen." She folded the letter slowly and carefully into its original folds and stared down at it in her lap, dry-eyed for a long time.
"Why did you not stop it?"
she whispered at last.
"Oh, why did you not stop it?"
Chapter 10. Henrietta had written again. She wanted a fountain constructed in the formal gardens. George had approved it before his death, but had not had time to implement his decision. Mr. Colby was unwilling to allow her to proceed without his master's permission. It was too bad of the steward to behave in such a high-handed manner, she had written. He frequently got above himself and forgot that she was still the Duchess of Harnden. But the tone of the letter changed just when Luke was being given the unpleasant impression that the years must have changed her into an imperious, peevish woman.
"Come home, Luke," she had written. "In truth, I care nothing for altering the house, or building a fountain, or for the tyranny of Mr. Colby. They are merely excuses to lure you home. Oh, how can I be anything but honest when lures have not brought you thus far? Come home. It has been a dreary lifetime since we saw each other last. Do not punish me longer for a single wrong decision I made 10 years ago. I suffered for it, Luke, both before and after."
Henrietta, Luke thought, as he set the letter down on the desk and sat back in his chair, had obviously not heard about his marriage. Will had returned home the day he proposed to Anna, and so had not carried the news with him. Not that the marriage would make any difference in anything, not as far as the two of them were concerned anyway. Of course, it would take all semblance of power away from her. He was not sure how badly affected she would be by that. She regretted her decision. Her feelings for him had not died over the years, as his had for her. Perhaps she had not made the effort to kill them that he had made. Poor Henrietta. Losing the child must have seemed unusually cruel, and now she wanted him back, even though she must know that they could not marry. The law was clear on that point. He had killed his feelings for her. They were dead. Why, then, did he dread going back to Bowden Abbey? Why did he dread seeing her again? But he was going to have to go home, Luke thought, drumming his fingers slowly on the desktop. Sometime soon. He had made that inevitable when he married. There was no possibility now of returning to Paris and his life there, and he could not live in London indefinitely with a new duchess. He had taken only a 3-month lease on this house. Once he had Anna with child, she would need to be in the country. Yes, it was something that would have to be faced sometime soon. But not too soon. He wanted to enjoy the pleasures of London with Anna for a while yet, and they were to be enjoyed. He had expected yesterday, after his talk with her, and after the manner of her leaving him, that she would stay alone in her rooms for the rest of the day. He had assumed that they would have to cancel plans to attend Mrs. Burnside's rout in the evening, that it would be a long time before he saw her smile again. But she had appeared at dinner, gorgeously clad in a deep pink satin sack dress he had not seen before, her hair tightly curled and powdered, her cap all frivolous lace and ribbons, its lappets reaching halfway to her waist. She was obviously ready for the rout, and she had glowed, her cheeks flushed becomingly. He was glad she wore no cosmetics, her lips smiling beguilingly and eagerly, her eyes sparkling with what he had always interpreted as happiness. And perhaps it was happiness, too, he had thought, watching her appreciatively and listening to her witty and quite frivolous chatter as they dined. Perhaps she had thought over their talk and had concluded that they had worked everything out very satisfactorily. Perhaps it was a relief to her, as it was to him, to have had plain speaking between them. She had continued to sparkle at the rout, and had appeared to revel in the fact that she was the main focus of attention there, since it was her first appearance in public as his Duchess. His mother, at her regal best, had taken Anna about, presenting her to people who were strangers even to Luke. He had found himself watching his wife quite as closely as he had during the week before their marriage, enchanted by her beauty and vivacity again. Mainly duty by day, he had told her, and mainly pleasure by night. Luke absently set Henrietta's letter to one side, on top of a small pile of other letters and cards of invitation, and sat back in his chair again, his arms on the rests, his fingers steepled before him. She had been waiting for him, naked, in bed, and she had given him a night of vigorous pleasure. There had been very little sleep. He had even woken late for his ride in the rain this morning. She did not possess many skills, or she had not at the start of the night anyway. Luke had wondered briefly about her lover, but he had suppressed the thought. He had to forget about the lover. But what she had lacked in skill, she had made up for in an eagerness to please, and in a willingness to allow him any liberty he chose to take. He had taken a few, but had decided to be patient, leaving for another night some of the delights that might shock her most deeply. And she had displayed, too, a willingness to be pleased and to show her pleasure. It was a night he had thoroughly enjoyed, a night he looked forward to repeating, though before too many more nights had passed, they were going to have to think of getting enough sleep to carry them through the following day. He was not accustomed to sacrificing sleep for sexual gratification. Of course, he tapped his forefingers against his chin. There was nothing to stop him from taking his wife to bed during the afternoons, was there? He laughed softly. Yes, this morning he was feeling well pleased with his marriage. But his larger family was clamouring for attention, and they were the reason for his return to England, the reason for his taking a wife. His butler announced Lord Ashley Kendrick. Ashley had been sent for, and came striding into the room, looking a curious mixture of confidence and wariness. Luke ruefully remembered certain interviews with his father, the man always seated behind a large desk, and he immediately became conscious of where he himself now sat. It was still difficult to adjust his mind to the fact that he was now the figure of authority in his family. He got to his feet, came around the desk, and extended his hand. "One remembers England as a country of green grass, leaf-laden trees, and colourful flower gardens," he said, shaking his brother's hand and motioning him to a chair. "One forgets the infernal rain that makes it all possible. Good old England!" Ashley flashed his boyish grin and sat down. He was nervous, Luke noticed, turning back to the desk and picking up the paper that lay beneath Henrietta's letter. He might as well dispense with the small talk, which they would both know was just that. A man might be invited to make an afternoon call. He was summoned to make a morning call. This was morning, and Ashley had been summoned. "You will doubtless have an explanation for this," he said, handing the paper to Ashley.
It came yesterday, after the others had all been paid. Perhaps it came late. As you will see, it is the bill for a rather extravagant sum in payment of a emerald bracelet. A gift, perhaps, for our mother?" He seated himself and crossed one leg over the other. Ashley laughed. "For Mamma as I live," he said. "That is a good one, Luke. 'Twas for a lady who likes baubles. For a lady I like to please." "A lady?" Luke raised his eyebrows. "The same one for whom you have rented a house and hired servants? The same one you clothe in the finest silks and satins?" "She is worth it, Luke," his brother said. "Word has it that you always had the loveliest women in Paris, and you have taken one of the loveliest women in London to wife. 'Tis merely that I am keeping up the family tradition, you see, and I have never had a better woman on the Mount. I feel constrained to inform you that she is too expensive, my dear," Luke said. "Zounds!" Ashley exclaimed, his face paling, his jaw setting into a hard line. "But you are no different from Papa and George, Luke. I am 22. Am I to live like a monk? And don't call me my dear. You sound like a damned—" "I assume," Luke said, after waiting politely for a moment to allow his brother to complete the sentence if he wished, "that there are reputable whorehouses in London, as there are in Paris, where one may be assured of finding satisfaction for one's needs with girls who are both clean and skilled, and who are not encouraged to wheedle silks and jewels out of the more naive of their customers." "Pox on it!" Ashley said. "I do not want a whore, Luke. I want a mistress. I am brother and heir to the Duke of Harnden, deuce take it, and have your reputation to live up to." "Ah," Luke said softly, "you are very young, my dear. Pardon me. I forget that I am in England, where men must be men, and live in terror of suggesting femininity by word or deed. But to continue, one has nothing to live up to except one's own expectations, especially when one is free of responsibilities. Are you bored? Do you have any other plans for your life, apart from living up to my reputation? And that might not be quite what you think it is. I have never employed a mistress, and I have touched alcohol only rarely since my 21st year." "You do not need to keep mistresses," Ashley said with bitter sullenness. "'Tis said that ladies of highest quality rush to your bed if you but look at them and raise an eyebrow. 'Tis said that the Marquise d'Etienne came to London to—" "Have a care," Luke said quietly. "The lady moves in the highest court circles. She goes where she wills. What are your plans?" "Not the army," Ashley said firmly. "That was Papa's plan for me. George for the title, you for the church, me for the army. I am no coward, Luke, but I have no fancy to be fodder for enemy cannon whenever statesmen take it into their heads to quarrel. And not the church either, though George and Mamma were keen on the idea after you disappointed them. I go to church when I have to, and I give alms whenever anyone appeals to me in a good cause, and I have not stolen or murdered as far as I can recall, but I don't fancy being a clergyman, even with the prospect of being a bishop one day through the ducal influence. So do not try to force either of those on me, Luke, there's a good fellow." "And yet," Luke said, "you seem to be a man of energy, and one who chafes against restraints, Ashley. You have an independence, but you live beyond it. Will you enjoy having to come, cap in hand, to me or to my steward for the rest of your life?" "As I live, no," Ashley said, surging to his feet. "You are the worst of the lot, Luke. At least they would rant and rave. You sit there striking an elegant pose, your eyes as cold as ice, calling me your dear as if I was a girl. Sometimes I believe that you must have killed my brother Luke 10 years ago and taken his place. Sometimes you do not even look like him. The Luke I knew was warm and generous." "You may leave that bill on the desk," Luke said, getting to his feet too. "I will settle it. But pay heed, Ashley. It will be the last of such bills I will pay. If you must satisfy your sexual appetites with an expensive mistress, you must do so within the bounds of your allowance. 'Twill not be easy, even with the increase I will implement next quarter. 'Twould be much better to let her go and follow my advice. Indeed, I will amend what I just said. You may wish to make some settlement on the woman. You may bring me the bill for that settlement."
"Zounds! But this is insufferable humiliation," Ashley said, clearly not hearing the library door opening behind him. "Cold eyes and cold, cold heart. I wish you had stayed where you were, Luke. No, I wish more. I wish you had taken yourself to the devil instead of coming here."
"Good morning, my dear," Luke said over his brother's shoulder to his wife, who was standing, startled and embarrassed, in the doorway. Ashley spun around and strode toward her. "Madam," he said, making her a hasty bow and taking her offered hand to raise to his lips, "your servant. From the bottom of my heart I pity you." He hurried from the room without looking back. "Come inside, my dear," Luke said. Anna looked after Ashley before hesitantly obeying.
"I am sorry," she said. "I did not know there was someone with you. I should have had myself announced, or found out that you had company and gone back to my rooms."
He crossed the room to close the door behind her. He set his hands on her shoulders and kissed her continental fashion, first on one cheek and then on the other. "This is your home, madam," he said. "You may go wherever you will in it, without asking anyone's permission, my own included. Did you sleep well?"
"I slept far too late," she said. "The morning is all but gone."
"If you had not slept late," he said, "you would not have slept at all." He enjoyed watching her blush. The other women with whom he had been intimate had been far too blasé about life ever to blush. "Thank you, my dear, for a night of great pleasure."
"Lord Ashley was upset?"
she asked. "Family matters," he said. "I have been taking him to task about certain bills that are beyond his own means to pay. He has been accusing me of heartlessness, a familiar accusation."
"You will not pay the bills?" she asked. "You will let him come to ruin, perhaps even end up in debtor's prison? You are very wealthy, are you not?"
He remembered that her father had been deep in debt, that he had perhaps been a compulsive gambler. It must be a subject on which she was more than usually sensitive. "The bills have been paid, or will be paid," he said, "and certain commands have been given. I am head of this family, madam, and have recently taken the reins into my own hands. It is only fair that all those dependent upon me be told where certain lines are to be drawn, and what the consequences of stepping beyond those lines will be."
"Yes," she said, "but it is love that binds families."
She looked down at her hands, and her voice dropped almost to a whisper.
"But you do not believe in love."
She looked up into his eyes again, but did not raise her voice.
"What is wrong in your family? Why do you not live in Handen House? Why have you been estranged from your family for so long, and never intended coming home or seeing any of them again? Forgive me, but do not say it is none of my concern. It is. Your family is mine now, and you said we must always speak frankly to each other."
She frowned suddenly and flushed deeply. She looked away from his eyes. "I was a wild young man," he said. He had begun with an untruth. He had been anything but wild. Sweet and even-tempered had been the descriptions of himself he had heard most often. He had been exuberant, too, but never in any destructive way, and he had been utterly, incredibly naive. He had been in love, with his calling to the church and with his boyhood sweetheart. I fought a duel with my older brother over some unremembered offence, over Henrietta, whom George had ravished and impregnated and then offered for, and came literally within an inch of killing him. He was in a high fever for a few weeks, I heard. I did not see it. I was gone. Banished. My brother was judged to be the one in the right, of course, since he was the one near death. He was noble enough to delope. His bullet was lost in the air above our heads. Is that frank enough for you, my dear?" She was staring at him, pale-faced.
"Was he in the right?"
she asked. She was deeply shocked, he could see. He withdrew from her emotionally. Something that was quite unconscious. Something he had become quite expert at over the years. "As I said," he told her. "'Twas over some quarrel I cannot remember. Doubtless, at the time I believed I had the right of it, but he was more noble than I." Only because Luke had not even heard the word delope until after the duel, and only because at that time he was such a lamentably poor shot that the bullet had hit 6 feet from its intended target, a willow tree well to one side of his brother. "You see, my dear," he said, quite unaware of the slight edge of bitterness to his voice, "what you overheard my brother say a few minutes ago is quite true. I am without a heart. It is as well that you and I decided yesterday to settle for pleasure, is it not?"
"Your mother wishes me to accompany her and Lady Doris this afternoon when they pay some calls," she said. "She sent a note. May I go, Your Grace? Do you have other plans?"
"Only to take her to bed to satiate himself again." "You must send an acceptance," he said. "You must become well acquainted with the manor, as you just observed. They are your family too now."
"Thank you."
She looked uncertainly at him for a moment, and then turned to leave. But he reached for her hands and held them. He had found himself wanting to defend himself, to tell that story as it had really happened, to tell her about Henrietta. But he had long ago developed a confidence in himself that demanded no self-defence. He did not care what people believed of him or said of him. They would believe what they wanted, even if what they believed was not the truth. Only a weak man, a man to whom the regard of others mattered, worried about his reputation. "Enjoy your visits," he said, bowing over her hands. "I shall see you at dinner. The hours between now and then will seem endless." The conventional gallantries, spoken without conscious thought, and yet nevertheless true, he thought ruefully, after she had left the room. He wanted her. Even after 2 nearly sleepless nights of energetic love-making, he wanted her. For a moment, the yearning was so great that it seemed to him it was more than just physical. But only for a moment. He knew better today than to walk into the trap that those thoughts could lead to.
"Do tell me,"
Lady Doris Kendrick said, taking Anna's arm and leaning her head close. They were at Lady Reaver's, taking tea, their 3rd call of the afternoon, and several other ladies had arrived after them. Lady Doris had contrived to take Anna a little apart, to sit side by side on a small sofa.
"Is marriage quite wonderful? I will wager it is. Luke is very splendid, is he not? I enjoy watching the way all the ladies look at him at balls. Marriage to someone like Luke must be very wonderful. There are always whispers among women when they are talking about marriage, and believe one is not listening about that which has to be endured at night as the price of position and respectability. But I will not believe that it is so very dreadful. I long for it, I make so bold as to say. Do tell, is it exciting?"
Anna had quite alarmingly inappropriate memories of long, sensitive male fingers stroking her where it should have been too embarrassing to think of fingers being at all, and of the raw sensation they aroused there.
"It is pleasant,"
she said.
"Oh, fie, pleasant!"
Doris stifled a giggle and looked consciously at her mother, who was not observing her.
"How refined you are, Anna. Are you deep in love? 'Tis said that half the ladies of Paris were hot in pursuit of Luke when he was merely Lord Lucas Kendrick, and that 3/4 of them were after he became Duke. Are you in love with him?"
Yes. Oh, yes. She feared she was very much infatuated with a man about whom she was having more and graver doubts. But it was too late to doubt. He was her husband, and perhaps he was right about one thing. Perhaps the pleasure he gave her in bed was worth it all. Perhaps it was better than love. Love of her family had caused all the impossible tangles in her life. Perhaps it was as well that he did not love his own family, herself included. She wondered if he would love their children. "I have an affection for His Grace, Doris," she said.
"Affection?"
Doris said.
"His Grace? La, I will feel more than an affection for my husband when I marry, and I will call him by the intimacy of his Christian name, or some other endearment. But perhaps you do, in the privacy of your own apartments."
She giggled again. Doris was a year older than Agnes, Anna thought, yet far more of a child. Perhaps Agnes had been forced to grow up faster by the precariousness of their situation for a few years, though Anna had done her best to shield her younger sisters, and even Victor, from anxiety. She had sold her soul to the devil in order to shield them. "You are merely on loan to the Duke of Harnden." She shivered quite involuntarily. No, she had decided not to think of that. She had burned the note. She smiled warmly.
"Have you met anyone to whom you would wish to attach yourself?" she asked. "You must not have lacked for interested suitors. You are very pretty." "And the daughter and sister of a duke,"
Doris said with a sigh.
"And the possessor of an enormous dowry. But yes, Anna, I have met the man of my dreams, and I am going to marry him and live happily ever after."
"Tell me about him." Anna sensed that she had been led aside for just this purpose. Perhaps she was the only youngish woman in whom the girl had had a chance to confide, though there was a sister-in-law at Bowden Abbey, was there not?
"Mamma does not approve," Doris said. "In fact, Mamma has expressly forbidden me to see him, because he is poor, Anna, if you can imagine a more ridiculous reason for disapproving. He was hired to paint my portrait several months ago. He was considered good enough for that, you see, even though he has not yet attained any great fame or fortune. But he will. Oh, one day he is going to be the most famous, most sought-after portrait painter in England, in all of Europe. We fell deep in love, Anna, and we will marry. The violence of my attachment will make it impossible for me to give him up."
Oh dear. Anna, who was accustomed to having her ears assailed with confidences from sisters, had never had to deal with anything like this. She was suddenly very thankful that Charlotte's attachment had been a perfectly eligible one, even if not brilliant, and Agnes had shown no attachment to anyone yet.
"I suppose," she said, "that your mamma is thinking of your happiness, Doris." "Oh, no, she is not," the girl said emphatically. "She is thinking of family pride. 'Tis just not the thing for the daughter of a Duke of Harnden to marry a penniless painter."
"Poverty is not a pleasant thing," Anna said quietly, "especially when one is not accustomed to it. There is certainly no romance in it."
"Oh, fie," the girl said. "We will have my dowry to live on until Daniel grows rich, and I do not fear poverty. Luke will let me marry him."
Anna recalled the scene in the library that she had walked in on earlier in the day, and the humiliation and distress she had seen in Lord Ashley's face as he had greeted her. All because he had acquired some foolish debts. Not that debts were ever foolish. Luke had perhaps been right to take him to task over them.
"You have spoken to him?" she asked. "There has not been the chance," Doris said.
She giggled.
"He has been distracted since coming home to England with marrying you. But that is all for the better. He will understand how Daniel and I feel. I will talk to him, and he will tell Mamma that I am to be allowed to meet Daniel and to marry him before the year is out. We cannot possibly wait longer. Oh, Anna, we are going to be the happiest couple in the world."
Anna felt less sure. Doris leaned toward her again.
"Luke will agree," she said. Luke was always my favourite person in all the world. I thought my heart would break when he went away. But you might speak to him, Anna. You might explain that I'm quite sure about Daniel, that I can be happy with no one else, that wealth and position mean nothing to me. You will explain. You will help me.
Doris, Anna touched her hand. This is a matter for your mamma to advise on, and His Grace to decide upon. You must talk with them. I am a stranger to all intents and purposes, even if I am your sister-in-law. I have been married to your brother for only 2 days.
But that is the best part of it,
Doris said.
He will be so deep in love still that he will give you whatever you ask, Anna, though he will do it for me anyway. Talk to him, please.
I will see what I can do, Anna said unhappily. But I will not interfere, Doris. The girl did not seem disappointed. She smiled with satisfaction, and there was no more time to talk. The Dowager Duchess was getting to her feet and signalling them that it was time to take their leave. Luke would cut the girl to pieces, Anna thought. He had admitted to her quite openly that he had no heart, and she had seen for herself that it was true. He would not countenance his sister's marrying a penniless nobody. Anna had to admit to herself that he would be quite right to object, or at least to have the deepest misgivings about consenting to such a match. But she feared his methods. There was no love in him, least of all for the family who had rejected him, with very good reason from what he had told her, 10 years ago. Chapter 11. For a month, Luke succeeded in clinging to a life with which he was almost familiar. For a month, he succeeded in keeping family problems more or less at bay, convincing himself that all had been solved. For a month, he succeeded in making of his marriage what he had suggested they try to make of it, something wholly pleasurable. For a month, he succeeded in staying away from Bowden Abbey. He wrote to Henrietta, telling her of his marriage, though probably she had already heard about it from some other source. He wrote only of business matters, careful to keep his tone quite impersonal. Under the circumstances, he wrote, any changes to the house or park should perhaps be postponed for a while. It was a tactful way of informing her that his wife was now mistress of Bowden Abbey. Henrietta did not write again. He hoped she would not. He hoped that somehow he could avoid seeing her. He felt the gulf between them as an almost tangible thing, wider than ever, though it had been insurmountable even before his marriage. He wrote to Colby, instructing him to increase Ashley's allowance by a substantial amount, and to pay him a certain sum to see him through to the next quarter. He did not see a great deal of his brother during the month, and when he did, Ashley was scrupulously polite to him, gallantly charming to Anna. Luke understood from a certain large bill that arrived on his desk one day, without explanation, that the expensive mistress's services had been dispensed with. For 10 years, Luke had cut himself off from family ties, feeling nothing for any of them except his uncle. And yet there was something whenever he saw Ashley, some unidentified heaviness, some regret. He remembered the eager, mischievous little boy to whom he had been a hero, and he saw the handsome, eager, rather wild young man whose life might go either of 2 ways at this early, impressionable stage of his development. A young man who needed guidance. Luke was not sure he could give it, or wanted to even if he could. But if not him, who else? He asked no questions of his brother during that month, and hoped that the irresponsible extravagances were at an end. He shied away from any emotional involvement, even with a brother. He made a little more effort in Doris's case. A few days after his wedding, he called on his mother for the express purpose of finding out about the ineligible connection she had mentioned during the first visit. It seemed that a portrait painter had been engaged to come to the house in London to paint Doris. There had been several lengthy sittings, at which the Dowager herself, or else Doris's maid, had always sat as chaperone, or so the dowager had thought. Later, when Doris claimed that she and the painter were in love and intended to marry, it was discovered that the maid had often been sent out of the way. "He is the son of a publican," the dowager explained disdainfully. "He has had some small success as a portrait painter, and is convinced that he will become fashionable and wealthy within the next year or two. Or so Doris claims. At present, I believe he lives in shabby poverty."
"You have talked with him?" Luke asked.
"About this matter?" his mother said haughtily. "Mercy, Lucas, what do you think of me? Of course I have not spoken with him. I have merely forbidden any communication between them. It is a connection that is quite out of the question."
"And yet," Luke said, "you are still concerned, madam? They are still seeing each other?"
The dowager was tight-lipped. "I fear there is some communication," she said. "Doris is a headstrong girl, and has not had the guidance of a father or older brother for more than 2 years.
"I will see him," Luke said. "His name?"
"Daniel Frawley," she said, making it sound as if she were naming a worm. Daniel Frawley, Luke decided, after he had called at the man's studio and wandered unhurriedly about, examining his paintings, was a man of very mediocre talents. He would probably scratch a living by painting portraits that grossly flattered his sitters, without in any way grasping the essence of their individual characters. If he aspired to be another Joshua Reynolds, he was doomed to disappointment. Frawley was close-mouthed about his relationship with Doris, but Luke was coldly and haughtily persistent. They were in love, the painter admitted at last. They wished to marry. He would support her on the proceeds of his work. Already he was receiving commissions from influential people. The Dowager Duchess of Hondon, for example. Soon he would be in fashion, and would move in high society, as if he were a born member. Besides, Lady Doris would have her dowry.
"Lady Doris Kentrick is an impulsive, immature young lady, blinded by romance," Luke said, seating himself without invitation on a hard and lumpy sofa and taking a pinch of snuff from the box he had withdrawn from a pocket. "The idea of starving in a garret with an as yet unappreciated artist doubtless has irresistible appeal to her. But she is accustomed to another manner of life entirely, Frawley. She would be unable to make the adjustment, even if I were willing to allow her to try. She would be desperately unhappy within a few months." "I see," the artist said, gazing at him with hostile eyes that did not conceal the contempt he felt for the Parisian splendour of his guest. "But I am not so sure that I could adjust to life without her, Your Grace."
"Ah," Luke said softly. His eyebrows rose, and he regarded the artist from beneath half-lowered eyelids. "I did wonder." He looked Daniel Frawley up and down before speaking again. "How much?" Frawley licked his lips. His eyes roamed restlessly about the studio.
£5,000, he said.
Luke took his time about answering.
"Lady Doris's dowry is larger," he said. "You might have asked more, Frawley. 10,000, perhaps even 20.
The painter tried unsuccessfully not to show his chagrin.
"I am not greedy," he said stiffly. "It will not be easy to give her up. I love her." "Then you might have put a higher price on your love," Luke said pleasantly, getting to his feet and strolling languidly toward the much taller and larger man. "But no matter. My answer would have been the same whether you had asked 5, 10, 20, or 50,000. This is my answer."
The next moment, Daniel Frawley crashed backward to the floor. His face contorted with pain, he lifted one hand to cup about one side of his jaw. Luke flexed his right hand and looked down ruefully at his reddening knuckles.
"You will, of course," he said in the same pleasant tone he had used a few moments before, "stay quite away from Lady Doris Kentrick from this moment on."
The artist lay silently where he was on the floor, while his visitor let himself out. And then Luke called on Doris and asked for a private word with her when their mother would have joined them.
"You have what?"
His sister stood wide-eyed in the middle of the room after he had spoken to her. "I have forbidden him to have anything more to do with you, Doris," he repeated.
"Have you?"
Her voice was quiet, but her bosom, he saw, was heaving.
"Have you? Because he is a struggling artist, I suppose, and because his father was not a gentleman, because he has not yet achieved fame or fortune. I am to marry a man who has wealth and rank, regardless of my ability to love him or be happy with him. Is that it, Luke?"
"My dear," he said, regarding her coolly, "grant that I have an older and wiser head than you, and that our mother does too. Grant that perhaps we can see better than you what or who could not make you happy. Daniel Frawley could not do so." Her bosom still heaved. Her eyes flashed. With an inner sigh, he prepared himself to deal with feminine hysteria, something he loathed doing, and normally avoided at all costs, since women did not fight fairly. They might claw and scratch and punch and kick and bite and use blistering language, but let the man retaliate with even the mildest oath or the lightest slap, and they were screeching murder, and the whole world, male and female, took their part. But Doris did not explode as he expected her to. Her eyes filled with tears, which spilled over onto her cheeks.
"You too, Luke,"
she said in a near whisper.
"You too cannot see that I am a person with feelings and dreams of my own. Because I am a duke's daughter and your sister, you must see to it that my future reflects the family position and pride. My preferences are of no importance at all. You must order my life as if I am a thing, and not a breathing, feeling, thinking person."
He realized his mistake immediately. His mistakes. He should have spoken with his sister before going to Frawley's. He should have tried to get her to see for herself that such an attachment was quite ineligible and very unlikely to bring her lasting happiness. And he should have conducted this interview differently. He should not have spared her feelings by withholding the information about her true love's perfect willingness, even eagerness, to withdraw his suit for a price. But he would not change course now. He had taken the path of authority and would keep to it. She doubtless would not believe him anyway. He had never had to deal with a younger sister before from a position of authority. What was as clear as day to him was obviously not clear at all to her.
"Did Anna not speak with you?"
she asked. "Yes," he said. "She did." Anna had told him that Doris had fallen in love with all the hot impetuosity of youth, and that the object of her attachment might well be ineligible. But it was a real attachment, she had added. Young people's feelings might sometimes be misguided, but they were nevertheless intense, and young people could feel as much pain as older people, sometimes more. Anna had asked him to deal gently with his sister. He knew nothing about gentleness, and he was not sure it was the answer to anything. Life was a harsh business, with harsh lessons to learn. He had learned the hard way himself, and was none the worse for it.
"I feel sorry for Anna,"
Doris said very quietly.
"Married to you."
Ashley had said that too, directly to Anna. "One day, Doris," he said, "you will realize that I am doing what is best for you."
"I wonder,"
she said,
"if parents and older brothers really believe that when they say it. I never ever expected to hear it from you. Not from you, Luke."
"I will have your promise now," he said, "that you will no longer communicate with Frawley."
"Or what?" she asked. "What will you do to me, Luke, if I refuse to give any such promise? Or if I do not keep it? Take me over your knee and beat me?"
"I do not make silly threats, Doris," he said. "It is only fair, however, that you understand that you will be very sorry for disobedience on this matter."
"That is not a threat."
She looked down at her hands and then up into his eyes.
"What did they do to you in France, Luke? If I could tear open your coat and waistcoat and shirt, Would I find a scar on your left breast where they removed your heart?
She did not wait for a reply, though the questions were, of course, purely rhetorical. She turned and hurried from the room, her promise not given. Luke sighed. He had given up wishing that George had not died, or had fathered a dozen sons before doing so, and he had given up wishing that he had stayed in Paris and allowed his family members to find their own way to heaven or to hell. But sometimes he still felt angry, deeply, impotently angry, over a fate that had given him responsibilities he had never asked for. He had been happy as he was, in the life he had forged for himself. But over the following weeks, all seemed to be well, in the sense that his mother believed the connection with Frawley had been brought to an end. Doris was subdued whenever she was forced into his company, and never looked directly at him, or addressed a word to him, if she could avoid doing so. But she did not look as if she were pining for a lost love. She danced every set of the balls they attended, and conversed with gentlemen at routs and concerts. She had a court of admirers, several of them eligible enough to be encouraged, if she so chose. Perhaps by the summer, before it was time for her to return home, she would fall in love with someone else. She was young enough to forget easily, though unwillingly he remembered someone, himself, who had not found it at all easy to forget. There had been a year of hell. As for his marriage, Luke found himself regretting it less as the month progressed. Anna was an interesting and witty companion in the privacy of their own home, a dazzling and charming one in public, and a warm and passionate lover in bed. Sometimes he made love to her during the afternoons, so that they might get some sleep during the nights, he told both her and himself. She was embarrassed and rather stiff the first time, finding neither darkness, or even semi-darkness, nor clothing nor bedclothes behind which to hide. But it did not take him long to persuade her, with his hands and mouth and body rather than with words, to accept her own beauty and her own sexuality, and to know that he found her in no way wanting. And yet, strangely, even on the nights when they did not make love, he found himself going to her bed to sleep, almost as if it were his own. They never touched, except when they were making love, but he found her soft breathing and her body heat and the womanly smell of her soothing. He slept better than he had ever done alone. It was one surprising, and not at all unpleasant, discovery about his marriage. She gave him pleasure, and he knew that he gave it to her too. Pleasure in their sexual life, and pleasure in their social life. They attended almost all the many social functions of the spring season, and did some entertaining themselves, having close acquaintances to dine more than once, and hosting a card and informal dancing party one evening. Always Anna sparkled with warm gaiety, as she had during that first ball. She was widely admired. Other men envied him, Luke knew. He found that he watched her in public far more than other men watched their wives. It pleased him to watch her, and to note that she watched him almost as much. He wondered if she drew as much pleasure from his appearance as he did from hers. Pleasure, he decided, made for a far firmer and more lasting basis to a relationship than love. He was glad, very glad, that there was no love between himself and his wife. He was glad that his discovery on his wedding night, and her refusal to answer his questions the morning after, had killed the foolish infatuation he had felt for her. He was glad there were no real depths to their relationship, only pleasure. His first month in England had brought with it a new way of life, with which he was not entirely dissatisfied. If only it could continue thus, he thought sometimes, he could be almost as well content as he had been in Paris. But then came the evening of the masquerade at Ranelagh Gardens. By the following morning he knew that his return to Bowden Abbey could be postponed no longer, and that his life was about to change again. It was not a happy prospect. Ranelagh Gardens in Chelsea had been opened only a few years before, and was still all the rage among people of fashion. There was the large rotunda, inside which one could stroll or take tea or coffee while listening to music. More popular, there were the gardens to walk in, and the artificial lake and canal, with boats and a picturesque Chinese pagoda. The tree-lined walks on either side of the canal were favourites with lovers, particularly during the evenings, when the gardens were lit by hundreds of golden lamps. Anna had never been there before, nor had she ever attended a masquerade. She was enormously excited, and despised her excitement when she was a 25-year-old married lady. Sometimes she felt as if all the youthfulness she had been deprived of at the appropriate time in her life was finding its way out of her now, and yet Luke never seemed to mind. It excited her that he watched her at balls and other assemblies just as he had before they were married, his fan usually waving absently before his face. She flirted with him still when they were in public, even though they had been married and lovers for a month. She dressed as a Turkish princess for the masquerade, or rather as a member of a Turkish harem, Luke told her when he saw her. He also told her that she could be a member of his harem any time she chose. She laughed and batted her eyelashes at him over the top of the heavy gold veil with which she had covered her face from the eyes down in place of a mask, and unseen by him, she blushed at the naked desire she saw in his eyes for a moment. She felt deliciously comfortable and feminine, and slightly wicked, in her loose scarlet damask drawers with gold-embroidered flowers, and in her fine white silk gauze smock, edged with gold damask. She felt almost undressed, despite the red, gold-belted caftan she wore over all. It felt strange to be without the armour of her hoops, though she was still tightly laced, of course. On her unpowdered hair she wore a small red velvet cap, decorated with pearls. Luke had refused to be a sultan to please her. If he were one, he had explained, he would certainly not be escorting her to a masquerade for all to see and admire. He would have her behind locked doors, guarded by 6-foot eunuchs with large muscles. He wore a domino and half-mask, but since the domino was scarlet, lined with gold, and his waistcoat and mask were also gold, he looked quite gorgeous enough to Anna to be her sultan. Agnes was also at the masquerade, dressed as a shepherdess, with Lady Stern and Lord Quin, and Doris was there as Diana the huntress with her mother. Anna loved all of them, and spent time talking with them between dances in the rotunda. It was amusing, but not at all difficult to guess the identities of most of the masked revellers. Some gentlemen, most of them in dark dominoes and masks, kept in the shadows or out of doors. Men who were not well received in society, perhaps, Anna thought, but who had nevertheless been willing to pay the entrance fee. But not all the evening was spent inside. She walked beside the canal with Luke for a whole hour first, and wished they could stroll there for an hour longer before going inside and being forced apart by the demands of sociability. It was lovely to walk alone with him in such magical surroundings, to feel all the romance of it, to know that they belonged together, that they were lovers, and that... But she hugged entirely to herself the secret and exciting hope that had been growing in her for several days. They did not talk a great deal as they walked, and it pleased her, as she watched the shimmering reflections of the lamps in the water, to imagine that he felt the romance of it too, that perhaps there was coming to be a little more than just duty and pleasure to bind them. With his free hand he covered her own as it rested on his arm. She felt it as a touchingly intimate gesture. She sat with Doris after they had entered the rotunda. The musicians were not playing. She had remained friendly with the girl, even though there had been a certain rift with Luke, if rift was the right word. Luke was not close to his family at all. Apparently, he had handled the business of Doris's romance rather badly. He had called on Doris's Daniel and forbidden him to see or communicate with her again. He had told her that much himself. But when the man had protested his love for Doris, Luke had threatened him, And then Luke had offered him money, £20,000, to stay away from Doris. When Daniel had refused, Luke had knocked him down. Those last details had been supplied by Doris. Anna always tried not to think of Luke's part in what had happened, for there it was again, that total lack of respect and feeling for a woman's point of view, that overpowering male urge to control. What he had done had perhaps not been wrong in itself, but there had surely been a kinder way of discouraging Doris from making what would surely have been an unwise marriage. Men never took the kind way, though. Men seemed to know nothing about kindness, only about power. But the very story Doris had told Anna seemed to prove that her young man had not heeded the warning. There had obviously been at least one more communication between the lovers. It bothered Anna to know that the inflexibility of the commands Luke had given might drive them to desperation. She would have liked to confide in him, but she did not do so. How would he punish his sister for receiving a forbidden letter? Perhaps it had been a harmless letter of goodbye. Doris seemed full of suppressed excitement tonight.
"'Tis a wonderful occasion, is it not?"
Anna said, taking a seat beside her.
"So many costumes, such an imposing building, such beautiful gardens. They must be lovely by day. They are enchanted by night."
Doris's eyes were searching the shadows of the interior of the rotunda and the outdoors as seen through the open doorway.
"I care not for any of it,"
she said. She leaned forward as someone in a dark domino passed outside, and then sat back again.
"I care nothing for this life of wealth and endless and meaningless pleasures. They mean nothing to me. I mean to renounce them. I mean to be happy."
Perhaps she did not intend to make her meaning quite so plain, but it was instantly obvious to Anna that a tryst had been arranged. What better place for it than Ranelagh Gardens at night during a masquerade? But what did she mean to do? Just meet Daniel for a few minutes? Her words had suggested more.
"Doris,"
she set a hand on the girl's arm.
"what have you planned?"
Doris looked at her.
"The least said, the better,"
she said.
"I like you, Anna, and I pity you being married to Luke, because he has become a monster without a heart. I wish you had known him a long time ago, when he was my favourite person in the whole world. I like you, but you are his wife, and perhaps you would feel constrained to tell him any confidence I placed in you. 'Tis better if you know nothing."
Oh, the foolish girl! Her meaning was as plain as if she had put it into words.
"Doris,"
Anna said, "do not do anything you will regret."
"La, I do not intend to,"
the girl said, leaning a little closer and speaking intensely.
"I will never regret what I will do tonight."
She laughed suddenly.
"Dance with all the most handsome gentlemen, that is."
Lord Quinn bowed over Anna's hand at that moment to ask her for the honour of leading her into the next set of country dances. She smiled at him and rose to her feet. "Egad," he said, "but I can never resist treading a measure with a girl newly escaped from the harem. My nephew is a lucky fellow, I warrant you." Anna laughed and sought out her husband with her eyes, as she was in the habit of doing. He was standing talking with a few other gentlemen, his eyes looking at her through the slits of the golden mask, his ivory fan, closed, tapping against his chin. He would not be able to see her smile behind the veil. She widened her eyes at him. What was Doris planning to do? Spend so much time with her Daniel that Luke would be forced to consent to her marrying him? Elope with him? Anna very much needed to talk to her husband, and yet she hesitated. What if it were merely an innocent meeting that was planned? Was there any great harm in that, when the girl was young and fancied herself in love? And yet Anna knew that more than that was planned. But what if the young man did not come? She would get Doris into trouble for naught. But if he did not come tonight, would they make plans for another night? The worst of it was, Anna thought, that in a month of marriage that had brought her and Luke close physically, and that had established a light, flirtatious relationship between them, there had been no closeness of minds. She felt a reluctance, almost an embarrassment, about talking to him on any serious matter. Anna danced and talked and made her eyes sparkle and worried. What should she do? The only thing she could do, she decided at last, was keep a careful eye on Doris herself and make sure that she did nothing irreparably foolish. It was during the next set, a minuet, that Doris, who had refused 2 would-be partners and stood near the door, was approached by a tall man all in grey. They did not dance. They disappeared through the door so quickly that even Anna, who was watching for such a move, hardly saw them go. Anna was dancing with Mr. Hatwell, an acquaintance. She looked around quickly for her mother-in-law. The dowager was talking with a couple, her back to the door. Anna turned her glance back to where her husband had been standing a few minutes ago. He was still there, and still looking at her. He seemed to realize that something was amiss. She had stopped dancing and turned completely away from her partner, she was suddenly aware. He came striding toward her. "My wife is feeling unwell, Hatwell," he said with a polite bow to her partner. "You will excuse her?" Mr. Hatwell bowed in return and murmured his concern for her health. "Something is wrong, my dear?" Luke asked, after he had taken her arm and skilfully steered her past dancers to the door.
"'Tis Doris, Luke," she said. "I feared from something she said earlier that she had planned a meeting with her young man tonight. She just left hurriedly with a tall man in a dark grey domino and mask. I do not know if it was he, but she should not be alone with anyone anyway."
They were outside in the cool, lamplit darkness. He took her by the shoulders and squeezed hard. "Stay here," he said, his voice steely enough to make her shiver. "I will be back." He turned to stride away in the direction of the outer gates. He was not going to waste time then, searching the paths along which his sister might be strolling with a beau. Anna hesitated, and then hurried after him.
"Luke," she said, "do not be too harsh with her. She is young and fancies herself in love. She believes this is the only chance for happiness she will ever have."
He did not answer her. Neither did he order her to go back. His eyes were looking keenly in all directions. Anna shivered again. Had she done right to appeal to him? He looked coldly murderous. The lovers had not had enough of a start to escape completely. They were approaching the gates when Luke hailed them. They swung around, hand in hand, and Doris let out a little cry. Her eyes, round with terror and dismay through her mask, moved from Luke to Anna and turned reproachful. Despite herself, Anna felt her eyes drop. "You are going somewhere?" Luke asked, his tone ominously pleasant.
"Yes."
Doris was the one who spoke, her voice defiant.
"We are going away from here. We are going to be married."
"In a few minutes' time, my dear," Luke said. "You will be going home with our mother." He turned his attention to the tall and silent young man. "You are a glutton for punishment, Frawley." "This is what your sister wants," the young man said, his voice intense with anger. "And 'tis what I want." "Yes, I have no doubt of it," Luke said. "I informed you, after all, that her dowry is worth more than the £5,000 you asked for in return for breaking off communication with her."
"Oh, 'tis a lie!"
Doris cried.
"'Tis you who offered money, Luke. £20,000, and Daniel who refused."
"Ah," Luke said, his eyes still on Daniel Frawley. "That detail had escaped my memory." Anna, listening to the pleasantness of his voice, shivered once more. But suddenly the other man dragged a sword free of its scabbard at his side and pointed it directly at Luke. Anna felt her knees turn to jelly. "You will not stop us," he said. "Stay just where you are, Harnden, if you do not wish to take harm. Doris and I are leaving." Luke neither moved nor changed his tone of voice. "Extremely unwise, my dear," he said to Daniel Frawley.
Put it up while you have the chance." Daniel made the mistake of sneering. It seemed to Anna that she saw the sword in her husband's hand before she heard the scraping sound of its being drawn from its scabbard. And then somehow her eye was not fast enough to follow the exact sequence of events. Daniel Frawley's sword was flying in an arc through the air and clattering down onto the path 12 feet away, and the point of Luke's sword was at his throat. Anna, too horrified to move, watched in fascination as a dark bubble beaded there and began to flow in a thin trickle down his neck. "What you will do," Luke said, his tone still unchanged, "is leave alone, Frawley. With your life and most of your blood if you are a good boy. I shall relieve you of a little more of the latter if you ever come within hailing distance of Lady Doris Kendrick again. I might have allowed you to meet her occasionally, under strictest chaperonage, had you not shown yourself quite as prepared to take my money as to marry my sister. I might have allowed it in the hope that she would come to realize that such a change in her style of life would not bring her the happiness she expected. But now you will communicate with her on peril of your life. You may retrieve your sword before leaving." He lowered his sword unhurriedly and replaced it in its scabbard. Daniel Frawley did as he was told. Doris, who had stood frozen, both hands over her mouth, lowered them finally as her lover disappeared from sight.
"I hate you," she said dispassionately to Luke, "and I will do all I can to defy you. I will elope with him at the earliest opportunity."
"Anna," Luke kept his eyes on his sister, "will you be so good as to hurry back to the rotunda and ask my mother if she will come here? Explain that you will be taking Doris home, if you please. Stay there with Lady Stern until I come to you." Anna hurried away. She knew for once in her life what Judas Iscariot must have felt like when he left the Garden of Gethsemane. The betrayer. Except that Doris had been saved from a disastrous future, especially if what Luke had said about the money was true. Somehow she was more inclined to believe Luke's version than Doris's, which had come from Daniel Frawley. Perhaps because she wanted to believe Luke's. 5 minutes later, the Dowager Duchess of Harnden was on her way to the gates, having heard enough from Anna's brief explanation to understand exactly what had happened. Anna, watching her leave, stood for a few moments outside the rotunda, welcoming the darkness and coolness and relative privacy, calming herself before following her husband's instructions and joining her godmother inside. But before she could do so, a tall black shadow stepped between her and the nearest light. "Ah, alone at last," a horrifyingly familiar voice said. "Well met, my Anna." Chapter 12. It seemed that all lights had gone out, and all air had been sucked away. Panic, sheer, raw panic, froze her to the spot on which she stood. "Your husband is otherwise engaged for the present," he said. "'Twill be my pleasure to give you my company, Anna. I will walk with you beside the canal." He extended an arm for hers, and in doing so stepped lightly to one side, so that the light of a single lamp streamed over his shoulder. "What do you want?" Her lips were stiff and unwilling to move. "I want to walk alone with my Anna for a few quiet minutes," he said. "Take my arm." The thought of touching him was deeply nauseating. "Please." She could hear the abject, pleading note in her voice, and could seem to do nothing about it. "Please leave me alone, please. I am married now. All that is in the past." Pointless words, and untrue. Nothing was in the past. "Take my arm, Anna." She took it and squeezed her eyes tightly shut. She knew suddenly why she liked Luke's height. This man was tall. Her head reached barely to his chin. She felt overpowered by him, enveloped in him, robbed of personal identity by him. He strolled with her in the direction of the canal and the tree-lined path on the far side of it,
Other masked revellers moved to either side of them, chattering and laughing. One or two of them greeted Anna. She walked past them in the darkness, in the shadow of the tall, black-cloaked, black-masked man at her side. It was impossible to believe that this was the same enchanted path she had taken with Luke earlier. "What do you want?" she asked again. "Just this, my Anna," he said, indicating the pleasure gardens about them and touching her hand. She dared not snatch it away. "I longed to be back home with you. It was a severe disappointment when I finally returned and found you gone, and knew that there would be the delay of coming to London to claim you. And yet, when I came here, I found a further complication. Well, I chose to allow you to continue with your very naughty plans to marry. I chose to stand back and allow you a little time with your Duke. 'Tis not easy. These few moments will soothe the emptiness."
"What are you going to tell him?"
she asked. "Nothing at all," he said, looking down at her with eyes that glittered through his mask. "It will be unnecessary. You will come to me when the time is right, my Anna, and he will need to know nothing but the fact that you have tired of him. He will not need to know that you are a cheat and a thief and a murderer and a whore, unless you prove difficult."
"I intend to repay every one of my father's debts," she said. "Then you will have no more reason to terrorize me."
"Terrorize?" he said. "Do you still not believe that I love you, Anna? That when the time comes, I will take you away and make you happier than you ever dreamed of being? And do you not know that the debts mean nothing to me? That I assumed them only to lift an intolerable burden from the shoulders of my beloved Anna?"
"I will pay them all," she said, "in money. I will no longer accept even the smallest of them as gifts for favours rendered. In time I will pay them all."
He patted her hand. "Let us not talk of such things," he said. "Let us enjoy a quiet stroll. Ah, the wonder of seeing and feeling you beside me again." She could remember the deep gratitude she had felt toward him when he had first come to live in the neighbourhood very soon after her mother's death. He had seemed solidly calm and kindly and reassuring, in contrast with her father, who had lost himself in drink and self-pity for years, and then had collapsed almost completely when Mamma died. Sir Lovett Blaydon had visited often, and, without ever seeming to insinuate himself into her confidence, had won her trust. She could remember strolling with him one afternoon in the garden, her arm through his, as it was now, comforted by his tall solidity and his sympathy, telling him about her father's debts, about their closeness to total ruin. She had not known what would happen to the children. Even Victor had still seemed a child, though he was 19 at the time, and Emily was a deaf-mute. Even unburdening her anxieties to someone else had been an enormous relief. She had not asked herself why she would do so to a stranger. He had not seemed to be a stranger. He had seemed more of a father figure, a dependable father figure. He had bought all her father's debts. She could remember his telling her, also in the garden, and she could remember being speechless with gratitude and relief. She could remember stretching out her hands to him and squeezing his very tightly and lifting them to her cheeks. She could remember biting her upper lip to stop the tears from flowing, and then laughing, because they had spilled over anyway, and because she had been quite unable to speak even the words, "Thank you." She had thought he had done it because he loved her. She had expected him to return the next day to offer her marriage. She had pictured his making her a wedding present of those debts, a most precious gift. She had liked him so well that it had felt almost like love. It had not seemed to her that she would be sacrificing herself by marrying him. She had wanted to marry him. She had wanted to spend the rest of her life showing her gratitude. But he had not wanted marriage, only power over her, though he had begun to call her my Anna, and he had begun to talk about the future life they would live together. He had begun to claim to love her. The further he drew her into his net, the stronger had grown his claim to love her. Sometimes she wondered why he had chosen her as his victim. Simply because she had been there? Because making her a victim had been almost laughably easy? Probably she would never know. "Ah," he said now, as they strolled back along the shabby path, "the husband awaits." Luke, she saw, was standing still below the rotunda, watching them. She wondered if the two men would meet. She wondered what would happen. Panic had long ago disappeared, to leave in its place a dull sense of fatality. It was out of her hands. But Sir Lovat Bladen stopped when they were a little distance away from Luke, took her hands in his, and bowed over them. Anna closed her eyes, but he did not kiss them. "You may enjoy him a while yet, my Anna," he said. "I will communicate with you from time to time, to make sure you keep in mind that you are merely on loan to him at my pleasure. But you need have no fears for your reputation. I love you more than anyone else possibly could." She drew her hands from his, breathed air slowly into her lungs, and turned from him. She moved toward Luke, who was still standing where he had been before. She tried not to hurry, though she felt suddenly that devil's claws were about to tear at her back. She smiled and let her eyes sparkle above the veil, until she remembered that for more than one reason the smile was inappropriate. She let it die. Luke watched her come. He had felt a rather foolish and uncharacteristic alarm when he had returned to the rotunda to find that she was not there, either with Lady Stern or with anyone else. For one moment he had imagined that she too had flown, but of course she was outside strolling, as were more than half the other revellers at Ranelagh. He did not recognize the man who accompanied her, though he might have been an acquaintance. His black cloak and mask, and the fact that his hood was up, made identification difficult. It was perfectly acceptable for his wife to be walking with another man. He should return to the rotunda, Luke thought, lest both she and others think that he spied on her. He spent enough time watching her in ballrooms and drawing-rooms, and he had no doubt other people had noticed. He had no wish to be known as a man besotted with his own wife. However, he stayed where he was, watching them, having the inexplicable feeling that he might be needed. But they had seen him, and the man was taking his leave of her, bowing over her hands. For a fleeting moment, Luke felt that he must know the man, but full recognition eluded him. Her eyes smiled at him as she approached, and then turned serious again. "Anyone I know?" he asked.
"Oh,"
she laughed.
"No, just a rather distant neighbour from home. I used to know his daughter quite well. I'm amazed he recognized me. I did not know him until he identified himself. Did you send Doris home?"
"Yes," he said. "I saw them on their way. I regret that you were a witness to violence, Anna."
"'Twas not your fault."
She looked closely at him.
"Where did you learn such skilled swordplay?"
"In Paris," he said, "among other things." She shivered suddenly, and sagged toward him in such a way that he had to reach out a hand to steady her.
"I want to leave,"
she said.
"Please, Luke."
"I came to suggest it," he said. "'Tis not easy to rejoin the revels after one's sister has just narrowly escaped ruining her life, and she is too young to know what she does." They took their leave of Lady Stern and Anna's sister and Theo, and were in the carriage on their way home 5 minutes later. Luke set his head back and closed his eyes, glad that his wife seemed indisposed to talk. Ruin would be so much more disastrous for a woman than for a man. He had been only a year older than Doris was now, when his own life fell to ruins about his ears. Because he was a man, he had been able to make a new life for himself. It would have been far more difficult for Doris to do likewise. His cold anger had receded, though he was not sorry for the decision he had made while he had waited with Doris for their mother to come to take her home. Tomorrow she would be sent all the way home, to Bowden Abbey, where she could be watched more closely. His mother would go with her. He had told them of his plan, and had told them, too, that he would call on them in the morning to see them on their way.
"And to beat me before I leave?"
Doris had asked defiantly and bitterly.
"You are not going to let me escape without a beating, are you, Luke?"
"Be quiet, girl," their mother had said coldly.
"I would stand by without a word of protest if Luke should have the good sense to discipline you in such a way, even if he were to use a whip. It is something that should have happened to you long ago."
Luke had made no comment. He had been too angry. But remembering his mother's words now, he found himself wondering if it was whippings that Doris had lacked through her childhood and girlhood, or if it was love. Perhaps if his mother had hugged her a few times. But he did not believe in love. Love would have destroyed Doris just as surely as its absence seemed to be doing. Not that he could accuse his mother of a total absence of love, he supposed. It was just that she had always put duty and propriety first, as if a display of love were a foolish weakness. And yet Doris perhaps needed more open love than she could get from her mother, or from him. He could remember what an affectionate child she had been. Luke swallowed, and he realized suddenly that he was holding his wife's hand rather tightly on the seat between them. It was not something he was in the habit of doing. It was almost as if he had reached for her, needing her. He did not need her or anyone else. He had learned to be strictly self-sufficient. He must never allow himself to need Anna in any other way than the sexual. He slid his hand from hers. She sat quietly beside him for a few moments, and then she swayed toward him, so that her arm was against his, and she rubbed her cheek hard against his shoulder. Startled, he opened his arms to steady her, as she got awkwardly to her feet and moved across him to sit on his lap. She yanked her veil beneath her chin, wrapped her arms about his neck, rubbed her breasts suggestively against him, and found his mouth with her own in the darkness. Good Lord! His arms closed about her. His mouth opened appreciatively, and he thrust his tongue into the warmth of her mouth. She moaned, and he felt the stirrings of arousal in himself.
"After all,"
she drew back her head and laughed.
"Why waste a perfectly decent carriage ride?"
Anna as innocent flirt he was familiar with. Anna as seductress was a new pleasure to him. She feathered kisses over his face.
"I want you,"
she whispered between each one.
"I want you."
He could feel the warmth and shape of her legs through the flimsy drawers. Her breasts were pushed high by her stays, an armour that kept the rest of her body from his seeking hands, and yet somehow an excitement in itself. "Here in the carriage," he said. "I am very ready to oblige you, madam, if you can stand the relative discomfort."
"Here and now."
Her voice was low and throaty.
"Not a moment later. Give it to me now."
He would have made the peeling away of her drawers an erotic part of their foreplay, but her hands joined his to tear impatiently at them and toss them to the floor. He undid his own buttons and brought her astride him on the seat. She was on fire, almost frantic with desire. She had fired him, too. He was glad she wanted it now. He did not believe he could wait until they reached home. "Now it will be, then," he said, spreading his hands over her hips and drawing her down onto him. She was hot and wet, and so ready that she cried out and exploded into release even as he mounted her. He let her shudder into relaxation before enjoying his own pleasure in more leisurely fashion, and to the accompaniment of satisfied murmurings from his companion. He held them coupled, until he feared that they must be nearing home. What a wonderful treat, he thought drowsily. He had never made love in a carriage before. It was a step in his education that he was very glad he had not missed. Very glad. He kissed Anna's cheek. "My coachman might well have an attack of apoplexy if he finds us like this when he opens the door,"
he said. "Shall we make ourselves respectable and resume the unrespectability in the privacy of our own apartments later?" He would want her again, he knew. This had merely whetted his appetite. She chuckled in that throaty manner he had noticed earlier, and sighed as he uncoupled them. She bent to retrieve her drawers and wriggled into them. They were seated side by side, not touching, when the carriage drew to a halt, and the coachman opened the door and lowered the steps. Luke escorted her to her dressing-room and stepped aside after opening the door. "Soon, madam?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. She smiled dazzlingly.
"Sooner, Your Grace,"
she said, and swept into her room, all floating gauze and sparkling embroidery and fascinating femininity. Soon. Ah, yes, or sooner. He strode away to his own dressing-room. Hopelessness had given place to panic, a panic she had tried to control in the carriage. Unusually, miraculously, he had taken her hand in his, and she had concentrated all her being on the contact, rested all her sanity on the touch of his hand. When he had removed it, her sanity and her control had gone with it, and she had hurled herself at him, only one need driving her, the need to climb right inside him, the need to become so much a part of him that no one would ever find her again. The feel of him coming into her, hard and long and solidly real, had been so wonderfully reassuring that it was everything. It was all. She had allowed herself the luxury of losing herself in him, and then of letting him hold her, warm and utterly safe, his body still a part of hers. But the panic had not gone, she discovered, when she was in the safety of her own home and her own rooms. She was alone and terrified, even while her maid was with her. She fought hysteria while she waited for him to come. He came much sooner than usual, though it seemed she had waited for him for hours. She smiled at him from the bed and pushed the bedclothes back from her naked body as he let fall his dressing-gown. "Hold me, save me." She reached up her arms to him.
"Make love to me."
"It is my full intention, madam," he said, "as I am sure you can observe." He bent over the candles to blow them out. The sudden darkness brought a wave of panic, and then he was beside her and reaching for her, and beginning the growingly familiar, but always new, ritual of love-making. "Anna?" He liked to proceed slowly, making every move excruciatingly agonizing, excruciatingly pleasurable. "You are very hungry."
"Ravenous,"
she said.
"I am starved, Luke. Fill me."
"An invitation not to be resisted," he said. She parted her legs for him as he moved over her, frantic to be filled with him again, hot and panting with her need. But it was his fingers that touched her first, his marvellously skilled fingers, which could bring her to the edge of madness with their stroking and probing sensitivity. But tonight they met sore and pulsing need, as he kissed her breasts and sucked gently on them. She could hear herself begging, as her hands pulled loose the ribbon at the nape of his neck and spilled his hair about her breasts. And then his mouth was where his hands had been, shocking in its unexpectedness, his tongue more sensitive, more erotic than his fingers. His hands covered her breasts, her nipples squeezed between thumb and forefinger.
"Harder,"
she heard herself beg, and the increased pressure of his fingers had her crying out in unbearable pain and desire. She shattered about him, felt the ache build again and shatter again and build yet again. By the time his body covered her and he came inside her, she was whimpering with a need that had been satisfied time and again, but had not been put to rest. She relaxed gratefully against his driving hardness for several minutes, until he reached so deep into her soul and became so much one with her there that no conscious thought, no conscious feelings or emotions were left. Only perfect peace, perfect love. When she awoke, she was alone. Oh, not alone in bed. He was there beside her, as he always was at night,
He was sleeping, but she was alone in the sense that they were not touching. She did not know what time it was, but she guessed that she had slept for several hours. It was amazing. She had not expected to sleep at all. She was safe. She was in her own bed with her husband beside her. She tried to keep her body relaxed and relive in her mind the way he had made love to her earlier, the most wonderful love-making in a month of wonderful love-makings. She tried to convince herself that he would eventually come to love her as she loved him, and that they would live happily ever after. But it was coming back, and she could not keep pushing it away. The panic, and the nightmare memory of how she had lived with it for weeks and months on end for the whole year after his leaving, before she had met and married Luke. The bed suddenly seemed a mile wide, and he and she perched on opposite ends of it. She felt surrounded by cold emptiness, the cold threat of reaching hands. She rolled over onto her side and pressed herself close to the reassuringly warm and solid body of her husband and burrowed her way past his arms so that she could snuggle her head against his chest beneath his chin. "Hold me. Please hold me." His arms came about her, and he muttered sleepily, and then woke up.
"Anna," he said, "what is this? Would you have me lame and impotent from so much use? Give me a few moments, and I will be ready for you."
"No!"
she wailed. It was not pleasure she wanted now, but comfort, love.
"Luke, take me home. Please take me home. I want to go home."
Perhaps there she would be safe.
"To Elm Court," he said. "You are feeling homesick. You are missing your youngest sister. I will take you there if you wish it."
"No,"
she said.
"Not there. Not there ever again. Take me home. Home to Bowden Abbey."
He held her close for a while, saying nothing. She felt almost as if he had retreated somewhat from her.
"To Bowden," he said. "Anna, what is all this? Has something happened?"
"Nothing,"
she said against his chest.
"Nothing at all. But I am tired of London. I want to go home. Please let us go home."
"Home,"
he said. She could feel him draw breath slowly.
"Yes, it is home, is it not? But there is something, Anna. What is it?"
She swallowed and pressed closer.
"I am going to have a child,"
she said. She had not intended to tell him yet. She was not even sure yet.
"Already?"
One hand had moved up to her head. His fingers stroked through her hair and massaged her scalp.
"I am a week late,"
she said.
"I am never late. I think I must be with child. I want to go home."
He said nothing for a long time. He continued to massage her head soothingly, while her hand clung to a thick lock of his hair that had fallen over his shoulder and across her face.
"Yes,"
he said at last, very quietly.
"It is time. Our first child must be born at Bowden. You must have the quiet of the country while he grows in you. We will go home."
Safety and peace closed in about her again, and she felt very close to sleep once more.
"Anna,"
he said softly,
"it pleases me that you are with child. I thank you."
She smiled drowsily. In a month of physical closeness and passion and of emotional distance, they were the first words that seemed to reach across the distance. They sounded almost like a declaration of love. For tonight, almost was good enough. She let herself fall the rest of the way into sleep, held safely in her husband's arms. He was frankly terrified. He rode faster than usual in the park early the following morning. He had created a new life. He and Anna together. They had created a new life inside her body. And for the rest of his days, he would be responsible for that life he had started, and for the life of the mother. He was bound inextricably to life and its duties and responsibilities, and to at least 2 other people, his wife and the child who was growing in her womb. He had thought the marriage bond to be the one that would always weigh most heavily on him. He had not expected that the knowledge she had given him last night would bind him so much more. The material needs of his child he could supply with no worry whatsoever, but he would be responsible also for the emotional needs of his child. His mind touched on the idea of love and veered away again. It was something he could not do. He had spent 10 years detaching himself from human ties, from emotional entanglements, and he had been well content with the results. Could he now go back? Could he become again the person he had been, only to be destroyed again, only to be vulnerable again, and reminded of his essential aloneness? He was terrified. Terrified. What if Anna should die? What if he had killed her by putting new life inside her when he was in no way equipped to nurture that life beyond the womb? What if he had killed all the beauty and all the joyful vivacity that was Anna? He eased back on the reins when he realized he was risking his horse's safety as well as his own, and he could no longer afford the luxury of risking even his own safety. A child and its mother depended upon his life and safety. He felt a wave of dizzy nausea at the thought. He did not want anyone emotionally dependent on him. He would be unable to handle the responsibility. What if, like his mother, he could not give his child love? But he was incapable of love. He did not want to be capable of love. He did not want to be capable of feeling pain. Fortunately, he had something else on which to focus his mind as he rode home. Doris. He knew that she suffered, and that she would suffer for some time to come. He could remember something of what that kind of suffering felt like. But despite a lingering uneasiness, he was still convinced this morning that he had handled the matter in the only possible way, and he had not relented about sending her back to Bowden. He would go this morning as promised, and see her on her way with their mother. Luke thought again of the child she had been, and the youth he had been, a long time ago. He sighed as he sat down to breakfast, and looked through the pile of letters and invitations neatly stacked beside his plate. There was a voucher for an enormous sum of money enclosed in a letter that asked payment of the gaming debt by the Duke of Harnden, since his brother, Lord Ashley Kendrick, appeared unable to meet it himself. Ashley's signature was scrawled at the bottom of the voucher. Ashley was still in bed when Luke arrived at Harnden House. Before seeing his mother and sister, Luke went himself to his brother's room, took a glass of water from the dressing-room, and trickled its contents over Ashley's face. His brother sputtered into wakefulness.
"Sounds! What the deuce?" he said.
Luke tossed the voucher onto his chest, and his brother picked it up and regarded it silently for a few moments.
"Pox on it," he said. "He had no business sending it to you, Luke. I shall see to settling it. Go away and let a fellow sleep." "I shall give you a choice,"
Luke said coldly, and he could almost hear his father speaking through his voice, though his father had given him no choice 10 years ago.
"You may keep this voucher and go to the devil with it, with no further allowance to help you along. Or you may hand it back to me for payment, and get out of that bed and have your bags packed in time to accompany Doris and our mother to Bowden, where you will stay until you can satisfy me that you have good reason for leaving again. You have 5 minutes in which to decide."
He crossed the room to the window, flung back the heavy curtains, and stood looking out at the sunny square. He had forgotten that the sun was shining. He had offered a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea, a choice of being tossed out without any means of living, as he himself had been tossed out 10 years ago, or of facing total capitulation, total humiliation. But Luke hardened his heart and said nothing more.
"What time are they leaving?"
his brother asked from somewhere behind him, after perhaps 4 minutes had passed.
"As soon as you are ready,"
Luke said without turning. He heard the door into Ashley's dressing-room open and close again a few moments later. The gaming voucher he saw when he turned was on the bed. Luke walked over with a stony heart to pick it up. So it was back to Bowden Abbey, he thought, folding the paper and putting it in a pocket. Back into his past, taking his present and his future with him. He went to find his mother. Chapter 13. Bowden Abbey. Luke watched for it with some dread. As a boy, he had loved the house and the park, the farms and the village. He had hated the thought of ever being away from it. School and university were tolerated only because there were the holidays to look forward to, and perhaps he would not have had to move away if all that mess with George had never happened. His father would have given him the living at Bowden. But then it was not so much the place he dreaded, he knew, as the memories that had become associated with it. It was a pity, perhaps, that it was the last memories that had stuck with him ever since, almost obliterating the good ones. He could remember feeling great pleasure at George's return from his grand tour. Although he had always been enormously fond of his older brother, the 4-year age difference had sometimes been an impediment when they were boys. Now it seemed to have narrowed. They were young men together and brothers. There had been a few weeks of endless talking and of riding together, fishing together, playing billiards together, visiting together. They were always together, or so it had seemed. Obviously there had been some time when George was not with Luke, else what had happened would have had no chance to happen. The betrayal had shattered something in Luke that had never mended. George and Henrietta. George raping Henrietta. But no. The mind of the 30-year-old Luke shied away from that particular word. Seduction, maybe. Surely he must have believed Henrietta willing. Luke knew how sexual desire could sometimes blur one's judgment. But even the idea of George the seducer could still bring an empty ache to the pit of his stomach. There was the unwilling memory of George when confronted, ashen-faced and tight-lipped, refusing to make any comment on the story Henrietta had told, refusing to defend himself and his actions, refusing at first to accept Luke's challenge, and ultimately refusing to fight him by deloping and watching steadily as Luke took aim at the willow tree, and dropping without a sound when hit. Luke drew a slow breath. He had never seen his brother after that, and never would now. And only now, amazingly, did he recall a long-suppressed memory. A package had arrived from George after 6 months. Inside was nothing but a piece of paper with his brother's scrawled signature and a rather thick wad of money. Luke had returned it without comment. Olive branch or blood money? He had not known which. He had repressed all memory of the package until now. All his own letters, written to his mother and father, had been similarly returned. He had been turned off, cast out. And yet now, by the supreme irony of fate, this all belonged to him. They were approaching Bowden land, and he was coming back to it as the Duke of Harnden. Back to duties he had never asked for. Back to Henrietta, his brother's widow. Instinctively, he turned to his present and his future. His wife was sitting beside him in the carriage, quietly watching the scenery through the window. He might have reached for her hand if her sister had not been sitting opposite her. He was glad that her sister was there to prevent him from showing such weakness. Agnes, against Anna's advice, and despite the protests of Lady Stern, had begged to come with them. The girl, though very pretty, was equally shy. London and its gay round of balls and parties was not to her taste, Luke guessed. He had sent for the other sister too, the deaf-mute, knowing that Anna was fretting about being away from her for so long. His present and his future. In the 3 days since she had begged him to bring her home, she still had not bled. It seemed almost certain that she was with child. She felt his eyes upon her, and turned her head to smile at him. There was sunshine in her smile again, and relaxation in her posture, despite the tedium of a long journey. It surprised him that she had grown to hate London. She had seemed to be enjoying to the full the social life there, and her company had been much sought after. But in the last 3 days she had been almost frantic to leave, urging the servants on to speed up their preparations. Perhaps she was the sort of person who, once she had an idea, had to act upon it now, if not yesterday.
"We will be passing through the village within the next few minutes," he said. "We are almost home."
Are we?
Excitement lit her eyes, and she leaned away from the back of her seat, the better to see from the window. And then they were in the village, slowing for the sake of possible pedestrians or domestic animals. It all looked shockingly the same as it had always looked. What had he expected? Luke wondered. That everything would have changed beyond recognition in 10 years. But one thing had changed. 10 years ago he had been merely a younger son of the Duke and little more than a boy. He had not attracted a great deal of notice when his carriage passed through the village. This time he was the Duke of Harndon, and he was returning after a long absence. There were no crests on his carriage, but that did not appear to matter. Word must have spread that he was expected any day, and cottage doors were being flung open, and tavern and shops were spilling forth their few customers. Caught by surprise, Luke leaned forward and raised a hand in greeting to those who waved at him, their faces, for the most part, wreathed in smiles of welcome.
Luke?
Anna said. She laughed with delight.
How wonderful!
She, too, had a hand raised, and was looking from the window on her side of the carriage. But he leaned back sharply as they approached the end of the street and the church. He averted his head. No, he had no wish to see the church or the churchyard. He realized suddenly that it was not just the memories, and not just Henrietta, he had dreaded returning to. There was something worse than them. There were the graves in the churchyard. The graves of the 2 men he had not had chance or inclination to forgive in this life, and could never now forgive. "Ah," he said in some relief, as the carriage made the almost immediate turn through the tall and imposing stone gateposts into the park of Bowden Abbey.
"The villagers must have heard that a new and lovely duchess was arriving. Those standing on your side of the street will be able to boast of having seen you, my dear."
She laughed again.
"'Tis more like," she said, "that they wanted to see what Paris has done to you. Oh, the trees! They are very ancient, are they not? And, oh, look, Agnes, dear, a whole herd of them. 'Tis shady here, a pleasant break from the sunshine."
It had seemed like black night to him as he rode down the driveway for the last time. They had already passed the spot where Doris had waited for him. There was a shared gasp from both Agnes and Anna as the carriage suddenly left the trees and the shade behind, and all the splendour of the open park came into view. The double-arched stone bridge over the fast-flowing river, the long, smooth lawns sloping upward, the 4-tiered terraces of the formal gardens, carefully cultivated and ablaze with colour, and the massive house, all turrets and mullioned windows, an indescribable mess of architectural styles, but imposing and splendid. Luke gazed on it, as he had gazed at the village a few minutes ago, with surprise to find it looking so much the same. It could have been yesterday, he thought, or a century ago. The carriage crossed the bridge and made its way up the driveway, past the lawns, and then beside the long, formal gardens, before turning onto the topmost cobbled terrace, before the marble steps and the great doors. The doors had been flung wide by the time the carriage had drawn to a halt, and the coachman had opened the door and set down the steps. Luke stepped resolutely out and turned to hand first his sister-in-law and then his wife down. Anna had lost her smile, he saw, though her eyes were still wide with wonder, and her cheeks were becomingly flushed. He offered her his arm, and she set her own formally along the top of it. He should have offered her encouragement, but he had none to offer. This was, perhaps, he thought, the most difficult moment of his life. No, hardly that. One of the most difficult. He led his wife into the great oak-panelled hall, 2 stories high, with its huge portraits of family ancestors and its massive twin fireplaces at opposite sides and its tiled floor. Dwarfed by the magnificence surrounding them, the servants were lined up on both sides of the door to welcome him home, and to be inspected by their Duke and his new Duchess. His mother's doing? Luke wondered. His father's old butler, Coates, presented him with the stiff bow Luke remembered well to the housekeeper, Mrs. Wynne, whom Luke had not seen before. Luke presented his Duchess and Lady Agnes Marlowe, and then he and Anna walked the lines of the servants. They were standing stiffly to attention, many of them with brightly curious eyes. His wife, as Luke expected, rose to the occasion with all the ease of her experience. She smiled warmly at each servant and had a personal word for most. Tired as she must be, from the journey, and perhaps from early pregnancy, she did not rush this first duty as mistress of Bowden Abbey, or show any sign that it was anything but a delight to her. He had chosen well, he thought. She would do her job thoroughly and with grace. He was proud of her.
"The family is waiting above stairs in the drawing-room, Your Grace,"
Mrs. Wynne said when the inspection was finally over, addressing herself to Anna. "Will you greet them first, or retire to your apartments first?"
"Oh, we will go to the drawing-room first,"
Anna said, turning a smiling and inquiring face toward Luke. He inclined his head.
"But Lady Agnes would probably prefer to rest for a while,"
Anna said. Agnes looked relieved. Mrs. Wynne nodded and turned to lead the way through the pointed archway to the grand oak staircase. Luke, following behind her with his wife on his arm, felt rather as if he had lead weights in his shoes. It had been home once, and was to be home again, if that were possible. His family awaited him above stairs. His mother, who had turned away from him when he had most needed a mother's love. His brother, whom he had humiliated and dealt with almost as harshly as his father had dealt with him. His sister, whose heart he had ruthlessly broken, even though once upon a time he had known all about broken hearts. And Henrietta. And in the village, in the churchyard, his father, and George. The family was assembled in the drawing-room, and though they had all met in London, all but one, just a few days before, there was the formality of greetings to be dealt with now that he had come home with his Duchess. Luke kissed his mother on the cheek and returned Ashley's stiff bow, and bowed in response to Doris's curtsy. He watched as Anna hugged them all more effusively and asked about their journey, and mentioned, her voice bright with amusement and delight, the welcome they had received in the village. But there was someone else in the room, someone who stood quietly watching close to the window, someone Luke had been throbbingly aware of since he stepped into the room. He had not yet looked at her, though he knew that she was as tiny, as slim, as dainty, and as exquisitely lovely as she had been as a girl. His mother turned to Anna to present her. "This is Henrietta, Duchess of Harnden, and my eldest son's widow, Anna," she said, and turned to Henrietta. "The new Duchess of Harnden, Henrietta. Anna." Finally Luke looked at her. Her heart-shaped face, with its blue eyes, looked scarcely older. Her dark hair was powdered, and she was dressed fashionably. And her rather low, musical voice jolted him, so little had it changed.
"Anna."
She smiled and reached out both hands.
"How lovely you are. But what else could one expect of Luke's wife? I have been looking forward so much to your coming. 'Tis going to be lovely to have a new sister, and a new friend, I trust."
"Oh!" Anna laughed as Luke's eyes watched the hands of the two women join.
"You are young, Henrietta. Why did I expect someone older? Yes, we are sisters, and so I have 2 new sisters and 1 new brother. How fortunate I am."
She turned her head to include Doris and Ashley in her smile, and then Luke. And then, finally, Henrietta turned to him, and he found his eyes on her, and all else receding. God, his boyhood love, so cruelly torn from him. She would have been his wife now for 9 years or more. They would have had children. Henrietta.
"Luke."
Her smile had softened, and her hands, removed from Anna's, were stretched out to him.
"Oh, it has been a long time. They told me you had changed. 'Tis as well they warned me. But you are 10 times more handsome than the boy I knew when I married George. Welcome home, brother.
Henrietta. He took her outstretched hands and felt the shock of familiarity. He raised one of them to his lips, and both felt and saw the jewels of George's ring glittering on her finger. "'Tis good to be home." He lied smoothly, with practised good manners.
"Ah, here is the tea-tray," his mother said, bringing him back to reality. "Would you like me to pour for today, Anna?"
Anna. His wife and his Duchess. Foolish as it seemed, he had almost forgotten her for a moment. He went to take his place beside her and allowed her to warm him with her sunny smile as his mother poured the tea. They stayed in the drawing-room for half an hour over tea and succeeded, somehow, in conversing together almost as a family. It was not, Luke thought, a happy atmosphere to bring a new wife into, but then it was precisely for this that he had married. And Anna coped well, conversing with a brightness and a charm that drew them all into talking, and that even squeezed smiles out of Doris and Ashley. It was, Luke thought, as he and his wife were shown to their apartments, the sort of homecoming he had expected. No better and no worse. And somehow he had survived the meeting with Henrietta. She was more lovely, more fascinating than she had been at the age of 17, a treacherous part of his mind told him. They had the master suite at the front of the house. Not many of the house's apartments looked out over the front, since, according to the design of the old abbey, the house was far longer than it was wide. Most rooms looked out on side lawns and gardens and distant trees. Luke joined his wife in her bedchamber after inspecting his own. Her maid and another were busy in her dressing-room as he passed through it, both of them pausing in their busy job of unpacking to drop deep curtsies. Anna was standing at the mullioned window, looking out. She looked over her shoulder and smiled at him, and he joined her there.
"'Tis so magnificent that it has quite taken my breath away," she said. "If I had known, Luke, I would have urged you sooner to bring me here."
She laughed. He felt suddenly an overwhelming relief to have the worst part of the homecoming behind him, and once again to be alone with his wife. He took her hands in his and turned her toward him. "Welcome to Bowden Abbey, Anna," he said, raising first one of her hands and then the other to his lips. "Welcome home, my Duchess."
"Home,"
she said, and her eyes brightened suddenly with unshed tears.
"Oh, Luke, you have no idea how wonderful that sounds. I never thought to have a home of my own. I expected to live as a spinster in my brother's."
He almost released her hands in order to draw her into his arms. She had helped him face the ordeal of coming home, and she herself was pleased with the homecoming. He could see the tears in her eyes. But he was living through a rare, vulnerable moment, and experience had taught him that vulnerability was to be fought. Anna had once belonged to someone else, as he had, but Anna was still capable of shedding tears over her remembered love, as he was not. He squeezed her hands more tightly instead. "I certainly could not permit your brother that pleasure when he is soon to have a bride of his own," he said. She drew her head back and smiled at him.
"I like Henrietta," she
said.
"I was afraid that perhaps she would resent me, but she was very kind. It is sad that she was widowed so early in life, but perhaps she will remarry. She is very young. She must have been a child bride."
He kissed her. He did not want to talk about Henrietta, or even think about her. Anna sighed and wrapped her arms about his neck and kissed him back. They shared a deep and lingering kiss that was strangely unsexual, alarmingly unsexual. They kissed not for pleasure, but for something else. Luke's mind shied away from putting a name to that something else, even if he might have been able to do so. The kiss must be brought back to its more familiar purpose. Luke raised his head and looked down at his wife through half-closed eyes, before allowing them to stray suggestively to the bed. "That will do nicely, madam," he said, "until I can give you a more thorough welcome home tonight." He always found her laughter utterly delightful. It was so much more spirit-lifting than the sophisticated titters to which he was more accustomed.
"Your Grace," she said, "I can scarce wait."
Comforting desire came at last. Comforting because it was familiar, and it required no real sentiment. It also could not be satisfied immediately. "I believe," he said, thinking ruefully about the maids busy in the adjoining dressing-room, "we must keep early country hours now that we are in the country. An early bedtime, that is." She laughed again. Their relationship had been restored to its safe, light flirtatiousness. Anna felt cautiously happy during the week following her arrival at Bowden Abbey. It was a beautiful place, and the early summer sunshine was showing it off to best advantage. It felt wonderful to be in the country again, free from the constraints of London living. Not that she had disliked living there at all, until the night of the masquerade at Ranelagh, but after that she had felt suffocated by it. She felt free again. She knew that the sense of freedom was illusory, that she had not escaped from Sir Lovat Blaydon, and never would, but the illusion was there, and she clung to it. There was air to breathe at Bowden, and space to move in. There was happiness to know. Perhaps. Bowden was not an entirely happy place. Part of the reason was obvious. Ashley and Doris had come home against their will, both of them in disgrace and sullen, even hostile to Luke, and he did nothing to try to improve matters. He was stiff and distant with them, and made no effort to talk with them, to justify his treatment of them. There was justification for what he had done in both cases, but there should also have been love. Love that had always been so strong in Anna's own family that it puzzled her to realize that it was not so in all families. Love might have soothed bruised pride and emotions. Love might have mended broken fences. And there seemed to be no love in Luke. Anna tried not to put the idea into words in her mind. Other reasons were not as obvious. The Dowager, Anna's mother-in-law, was kind, if not exactly warm, to her. She spent time explaining things to Anna, making it easy for her to adjust to her new role as Duchess of Harnden and mistress of Bowden Abbey and social leader of the neighbourhood. But between Luke and his mother there was no warmth at all, and almost no communication. And yet they had a common cause in their concern for the well-being of Ashley and Doris. And even with Henrietta, Luke was stiff and ill at ease. Henrietta, who was so lovely and so gracious and so very friendly to Anna. She had been his brother's wife. Had he hated his brother so much that he could barely be civil even to his brother's widow? His brother, George, the late Duke of Harnden, was the key to it all, Anna supposed. Luke had almost killed his brother in a duel. He could not remember the cause of the quarrel. It amazed Anna, after a few days at Bowden, that she had ever believed him. How could one forget the cause of a quarrel that had resulted in a duel between brothers and the near death of one of them? The past, whatever it was that had happened, hung over Bowden almost like a visible, tangible pall. And yet Anna could ask no one about it. To ask any of his family would be disloyal to Luke. To ask him was impossible. In over a month of marriage they had rarely talked about anything but trivialities. They enjoyed each other's company. They spoke to each other lightly and wittingly. They teased each other, but they had never shared anything of themselves with each other, except their bodies. They were essentially strangers to each other. The pattern had been set. She did not know now how she would ask him such a question, though she had tried once at the start of their marriage. What happened 10 years ago? Why has it blighted your whole life? It had blighted Luke's life. He had once been different. Doris had told her so. And yet there was a sense of freedom and happiness at Bowden. Her relationship with Luke was good, if she could be content with its basic superficiality. He welcomed her home to Bowden the night of their arrival, as he had promised he would, with slow and thorough expertise, and told her afterward that now that it seemed almost certain she was with child, he must allow her more sleep at night.
"Once a night will have to satisfy my voracious appetite," he said. He kept his word in the coming nights. It might have been a disappointment to Anna, since her own appetite appeared quite as insatiable as his, but it was not. His decision suggested something almost like tenderness. It suggested a concern for her health and a concern for the well-being of their child, almost as if he cared. On one level, she believed he did, and she began to get up in the mornings to go riding with him. He laughed at her when she first asked, not believing that she could get out of bed early enough, and the first time he aroused her indignation by having an ancient hack saddled for her use, and then he laughed at her wrath before changing his orders. The early mornings became their special private time, or so she described them to herself. They talked and laughed and teased, and he often rode slightly behind her, to admire her splendid seat, he explained, with an appreciative leer at it when she looked back at him in inquiry one day. One morning they raced their horses when they were on their way back to the stables, and he allowed her to win by a head, and then denied that he had done so. He also announced, as he lifted her to the ground, that there would be no more racing until after her confinement. His son and heir must be protected from reckless harm.
"Or your daughter,"
she said, smiling at him. "Especially my daughter, madam," he said. "She is, perhaps, of delicate sensibilities, unlike her mother, and is afraid of speed." Her freedom was being curtailed. He would not allow her to make love more than once a night. He would not allow her to gallop her horse. It felt very like tenderness. It felt wonderful. Henrietta became her friend. It felt good to have a friend. In the last several years, Anna realized she had had no time for friendship, only for family. It was Henrietta who spent several hours with her the day after her arrival at Bowden, explaining the running of the house, showing her parts of the house that would be relevant to her running of it, going over the household accounts with her, and accompanying her on her first daily consultation with Mrs. Wynne. And Henrietta insisted, with what appeared to be warm sincerity, that she was not at all unhappy to relinquish control.
"I enjoyed my duties as Duchess, Anna,"
she said, as they strolled arm in arm through the formal gardens.
"I will not deny it, but the enjoyment has gone since George's passing, and look what I have in return for a little loss of power. I have Luke home where he belongs. I have you. I have so longed for a close friend and for another sister. And I have Agnes, who is so pretty and so sweet, and Emily coming soon. I just know I am going to love her too."
She squeezed Anna's arm.
"Perhaps I can be happy again. I believe I can."
Yes, Anna thought as the days passed. Perhaps she, too, could be happy again. Sometimes she believed she could. She tried constantly not to think of those words that sometimes haunted her dreams, over which she had no control. "Keep in mind that you are merely on loan to him at my pleasure." She was in control of her waking mind, and she chose to be happy, or at least to try. Chapter 14. A pale little face was pressed close to the window of the old carriage, gazing anxiously out, first at the house itself, and then at the people gathered on the cobbled terrace, awaiting her arrival: Luke, Anna, Agnes, Doris, and Henrietta. The anxiety in her face increased for a moment, until her eyes alit on her sisters, and then she smiled. She smiled as Anna did, Luke noticed, with all the sunshine behind her eyes. He had been feeling rather wary at the prospect of having a deaf-mute living in his house, having never had to deal with any person with a handicap. She was difficult to communicate with, Anna had said. How did one communicate with her? Apparently the girl could neither read nor write. How could she when she did not hear or know the alphabet? So one could not write down what one wanted her to know. He had consoled himself with the thought that she was Anna's concern. Anna had wanted her and had dealt with her all her life. Apparently, a nurse companion was coming with the girl. He need not concern himself with her at all, beyond providing her with a home and his protection.
Yet knowing the day of her probable arrival, he had stayed at home out of courtesy to his wife, and he had come outside with her when word was brought that a strange carriage was approaching up the driveway. Anna was brimming with pent-up excitement. He would normally have stepped forward to help a guest alight from a carriage at his doors, but he held back when the footman who had ridden up beside the coachman set down the steps and held out a hand for hers. Lady Emily Marlowe was 14 years old, of medium height and thin, her body only just beginning to bud into womanhood. She wore a closed gown over full petticoats, but no hoops. Her hair, fair and unpowdered, was pinned back from her face, but rippled free down her back. She set Luke rather in mind of a young colt. And then she was in Anna's arms, and Anna was laughing and crying. The girl made a few incoherent sounds. Agnes joined her sisters, her arms going about both. They stood huddled together in a close hug. Anna took the girl by the hand eventually and spoke to her.
"Emmy," she said, "I want you to meet my husband, the Duke of Harnden."
She neither slowed her words nor yelled, and yet the girl turned her head in his direction. Huge grey eyes in the thin, flushed face looked him over slowly, rather as her sister had done in the Diddering ballroom, he thought. He expected to see fright in her face, as he always saw in Agnes's, though fright was perhaps rather too strong a word. He had made very little concession to country fashions since moving to Bowden Abbey, and realised that young girls were sometimes overwhelmed by his appearance. He took a step toward the girl and reached out his hands toward her. She looked at them one at a time, and then raised her own to place in them. Small, cool hands. He felt an unexpected tenderness for the child. He also felt a certain foolishness. What now? It was pointless to say anything, and yet silence was unnatural in such a situation. "Emily," he said, just as if she could hear him, "welcome to your new home. I am Luke, your new brother." Her eyes, he noticed, were intent on his lips. She looked up when he stopped talking and smiled slowly and radiantly into his eyes. He squeezed her hands more tightly. Good God, he thought, she had been listening to his lips. He drew her arm through his. She did not resist, and turned her to present Doris and Henrietta to her. Doris smiled, looking as awkward as he had felt a few moments ago. Henrietta called her a dear, sweet child who was bound to bring happiness to her sisters, and indeed to all of them. But she addressed her words to Anna, not to Emily. The girl was clinging to his arm rather tightly, he realised. He patted her hand, and she looked up into his face immediately. "Come into the house for tea," he said. She smiled slowly again, and then nodded.
"She does not usually take to strangers,"
Anna said, moving to her sister's other side as he led her into the house.
"I believe she likes you, Luke."
He felt curiously pleased. He had felt very little liking from his own family since his return home. Not that he had done much to court it. He was content that there had been no open unpleasantness. His mother was gracious to the new arrival, but made no attempt during tea to pay her any attention. Lady Emily was, of course, a child, and should have been in the nursery according to his mother's strict notions of what was correct. The girl sat on a sofa between her sisters, gazing occasionally at Agnes, sometimes at him, but most of the time at Anna. Always it was a gaze, never a glance. But then he supposed that to someone who could not hear, the sense of sight was more precious than to those who could. Ashley arrived late for tea. He was often late for meals, or did not appear at them at all. Luke did not know where or how he spent his days. There had been almost no communication between them since their return from London, and almost never any eye contact. But Ashley was not made for general sullenness. He was always polite with the rest of the family, often cheerful. He was cheerful now. "Anna," he said as soon as he had nodded to everyone else in the room, "'tis said that your sister has arrived, and sure enough I see a stranger sitting beside you. Present me, if you please." Anna did so, and Ashley stood directly in front of them. "As I live," he said, grinning and making his bow. "A beauty in the making. Your servant, madam." He took the girl's hand and raised it to his lips. He spoke with his usual careless charm, Luke noticed. He knew, of course, that Anna's youngest sister was a deaf mute. Perhaps he had spoken, like Luke, because silence would have seemed unnatural. But Luke watched the girl's reaction to the introduction. She did not smile, as she had smiled at him, but she watched his brother's lips as she had watched his, and her eyes followed Ashley across the room to where he took a seat and accepted a cup of tea from Doris. She continued to gaze at him, even after he had caught her eye and winked at her. Ashley, Luke thought in some amusement, had made a conquest. In the weeks after his return to Bowden, Luke spent a great deal of time about estate business, talking with Lawrence Colby and going over the books with him, riding about his farms and visiting those who worked them, calling on his tenant farmers. Adjustments would have to be made. Colby was a humorless, efficient, close-fisted man, Luke found, far more eager to bring money into the estate, and it was extremely prosperous, than to spend, and perhaps there was some foundation to the charge that he had acted for the past few years more as if he was the owner than the steward. But there were no signs of dishonesty in the man, and he had undoubtedly guarded Luke's inheritance from the extravagance of those who might have spent it for him. On the other hand, he had kept money from those who needed it badly, with the result that there was some small suffering, and certainly some discontent on his farms. Reluctantly, Luke was going to have to set about asserting himself, getting involved in the lives of those dependent upon him. The very idea made him shudder. He began to realize how very much for 10 years, at first deliberately, and then unconsciously, he had cut himself off from involvement with others. He had involved himself only for pleasure. He was pondering both the changes in his life and the changes he must begin to institute in the running of his estate as he rode home from one of his farms one afternoon. Anna, he had discovered there, had already been visiting the cottages and sampling homemade cider and promising to share her own recipe, and suggesting that perhaps she could look into the organizing of a school for the younger children. He was going to have to prove himself worthy of his duchess, he realized ruefully. And then his attention was caught by a splash of pink among the greenery surrounding him, and he looked up to find Henrietta sitting on a stile that separated a hayfield from the path along which he rode. She looked quite achingly pretty perched there, an open book in one hand. Something inside him lurched uncomfortably. He had managed to avoid being alone with her. He had even convinced himself that there was nothing to avoid. His initial meeting with her had been easier than could have been expected, and she had been friendly toward him, and more than friendly to Anna. Everything that had been between him and her was obviously dead, ancient history, except that there had been those letters she had sent him in London, and his own dread of coming home. And so he had avoided being alone with her, and would continue to avoid it if he could. He drew his horse to a halt for a moment, but she had seen him, of course. He moved reluctantly forward. She closed the book and looked at him unsmilingly.
"Luke,"
she said uncertainly,
"I thought you were spending the afternoon in your study with Mr. Colby."
"No," he said, drawing his horse to a halt close to the stile. He had a vivid memory of lifting her down from that very stile one day long ago and deliberately sliding her body down his before stealing a quick kiss as her feet touched the ground. She had scolded him, and then swayed against him and raised her mouth for another kiss. Having grown up together, they had found it easier than it should have been to wander away unchaperoned, sometimes for a whole hour. He had never done more than kiss her with closed lips. He had known nothing in those days about even the most basic skills of making love, unless kissing with closed lips was considered the most basic. He had known nothing else. It had been a time of incredible innocence. "Oh," she said now and flushed. There was an awkward little silence before she rushed on. Luke, forgive me for the letter I wrote you in London. I swore to myself that I would never either speak or write those words to you, that I would go to my grave guarding the secrets of my heart. But I wrote them and sent the letter on its way with William. I thought he was leaving a day later than he did. I rode over to Wycherley to get it back from him, but he had left already. I was frantic. I wished I could die. He could think of no answer to give. He gave none. There was nothing to be said and nothing to be done. Besides, it was the second letter, not the one Will had brought, that had been more personal. But it was dangerous to be alone with her and talking of such things, and dangerous to be gazing into blue eyes huge with misery. "You wish to continue reading?" he asked her, after another short silence. "Or are you ready to go home?" "'Tis time to go home," she said. "But you ride on ahead, Luke. I will come at my own pace. If you will but help me down."
He wished he had taken a different route home, but a different route would have added miles to his journey. He wished she had not asked him to help her down from the stile. He did not want to touch her. And of course, once descended from his horse's back, he could not possibly mount up again and ride away from her while she walked home. She looked delicately, innocently lovely, sitting there with her book. God, how he had loved her! That innocent, long-dead young man of his memory. She was dressed, he realized suddenly, very fashionably, in a form-fitting sack dress with dazzling white petticoat and stomacher. Her straw hat was trimmed with real flowers. She wore hoops. All for wandering out to sit reading on a stile. He dismounted and walked closer to the stile. She made no move to hold out a hand so that he could assist her to descend the 2 steps to the ground. She looked sorry that she had asked for assistance, and yet he wondered how chance a meeting this was. He reached out both hands, set them at her waist, and lifted her down, while she set her hands on his shoulders to steady herself. A waist as small as it had been when she was 17, a body light as a feather, a special fragrance that assaulted his nostrils and his memory. He had loved her with all a young man's romantic idealism, with all a young man's ardent passion. For a moment, before he released her, he held the memories and the past between his 2 hands again. For a moment, the years rolled away. He heard her inhale and exhale rather unsteadily. He did not look at her. "Would you like to ride while I walk?" he asked her. He could hear the strain in his voice. But how could she ride in hoops? "No," she spoke very quietly. "I will walk with you, Luke." He wanted Anna with him suddenly and foolishly. Anna with her bright smiles and her amusing, witty chatter. Anna, his wife, his present, with their child, his future in her womb. He did not care to admit to himself that he was afraid or tempted.
"Luke,"
Henrietta said, her voice as strained as his,
"you made a wonderful marriage. I love Anna. She is just right for you. Pretty and charming and devoted to duty. I hope she will be able to do for you what I was unable to do for George."
She drew breath and let it out rather raggedly.
"I hope she will be able to give you sons."
He had an irrational longing for a daughter, for a little girl to pamper and be proud of. He would not mind at all if it were a daughter Anna was carrying. The realization surprised him. He had married her for heirs. All that really mattered in their marriage was that she give him sons, at least one, preferably 2 or more. But he wanted a little girl.
"All I was able to give George was one stillborn son,"
Henrietta said, her voice very low.
"If only I had known."
"I am sorry about that, Henrietta," he said. "It must have been a painful experience for you." Doubtless an incredible understatement.
"If only I had known," she said again. "I could not have married you, Luke, though you urged me to do so even after you knew. If it had lived, it would have been his son. Everyone would have known that. And yet I would have been married to you. It would have been impossible. You must have realized that. Have you hated me all these years?" Her voice was thin and shaking. He could remember having contrived to be alone with her up at the falls. He could remember trying to kiss her, and her turning her head sharply away. He could remember it, all coming spilling out, how she had been out walking alone, how George had met her and walked with her, how he had waited until they were in a secluded place before taking her into his arms and trying to persuade her to let him further embrace her, how he had grown more ardent and insistent at her refusal, until he had forced himself on her and got her with child, how she had discovered the terrible truth and confronted George with it, so that he had been obliged to offer for her, how she had felt she had no choice but to accept, how she had decided to break the news to Luke before anyone else knew. And he could remember her collapsing into his arms and sobbing her heart out, while he cried with her. He could remember pleading with her, begging her to marry him anyway. He had not had a chance to think through the implications of what she had told him. All he had been able to think of was losing her, losing the love of his heart, losing his reason for living. At that moment, he had not even started to think of George. The pain was something he would never want to live through again, and he had spent years hardening his heart so that he never would. "I have not hated you, Henrietta," he said. "I made a new life for myself in France, and now I have come back a different person. And I have come back with a wife. All that seems like something that happened in another lifetime to another person. I am sorry if you suffered longer than I, my dear." "I suffered every day while he lived, and I have suffered every day since," she said so quietly that he scarcely heard the words. He heard her swallow twice, but kept his eyes resolutely on the path ahead. He did not look to see if she was crying. If he saw her crying, he knew what he would do, what any gentleman would do. But he did not trust himself to hold her in his arms. He did not trust the invulnerability of his heart. He wished they were closer to home. They were still a mile away. "I am glad you married before coming home," she said at last, her voice more normal. "And I am glad you married someone like Anna, someone worthy of you. You chose well, even though you married her because of me. You did you not?" Had he? Had that been his primary motive? He knew it had been part of it. He hoped it had not been the whole of it. "I married," he said, "because it was time, and because I had met someone I wished to marry." Yes, he remembered Anna at Lady Dittering's ball, and the way she had flirted with him and enchanted him. Yes, that was at least partly true. He suddenly, desperately wanted to feel that he had married Anna for herself. And he had, he remembered with some bitterness. He had allowed himself to fall in love with her, briefly. "Forgive me," Henrietta said. "Forgive me for even suggesting otherwise. Who could wonder at any man's falling in love with Anna and marrying her all within a week? I am glad you love her. If you did not, it would be dangerous for you and me to be together. We should not be together now. I wish I had known that you were from home this afternoon. I would not have strolled away to be alone and to read. You ought not to have stopped when you saw me, Luke. You should have ridden on by." But she had known. It had been a planned meeting. Could not even Henrietta be trusted to speak the truth? "You are my sister-in-law, Henrietta," he said firmly. "All that happened between us happened a long time ago to two children who no longer exist." And yet they did exist. Somewhere deep inside himself, despite the effort of years, was the boy he had been. Somewhere deep within there was still Henrietta. And George. "Yes," she said, "that is the truth. It must be the truth." The path along which they walked disappeared as they emerged from the trees to the east of the house onto the top of the long lawn that sloped for more than a mile from the formal gardens before the house. They were quite close to the gardens in which Anna was strolling with Emily and Doris. "Oh dear," Henrietta said quietly, and then she raised a hand to wave gaily at the three in the garden.
"I will never walk with your husband again, Anna, I vow.